Yo, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? We are back. How are we doing? Good evening. Happy Sunday, everybody. Or Monday, depending which time zone you're in. Zach, Hyru, Rosie, Marksman, Violent Himbo, Hellspawn. How are we all doing? Boom Mill. How's it going? How is everyone's Sunday or Monday going? Yes, Hyru. Sheep scream. Everybody needs to wake up, including myself. I've not long woken up from a nap. I had a busy ass day after not a lot of sleep. You're starting to get bored of D4 now, Zach. Well, I mean, it's that point in the season, isn't it, where we go and do the PTR and then it gets really quiet for like 4 weeks or so. That's how yours is going? Oh, is that a good or a bad thing? I mean, screams can mean good or bad things, Hyru. Hey, Breakpoint, how you doing, dude? So, I don't know. I'm really excited for the PTR next week. I'm sure there'll be loads of busted stuff. And then, yeah, it'll be a bit quiet for 3 or 4 weeks, probably, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, this season, it's been a really fun season, but it's not been quite as hyped as... Oh, sorry, it's not been quite as busy as the last one. For whatever reason, it just hasn't. So, yeah. Hey, Zane, how you doing, dude? Bad? Very bad. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better, Hyru. I'm here now. Life is better. Yeah, I honestly, Breakpoint, I actually feel you on that one. That's why I stopped the hardcore thing before I stick my head in a blender. Yeah. You're about to go to work. Hey, well, I hope work is going to be okay for you. Not going to be too bad, but I appreciate you dropping by. My issue is the best way to get Chaos Armors, and that's it, Zach. I think that's the common theme here. I do feel your pain. I do feel your pain, and believe me, you're not the only ones. Yeah. It took 3 days to get the Raven unique. Well, this is literally why I didn't submit anything for the hardcore event. It's not because I couldn't. I mean, look, I was doing higher than what some people submitted without my actual unique I needed for the build. I just couldn't get the sodding item, and it's like not fun to farm for it when you're in that situation, because it's like you're just looking for that item. You can't really do anything until you get it, and you're just going through the motions a bit, aren't you? With no real way of feeling like you're working towards it other than pure dumb luck. So, yeah, I get it. I do get it. But, hey, I mean, the Chaos items have been really fun. They've had lots of positives. That is probably the one and only negative. The problem with the games is you only need one real negative to really make it feel not great. So, yeah. Hey, Joey, how's it going, dude? It's been a hot minute. How you doing? Yeah, Zach, exactly. Well, we won't have that problem next season. There'll be other problems, but we won't have that one. So that's good. Sanctification might be Sanctification might be just as painful, but we'll see, right? We'll advocate for good systems. You wait. Yeah, good times. So I actually stayed on. I finished about 5 a.m. last night. I actually stayed on for another 20 minutes afterwards, and I managed to make the Russian claw build a bit better. But I've got so many builds to get ready for Tuesday. I don't even know where I'm going to start. I'm probably going to do the core skill builds today. So that is the plan today. Lots of good tunes, lots of chat, and I'm going to try and blast out as many. I did a few builds yesterday I wasn't as familiar with, so today I'm going to do some ones I'm slightly more familiar with. So they shouldn't take me as long. I'm going to try and blast out the 4 core skill ones. So Quill Volley, Rake, Stinger, Crushing Hands. Assuming I'll do that a lot faster than I did things yesterday. Get the Thorns Rock Splitter done because I know that build really well. Just try and bash those ones out. And then I've got a few like outliers that I want to try and put some stuff together for. And then we'll see where we go from there. Mixie, how's it going, dude? And Shamgar, how you doing, man? Yeah, not bad. How you doing? You're getting tired of pits. Well, we at least get the tower. next. We get the tower next next season. They have confirmed there's going to be no inspect functionality during season 11, but it is coming. It's just not ready for season 11. Features in beta. I say in quotations, beta, but they have said that's coming. It's just not going to be there on season. But do you know what? I said this yesterday. I'm not even going to be upset about it because honestly, when they announced the tower and leaderboards, I wasn't expecting that. Full stop. So I think if you look at it that way, it makes it less painful. Maybe they should have helped. Maybe they should hold off and release it when it's ready, but fully. But hey, I guess they just want to get. They just wanted to get something out and get it tested. They're obviously excited about it. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's fun. Which changes you're not sure about, Shamgar? Out of interest, there's a lot of changes. A lot of them. Oh, Division 2. Yeah, I haven't played that in ages. Super fun game. That part. Yeah, fucking stop passing out. Oh, that's how I felt when I got home from my parents earlier. I needed a nap. Big time. Well, Hyru, yes. I mean, that has been brought up in other conversations I've been in about those pesky dupes. Hey, Joey. Joe's here. How's it going, Joe Necro? How you doing, dude? So, yeah, Shamgar, yes, that is my biggest reservation, the renown change. Like, is it going to even feel fun? Is it going to feel tedious? It's definitely good. I don't mind that it will make the start slower, in a way, because it's not going to be that much slower. You get to level 15 pretty fast. It's just a matter of, like, yeah, I mean, how is that going to feel? And is it going to be tedious to do season after season? So I think I'm going to reserve judgment until I can try it, and then give feedback just like anyone else. But and I will say this, I can't talk about all of it, but I have been giving feedback. Like, since I've been given Diablo Partner very recently, I am giving feedback, and it is going to be at Red. So I'm always open to hearing what you guys think, and you know, I'll try and, as I do, word it in such a way that I can feed it back to them in a constructive manner. And I can't promise that things will change or things will be different or whatnot, but at least I can, you know, if it hasn't already been put forward, I can put forward a case for things. 3 times out of 5, I legit passed out in your chair 20 minutes after I sat down, Joey. Oh, I feel ya. Yeah, I've done that a lot in the last, few months, I suppose. You finally got most of your chaos items for rate, but I don't have the Ring of Starless or a Zeppa's Chaos. You can't even really play that build properly without a Zeppa's Zontek. Well, I guess you're not. Are you using a non-chaos Zeppa's Zontek right now? And you're using Wild Claw and a ring. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, okay. You're using Wild Claw and a ring because you've got the Zeppa's Zontek on the weapon. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive damage reduction. Yeah. The chaos hunting is real. It took me 4 days of, like, literally solid farming to get all of the chaos items for that build. So, yeah. You feel like an old man, Joey? I already am an old man. Well, I definitely feel it. Leveling is fine, but the whole point I'm concerned with is the skill points available. I don't mind that, Shamgar, because at the moment, we're not really starting at level 1 at the moment anymore. You never do unless, apart from your first time ever. And you only ever do that on your first character in a season anyway. My guess is once you've done the season ranks for one character, your next character will start with all the extra skill points. My concern is more, is that going to feel tedious to do season after season? And how difficult is it going to be? Like, at what point are you expected to get those extra skill points during your first character's life cycle? Is it like drip fed to you and the little objectives you've got to go and do? So between 1 and 60, you're likely to achieve them. I don't know. We don't know what the objectives are. So I think I'm going to wait and see what it is. But I do agree with what you're saying to a degree. You know, I'm open to change. A lot of people don't like change. I'm open to it as long as it doesn't feel bad, you know. So we'll see. just means I have to start slow again, I guess. It will mean that people probably won't start on Penitent from the get-go. Hey, Herky Derp, how you doing? And Little W, how you doing? How you doing? Right, okay, so as I say, I'm just going to be cooking builds again today, and then I'm going to be off tomorrow because we're going to be blasting super hard from Tuesday onwards next week. Got 7 days to test everything, and it really is just not a lot. I've been chatting to quite a few other creators in the background, and a lot of people are... There's just too much to test. So I think between us, we're all just trying to test stuff, to be honest. I'm going to be focused predominantly on Spiritborn, and I'm just going to hopefully have planners together for as many builds as I can. Plus, I'll test the leveling, test the new mechanics and such, and the renown track, and, you know, those bits. But I probably won't get a lot of chance to test any of the other classes on this occasion, which is sad, but it is what it is. Yeah, so we'll have to see. Hey, Spaz, how's it going, man? Yeah, Herky Derp, not bad at all, thank you. Not too bad. Not too bad at all, thank you. It's been a good day, you know. I got to bed pretty late, but got up and went to my parents, and it was my nan's 85th birthday the other day. Bless her. So we all went to my mum's for like a family dinner, and you know, it was just one of those nice days where my brother was there, my sister was there, my mum and dad was there, my nan and so on. So that was nice. And yeah, that's it really. And then I got home and I had a food coma. Windows, how you doing, dude? How you doing? It's like the first 3 awards from some sort of capstone dungeon. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, yes, Shamgar, but we still don't... I think you've got to do the capstone to unlock the objectives to get the skill points. So they've got recommended levels to do it, but if you're good at if your build's good or you're feeling really strong, you might be able to do it early. I don't really know. We have to wait until we get in. I only kind of got the gist of it, you know. So yeah, we'll see. Like I say, I'm going to reserve judgment so I can play it because I feel it's harsh to judge until you've actually given it a go. But I do get the concerns. It is my biggest concern with the changes as well. I mean, there was a bunch of things in those patch notes which I know were divisive, and there definitely are some people upset with some things. Some I understand, some just feels like resistance change. But that was the one that it felt like we're going back to what we already had before. And people are definitely just going to go, we don't want to do that season after season. And then they're eventually going to make it, oh, you've done it this season, you don't have to do it again. That is pretty much what's happened, right, in the past with all this stuff. So, yeah, so we'll see. We shall see. Okay, I'm going to flick over to the other screen. And I guess we'll get cracking. And, yeah, of course, like, if you guys have got anything in game you need help with, just give me a shout. I'll see if I can... or at least find some help for you, if nothing else. And I guess we can discuss. So let's crack over. I was decluttering our garage earlier and found an old photo of my dad when he was in a... Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's nice. But it's... Guess it, Granny Rosie, I know. Yeah. She's still up and walking around as well. She's doing pretty well for 85. That must have been nice to find Herky Dirt. You know, it's always nice to find those old like family photos and stuff, isn't it? Hummer to be, how's it going? How's it going? It's your favourite fan. Oh gosh, what have you done? You're going to start a ruckus. You're going to have some people go like, no, I'm the favourite. It was very nice to find. Nice. How are you doing, Hummer? You good? You going to work, Zane? Have a great day, dudes. Yeah, thank you, man. If I'm here when you get back, I'll see you later. If not, I'll then have a great day, and yeah, I'll catch you soon. Taters, how you doing? How you doing? Finally finished the season journey. Nice. GG. I'm on the website, yeah. Yeah, I don't have premium on his website, so I'll get slapped with ads. Right, let's give this a refresh here. So I actually did do I only did 3 builds yesterday, believe it or not. We did have a lot of chat going on, but these are builds that I wasn't so familiar with, and they also needed, I mean, Rushing Claw particularly. So I'm gonna work on ones today that I'm a little bit more familiar with. So I'm gonna start with, well, let's just start with Quill Volley. I think we'll do Quill Volley, Rake, Crushing Hands, Stinger, and then we'll do Rock Splitter. I mean, that gives me, just because those are going to be on the tier, they're definitely tier list builds already. So I should probably get those ones. So there's a lot of builds on here that are kind of new to this season, or maybe builds. I don't know, just things that I've thought about. I want to get Touch of Death done at some point as well. Had a part? The what, Hyrule? You making no sense, mate. You're playing Diablo, pushing 80 pits. That's really good. GG's. 120 on your Druids. Yeah, Druids are really strong. That makes sense. Okay, right. Quill Volley. Well, we can't get Chaos items in this one. This is why this one will be easier, because without the Chaos items, it's like, boom. Rod of Kep is definitely going on this build, regardless, right? You're going to have the Banished Lords as well, because you can't overpower and crit at the same time on it, and you're definitely going to do that on Quill Volley. Quill Volley's going to go here. The interesting thing is, actually, yeah, you're going to play Harmony of Evil Waka, probably. It's a lot of damage. And you're probably going to play the Hesha. Ekasungi, I would have thought. And because you're... Yeah, this is where it gets interesting. It's like... Yeah, I guess you're probably going to go Jaguar Gorilla, honestly. You don't care for poisoning on this, but this is actual true Quill Volley build. So you don't care for the poisoning. You can get healing elsewhere. And you want the 3 spirits. And what, honestly, I think I'm going to end up doing this on all the Spiritborn builds. I'm probably just going to end up going with the new change to temerity. That's so, I mean, well, actually, you don't have to do that on this build. You can use the Q rune. But I feel like by putting that there, you just free up a rune slot. I'll toy around with that idea. The thing is, whatever I do with this one, it'll be quite similar to... it'll be similar to the others as well. Could just do the Q rune thing again, but then you need a lot of barrier gen on your build. This isn't Mobalytics, Hyrule. This is D4 builds. Mobalytics, I don't believe, have updated for Season 11 yet. There's a few reasons for that. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, they don't have Season 11 yet. So I'm hoping that we will have that at some point during the PTR for notes, bases and stuff. But I'm using this for planners right now because it's the only one that's updated that I know of. What about Gorilla first? So it's going to be less damage. Because Jaguar, every 15th time, you're going to unleash Beast Strike for 100% weapon damage. So that's nice. You get a big burst of damage every 15th hit. And with Quill Volley, you're going to hit pretty often. But it also increases all your damage by 3% and doubles the Beast Strike's damage, stacking 5 times. Now, we don't know if the Beast Strike's going to be 100% weapon damage times 2 times stack, or is it go as in like times 2, or is it going to be times 2 to the power of stack? So if it's times 2 to the power of stack, then Jaguar is very powerful. But even if it isn't, this gives you straight up extra damage to everything anyway. And then Gorilla gives you Unstoppable. Gorilla gives you extra resolve stacks. That can be used for Colossal. Your Glyph, that gives you damage. So I think that's probably the setup here, to be honest. It is new. They've changed it. They've changed it because it was just getting abused before. And they didn't like its design, I guess. Hey, Speed Radish, how's it going, dude? I'll tell you what, guys. I actually just need to... I forgot to turn my heating down, so I'm just going to go turn it down. So I'll be literally back in 30 seconds. BRB. Okay, I'm back. It's going to get a bit warm in here otherwise. It's very cold outside today, though. Okay. Well, what's happened here? Why is it highlighting everything? What? Oh, that's weird. Okay. My only concern here is we've already got so many uniques on the build. Like, you probably, well... Let's start with the Midnight Sun. Yeah, it's found it. And then you got the Shroud. Holy cow, you got like no... Oh my god, you got like no spaces for anything. Maybe that is... I mean, you got... Yeah. You have to have the rebounding here somewhere. So this is where this is the thing, right? These builds are going to be significantly weaker in a way than the previous season because of the removal of chaos items. So you can't have like the extra offensive aspects and then make all of your defensive slots offensive as well. That's basically what you're able to do with chaos items, right? Them slackers, Hyru, it's not exactly that. I can't really speak about it too much, but they are, yeah, there's reasons. But yeah, how you doing, Spaz? You good? We do try. You do try and solve. I need adaptability. There's like not enough aspect slots already. Like, Jesus. This is the only thing I'm gonna have to ponder on for a minute. It's like, what do I do? Normally, I'd put adaptability on the amulet. But without the Banished Lords, you're not going to be able to overpower, which is a big damage loss on the build. I mean, honestly, you probably want those as well. Maybe. It's got core skills on it. Although the bottom bit doesn't really do much for us. So you're only really taking that for the ranks and stuff, which is nice. I think basically as you run around, you're going to invoke your core skill here. What's the chances if you're on your mount, it invokes all your things? That'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? You go around on your mount and your quill volleys just invoke everywhere. That'd be mental. That'd be so funny. Just watching the cooking, Spaz. Yeah, well, this is the problem we've got with these builds now. It's like this. If you're going for the top end build, it's what can you sack? There's aspects we want to put on that we're missing. Quill volley. But not enough space for them. Let's do that, because then I can find it again. Let's just do that. Like, you pretty much have to have the rebounding, I think. I suppose you could change that. But that's what makes your feathers go in and out. You possibly can get away without the Ring of Midnight Sun on this build if you're using the fitness glyph, actually. Maybe. You'd have to use something Lum. Pock Lum, maybe. I think you're going to have to. I think you have to have. Well, let's see. If you got 200 resource, that gives you 120x here. We're not going to get 300 resource on this setup. You could change that to a Harlequins potentially, I guess. We have got very little cooldown reduction here. That'd give us less damage, but it'd make us a lot tankier. I mean, even if we took Temerity off, it doesn't make a difference. You can't put any of the offensive slots on. Interesting. Right, well, we use pot because you're spending your resource. I mean, you could do something like... where is it? Cast a non-channeled core skill. So this is the thing, like the Ring of Midnight Sun makes it possible so that you can generate almost like every attack as an overpower. But it doesn't come with a damage multiplier on that ring. And that there is an issue. Duelist does... Yeah, Duelist isn't actually that strong anymore. It's not that powerful in Furnace, and unless you're using the Mystic Circle, you don't gain extra damage from it. I mean, sure, it gives you more ferocity, so you get a bit more attack speed out of it. But... this just straight gives you straight up core skills, which is probably better. I don't think the boots really makes a big difference here. You could put in a legendary all these and it'd be fine. You have to have the Rod of Kep on this build, really. It's too much damage not to have. I can't see a way of getting Vigor to 500. Well, actually, you could take the Banished Lords off. Honestly, though, on these builds, if you wanted to go full glass cannon, you could go Rod of Kep and Melted Selig. The lack of the loss of core skills here. The loss of core skills isn't actually that bad because you're going to have so many from the Hesher, the Path of Emissary, and so on anyway. The new Melted Selig is pretty mental. That's the only way we're going to get to 500 resource, which would, if you get 500 resource, that makes adaptability a 300x. That makes Rod of Kepaleka a 375x. You're not getting to 500 here without it. You're just not. You'll lose the ability to get overpower in your build, though. So then we'd have to try and look at runes. The Zan rune. And maybe that's how we do it. To get any form of overpower in the build, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like... So you lose a 1.5 multiplier on overpower, and you would lose a 1.6 multiplier. So it's quite a big damage loss here. But then you're going from probably like 200 and maximum like 250 resource here. I mean, you could go for the Harlequins, but you don't need the Harlequins if you go for the Melted Heart. But maximum 250 resource, you're doubling that multiplier and you're doubling that. So you're going up 187-ish and a half, and you're going up by 150 here, which is probably going to outweigh the overpower stuff. That might actually be the play. The only thing about the Melted Heart is it spends all your resource. It makes you lose 75% of your max life. It gives you 100% resource gen, though. And it doesn't matter if you get to maximum resource, because you only need to get to 500 resource. So that means you'd only have to generate 250 resource to be able to always benefit from 100% of your damage here. That would, with 100, with all that resource gen on there and resource gen on Shroud of False, you're already up to 111.1 by default, which is huge. So you're going to need, like, the more resource gen you get, and you're going to have 30. You'll have 30 down here probably. You're going to have 20 there. So that's 50. So that's 161 without any GAs. So now you're down to needing 170% or so. I mean, we haven't got the Ring of Starless in here either. That's the other thing we haven't put in yet. But I don't think you can afford to put it in unless you scrap the rebound. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to think rebounding wouldn't be the play here, because you probably do want redirected. It's just too much damage not to have. Right, that on itself is 140%. But I suppose rebounding does give you the double hits and lots of hits. And that rebounding does actually... I don't know. Hard. You got a 4 GA Hesher in the OG slot. You're happy with it. I bet you are, Bone Meal. That sounds awesome. Nice. Did they do anything to our Mythic Glaive? No, I will push for it. I doubt it will happen for Season 11, but I will push for some changes there eventually. You meant on the pants, Ank. You could. The thing is, though, Temerity gives us % armor here, which is really nice now. And it solves barrier. But yeah, if we're not using Unyielding, you could change that to be a legendary instead. You could do. And then you'd have to use a Q rune. However, the Pock rune won't be so good with the Melted Heart unless you're using a Midnight Sun Ring. If you use a Melted Heart with the Midnight Sun Ring and you've got 100% crit, you straight up, you instantly will fill your resource back up again every time you attack and crit. Every time. But if I put that on, I would have to sacrifice one of these. I think the Ring of Midnight Sun is one of the only items that's still got % based resource gain on it, 50%, as opposed to being changed to a flat value, which means when your Melted Heart makes your max resource like an absurdly high value, you can actually regenerate it all up again. I think, anyway, that's at least the way it's been. Once you've got 100% resource gen, that makes it so that you can do that 100% of the time. I mean, yeah, this is basically the only way. The only other way you'll get to 500 resource is using the Shaco and then using a ring slot to use the Midnight Hum ring, but that's just not as good, I don't think, honestly. Midday Hum, the stats on it aren't that useful to us. You'd be putting it on just about 50%. It's kind of meh. So yeah, I think these builds have taken a bit of a hit on damage, but then you gain a lot more ranks, I guess. That's a lot of uniques. I mean, this will make this build, apart from the mythics. I mean, you can just straight play. You can replace these mythics with non-mythics to start with. You can do Banished Lords here and just a standard chest over here. It makes this build target farmable. It'll make all of them target farmable. You're not going to be able to use the Pock Room without the Midnight Sun Ring on. Yeah. Not enough slots. We just don't have enough slots for aspects. That's 100x. But more importantly, gives you an absolute metric ton of ranks. So that gives you loads of damage. So this will just be better than redirected force because of that. And it gives you the protector pull-in, which is really, really nice. Yeah, the pull-in's really nice. And the barrier and everything else that comes with it. You could potentially sacrifice rebounding. You want resource cost reduction on the build as well. That's the thing. Because that's another source of damage. A Ring of Stardust is a very solid option for these builds. It just is. 50x multiplier. I think that's probably better than rebound. I mean, adaptability to scale. If you're going to use the Melted Heart, you need to have adaptability in Rod of Kep here. I mean, this is an insane build. Look at it. What is this? Short of taking off... That's a lot of core ranks. We've got core ranks there. Core ranks here. Core ranks here. Well, get rid of skills there. I mean, you're going to have loads of ranks in Quill Body. Loads of them. The attack... And you're going to want attack speed on this version of the build, probably. Madness. When does season 11 start? Beginning of December, but the PTR starts on Tuesday. Super Hash Bros. How's it going, dude? How you doing, man? Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's definitely getting my brain going and some questions about what you can actually do. I mean, skill-wise, it'll be something like this, right? Cool, buddy. The Protector's just too good not to use. Really. You're going to have Armored Hide. You're going to have Counter-Attack. Where's that at? You're going to have Ravager, probably. Oh, but you don't actually have to take Ravager. No, you don't have to take Ravager anymore. Actually, to be fair, with the Melted Heart on, you don't have to have Ravager anymore. It does give you a minimum ferocity, which I guess is kind of nice. But it's only, it's only minimal, that. But you don't have to have it. Because you used to take it to have at least some way on your build. Or to be able to stack up Potent, but they've changed how Potent is now. You would probably take Scourge here. And we've got to pull in already. You do just want as much resource gen as possible here, though. Probably. You don't need any of these. Probably really don't need Vortex either, to be honest. It probably will just take Ravager, to be honest. Why not? I mean, it's just I don't know. There's nothing else on there that's standing out to me. It's like, yeah, we definitely want that. Ravager, just, you could take it for a resource gen. Actually, to be fair, that gives you a lock on. It is quite nice. You take it for the resource gen and it makes it so you dash the targets. Yeah. Or you could take it for the extra stacks here for damage, but if you don't need this, you could take this instead. That's definitely an option. I mean, having so many uniques on the build makes the stats very easy. We've capped movement speed here. Harmony of Evilwalker, the Path of Emissary, and the Melted Heart, that straight up caps your movement speed. So we just go Dexterity, Armor, Core Skills. Actually, do you know what? You probably go attack speed here, because you want attack speed. All stats. Core skills. I'm trying to get that changed, to be honest. Your gloves, you go gorilla skills, probably. Amulet, you would go, well. I mean, this is the thing, actually. You could go primary stats, but if your main GA could just be resource gen. 150% resource gen by default if you with a GA would be absolutely insane. That plus Ravager, plus this, plus your core skill, you're over 200% resource gen by default. I don't know if there's a cap on it, but if there isn't, that's pretty mental. That does remove the need to that probably almost removes the want for a midnight sun ring, genuinely. The question is, will you be mega squish? You could be. You're only going to have 25% life. So when your resource is all consumed, you are going to generate resource extremely fast afterwards, and your resource is your life. So you're going to want lots of different resource generation mechanics here. But can we stack enough life in the background here? So at 25% and with barrier, we're still tanky enough. That is the question, to be honest. Because you don't have max life on a lot of these items you normally would have done. You know, you might actually want to prioritize your maximum life here for big life. Weapon. Chance for core skills hits twice becomes the most important one. Max resource gets outweighed with the amulet. I guess stick that in. And here you'd go dexterity, max life, attack speed with GA. And I think we get vulnerable anyway, so probably resource cost reduction, honestly. And then your temper would be probably ultimate skill, protector cooldown. And you'd want to GA that as well. Hey, Cappy Stump, how you doing, dude? You may do this PTR, Myron. You've only done one prior. Which one did you do? James, how you doing, dude? December the 9th, Taters. Yeah, that's right. How good would the season be, James? I mean, it's going to be very different. So I'm looking forward to that because it's going to be quite different. I'm sure there'll be some changes that people aren't so keen on. I'm a little concerned about max life here. This is additive max life, not percentage. How about armor? You get a lot of resistances on this, right? 25 all res, 30 all res. And we don't get the diminishing all res anymore. Remember that. Well, it becomes diminishing returns, but it doesn't, like, reduce 25% per torment level. So these alone probably help you cap your res. You're probably going to put some skulls in here because you haven't got as much armor on this stuff. You've got percent armor here. Which one's vigorous again? It's the resource one over here, isn't it? Oh, yeah, you get ranks in vigorous as well for extra regeneration. Multiplicative regeneration rate there as well. Yeah, you want to prioritize chance for core skills to hit twice, though. Oh, you might genuinely actually want to slap some skulls in here. I don't know, something like that. Because that's another 12 all res. You've got 25 there, so that's 37. That's 67 all res before you've even got your Paragon board. So let's assume that goes down to about 50, and then you can get quite a bit in your Paragon board. It might be 2 diamonds and a skull. Because we have got the armor scaler there. And I mean, we go these here. You could either do that or barrier gen, I suppose. It's not really that the end of the world. Without using a Midnight Sun Ring, we can't really use the POC. Because we're going to be... This is going to give you... So what the Melted Heart does now is it's each point of your primary stat, so on the Spiritborn, the Dexterity, you gain primary resource by 3%. So you get 3 primary resource for every Dexterity. So if I've got 3,000 Dexterity, you get 9,000 primary resource. You're not going to generate 9,000 resource between every attack unless you've got the Midnight Sun Ring. It's just not going to happen. Question is, will you be mega squished with this setup? If you are, you'll put the Banished Lords back in here and you'll figure things out accordingly. We've got the Temerity on. We've got lucky hit. What's the lucky hit chance on this? 12. We've got 12.5 lucky hit there. Yeah, it's not a lot of lucky hits there. There's a bit of lucky hit as well there. 27.5. It's not that much. We get about 22.5. You got about 50% overall. So that's going to put you up to about 18, 20% per feather. We don't have that many sources of healing on the build anywhere at the moment. A little bit concerned about that. You want as much attack speed as possible. Oops. We've already got lucky chance for heal. I think you need to have life per hit somewhere on this build. As much as that would give me less damage, that's going to play in with the Temerity for the shield. For the barrier. Because there's a lot of feathers. As long as every feather that comes out hits that, it will give you a lot of life sustain, and that will play nicely into Temerity. Hey, PD Well and Rangda. Death Dealer, how you doing, guys? JM Lars as well. Coming in with the watch streak. Nice. A hacked brain. I don't know if we go that far. Chalosia's here. How you doing, Chalosia? And Loaf. How you doing, Loaf? Yeah, Loaf. I mean, stuff's changing. So, but this new Melted Heart, have you seen what they've done to the Melted Heart? They've taken a meme and made it the absolute GOAT. It's going to be completely busted. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets nerfed. So yeah, every point of primary stat, you get 3 primary resource now. But it makes it so you only have 25% life. You have 75% reduced life. What I don't know is that 75% life, but you still have your maximum, so you can still get barrier on your maximum? Or is it your maximum's reduced? It doesn't say maximum life in there. It just says you have reduced life. It isn't clear about that. And if your barrier still goes to your maximum, but your life is lower, then that's fine. Because we're going to generate godly amounts of barrier on this build. We just are. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be like life on hit and life healing in the Paragon boards. The Paragon boards are going to be different to what we got in these builds, probably. And that would mean you'd be tanky enough. You wouldn't have to worry too much. So we'll have to see. Mana Shield's not staying in it, but this is basically Mana Shield for every build, but in a different way. Loaf, yeah. Everyone coming in. Yeah, Chalosia, yeah. Am I going to make some builds without Melted Heart, Spaz? I already have, Spaz. And for the PTR, no, but for the final season, every build I do always has a non-mythic track first and then a mythic version. I always do my builds that way. But I've already done Rushing Claw and Evade, and neither of those use Melted Heart. Yeah. All right, let's do the skill tree here. Probably stick Evade in here to start with. When you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike along the way and make enemies vulnerable, okay? You probably are going to want that. With this pair of boots on it, it makes sense to take it. Even if it's not your primary source of damage, it gives you a much faster way of evading around for mobility, and you can cast for just like speed farming, depending on how it works. We're not really sure how it's going to work. Like when you evade and it auto casts your core, how is it going to target? How's the targeting going to be? We don't exactly know yet, but we'll take that. And then obviously you're going to max quill volley out. You're going to come in here. We've already got guaranteed crits. You don't need this. So obviously we're going to take advantageous. We turn it into additionally a basics. We take this. We max out vigorous. So well, you might not need to max that out actually. You've got so much vigor generation, but you probably do want to take it. Generate vigor while you're moving. You don't really need that once you've got the melted heart, and the reason for that is the way the melted heart works is once you've if you've not taken damage in 6 seconds, your resource fully regenerates over 3 seconds. So if you just stand still and don't take damage for 9 seconds, you're instantly going to be at full resource again. Anyway, regardless of moving. This will only help you in combat more than anything. That's more damage, so that's great. Obviously want Apex. You're probably going to want this damage reduction since there's less of it available. We're unstoppable, so we obviously want that. We're not using mobility skills here. Ravager with the lock-on. That gives you some sort of like lock-on mechanic. I think we're probably going to want Perseverance for damage reduction here. Obviously max this out. One in there. We probably won't need Auspicious, but we'll come back to it. We obviously want counter-attack for the passive crit damage. Scourge. Scourge. Casting Scourge grants 60% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. So if you can spam the living daylight out of Scourge, that is a % maximum vigor. It doesn't look like it's got a cap on it, but I guess we'll see. So yes, you're going to want that. We've got Gorilla skills. We'll max all these out. We are an Eagle skill. We're going to have cap movement speed. That's brilliant. You can take acceleration, and if we evade, we get extra damage. So you'd have to do it pretty regularly, though. Evade, quill, and then smash quill body. We're actually still going to max potent out because we don't have a lot of cooldown reduction on this build. So we can use potent to get cooldown reduction. And Jaguar attack speed. I think Jaguar skill attack speed will go into attack speed bucket 2. So that'll be nice. Take Furnace. Don't need these. Max out Harambe. Oh, I run out of points. Maybe we can't. Oh, we do. We really do want to max out. Okay, I've run out of points. Fine. How many do I need? Holy hell. I've used too many points. Where have they all gone? Goodness me. I mean, we could get away without those. I did use one extra up there. I'm trying to work out where I've spent all the points I wouldn't normally spend. Oh, without Perseverance, we're going to be so squish on this build. We need that. I think. You can get away with just one in there. The max life would be nice, but we can get away without that. We could even sacrifice acceleration if it comes down to it. Actually, we probably can get away with just one rank in here because we're going to have so many gorilla ranks from this. You can get up to what? Well, in the current game, you got 15 ranks here. But even if you only get like 10, that pretty much caps you on the cooldown reduction on the ranks there. You're going to want all of these. You don't actually need to take this anymore, max. I've still not got enough points. I still need at least... Well, yeah. You don't need to cap this anymore. Because it's literally... You just use it as a way through. The extra 30 vigor is not required with the melted heart. Is it realistic to stand around for 6? Well, you're not. No, you don't have to stand still, Rangda. It's that you just don't take damage for 6 seconds, right? It would be quite funny if you have not taken damage in 6 seconds. It would be funny that if that only counts if you take health damage. You imagine if you're perma-barriered. And if you're perma-barriered, your resource just generates constantly at 1/3 of maximum every second. Can you imagine how busted that would be? It's probably not going to work that way, but could you imagine? There's a lot of unknowns exactly how that's going to work, but yeah, I think I'd imagine if you take damage on your barrier, it would stop it. So how many more points do I need? I would quite like intricacy. Without lots of cooldown reduction, it's going to be quite hard to spam. You don't really need to use counterattack, although it's nice as like a panic button to avoid big attacks. Armored Hide you do need to spam because we don't have a 100% block chance otherwise. Although actually, I suppose it's not the end of the world because we're not reliant on having 100% block chance for redirected force. So it would be nice to have that up 100% of the time. And with all the gorilla ranks here, that does give it an extended duration. Quite a lot of an extended duration as well. It'd be like 5 or 6 seconds or something. So maybe it's okay. I think we do want it. Obviously, we need our key passive. What can we sacrifice is the question. That is a good question. After standing still for 0.1 seconds, you gain block damage to your next move. We can probably get away without this. No, it's not going to be Noxious Resonance. Oh, yeah, so for cooldown reduction, we take Prodigy's Tempo. You're going to take Prodigy's Tempo on this build, so that solves cooldowns for us, actually. Every time you do 3 attacks, you're going to gain 4 ranks. All purchase skill ranks by 4, so all your skills are going to get extra 4 ranks. That's mental. So that's more cooldown on your ultimate, more damage on everything, more duration, etc. But it's also going to, with the amount of ranks in Quill Volley we're going to have, let's be conservative here. You're going to have what, like, let's say you can get up to 15 right now on the Hesher. So let's assume that goes up to 12 or something. That's 12. I don't know how many you get on the boots, but let's assume you get 4. That's 16. You can get 7 on the Ring of Starless, assuming that's the same. So that's already 23. And you get your original 5. So that's 28 ranks. And that's being conservative. It's probably going to be higher than this. So 28 ranks. So it's 10% cooldown and then an extra 2% for each of their skill ranks. So that's 66% cooldown. You do 3 Quill Volleys and you do 66% of your active cooldowns instantly. Like, yeah, as long as you... And you're going to be unstoppable permanently because you're spamming this. So, yeah, you're never going to... I think you have to take Prodigy's Tempo here. Just so you can spam everything without having to worry about getting cooldown reduction on the build too much. That does actually mean we don't have to worry about Potent, but I do quite like the Jaguar skill attack speed here. To be honest. I just don't know. It does mean we probably don't need Intricacy. Scourge lasts an okay amount of time. Well, it lasts for 3 seconds. So you basically have to attack 3 times in 3 seconds, which should be doable. Ravager lasts for 6 seconds. That's more than enough time. Armored Hide with all these extra ranks will be up to about 5-6 seconds. So it should be long enough. And counterattack lasts for 3 seconds. Oh, yeah, you can stack counterattack. I think this will be fine. I think that's probably fine then. You do want the damage reduction here. if it turns out we needed that down there, we'd have to sacrifice maybe some points on potent or even acceleration, because that's only useful to us when we evade. It probably won't be useful to us when we're bossing too much. And maybe we need intricacy, but otherwise... I'm just thinking, like, if there's a world where you can just evade around and just auto-cast your quill volley all the time, and then you'll just gain, like, extra damage for it. But is it worth it over this stuff? I don't know. I think this is fine. And then for Mercenary, we can go right here. Probably go Resistances, to be honest. Reinforcement. You can go for Aldkin with Field of Languish because of the damage reduction. And the slows. Paragons. Come up here. Fitness in this one. So fitness is actually really good on Quill Volley. I found this. Well, I did an Evade Quill Volley build on the current version of the season, and this was epically good. Like, when I put it on, it was so much better, because it's when skills that critically strike generate 3 vigor. Although this will be slightly less valuable without rebounding, but it does mean if you're right on the enemy's faces, you fire, what, 8 or 11 feathers out, whatever it is. Like, you fire out a whole bunch of feathers, and each one is guaranteed to crit. So even on a single target enemy, you're going to generate, let's say there's 8 feathers, that's 24, and they all hit. That's 24 vigor, because they're all going to guarantee crit. And then you've got like nearly 200% generation of vigor. So every attack you're generating 70, 80 vigor just from that. Plus, it's got a pretty nice damage multiplier bit on the bottoms. It's pretty good. Bias Artist. Bias Artist. I can't read, apparently. Bias Artist, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. How you doing? How you doing? Appreciate you being here. So, yeah, I think we put fitness in there for now. There's a lot of decks in this cluster, so we can just slap it here. Take all these. Take that, take that. So that's about 110 in here, I think. Or was it 105? Yeah, it's 105. Okay, fine. And then boards-wise, Viscous Shield. So I like... Viscous Shield is our strongest damage legendary node. It just is. But it's only the strongest if you can sustain your barrier 100% pretty much all the time. Which, on this, should be doable. So I guess we'll see, right? We can start with that. We know that's going on. I guess it doesn't matter which way around this is too much. I know I'm going to be coming in here. You're definitely taking all this stuff. We're not doing Thorns damage, so we can't use Revenge, but that's okay. What would I normally put in here? Talon. So you're going to use Talon on this build one way or another, because that's Eagle skill damage, critical strike damage, and lightning. So that's definitely going on. We'll just slap that in there for the time being. So I think there is quite a lot of decks in this cluster, if I remember rightly. You're going to take all those. I think there's 110 in here. Yep. So that's a lot of damage there. Lovely. 1, 2. Can actually save a node by doing this. Oh, no, you can't. Okay, so that's that. That's easy peasy. Over here. Right, other boards. You're going to use Convergence. Sapping. They changed Sapping, so it's not a % figure anymore. It's a base amount. But you're still going to take it just for the damage. And then... probably going to take revealing. Because it gives you the most extra damage. What was the... I can't remember what the clusters are on here. It does give you some block chance, I suppose. Sort of 11% block chance. But you don't really need that. When you've got Armoured Hide, you're smashing that all the time. Yeah. I don't know, you're just probably not going to need that. It's going to be revealing, I think, for the knockdown. But we'll do that one last. So here we can just do convergence or something for now. I'd probably do sapping first here, actually, and do viscous shield later on, but it doesn't really matter when you're doing an endgame version of the build. You get to put spirit in here because that's the crit damage one, and spirit. You can get a lot of decks in this cluster. $110, yep. And we come down this way. Take all of that for now. You probably don't need that so much. Obviously want this. Seems reasonable. Right, onwards, sapping. So normally, actually, in sapping, I would have taken one of the nodes that scales maximum resource stuff up. We don't really need that now. Because it's going to be such minimal... This is so minimum. It's so much diminished returns. Hey, Northermy, how's it going? How's the build cooking going? Yeah, it's interesting. Trying to work out Quill Volley. Once I've done this one, Rake, Crushing Hands, and Stinger, like non-Pestilent Stinger. Stinger will be reasonably similar in their own ways. But yeah, normally you would take something that scales either the rare or the magic nodes here, but you don't really need to do that on this build because with the Melted Heart, you've got so much resource. Getting another 70 or 80 is really insignificant. It'd be nice, but it'd be better not to worry about this. You'd probably put Canny in here instead, actually. So actually, you're more likely to go up this way. I think. Let's work out the best path here. I normally do this board differently. I'm starting to wonder if you go up here and then you come through here. I think you probably will. I think you'll go up this way. It'll be quicker and easier to activate it this way. I think you're going to put Canny. You put Colossal in revealing. So I think you're going to put Canny in here, honestly. And you'll still take these. It's still nice. You take all these. You get a decent amount of intelligence here, so it's worth it. You get 69. Giggity! 69 intelligence. The best of intelligence. Tee-hee. Brilliant. Fimione. Perfect timing for coming in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's so funny. 69 intelligence. It is a big damage loss not having the Banished Lords and the Overpower in here, but then again, we didn't use that in the current season, but we had another means of overpowering the build. But I suppose we can actually circumvent that a little bit, maybe, to get overpower occasionally. Maybe. What do you mean, no, Joe? 69 is the best of numbers. Hehehe. We really don't need those either. It's so insignificant. Hey, Afrojack's here. Cappy Sam's like, yeah, 69. 88 is better as you get 8 twice. James Lars, giggity. Violent Himbo's like, Yeah, Afrojack, all good, man. How you doing? Oh, that's funny. You probably don't need the resource gen here. It's really like the extra 4% is insignificant when you've got all the other stuff on. You probably want this attack speed though. I was trying to figure out if there's a better route through here. There might be. But you do want to get around here as well. So I'm starting to wonder if, yeah, you kind of want this 7.5, 12.5. You probably are going to need that. I guess you would do that. I'm going to have to optimize this board out. I don't have enough points for revealing. You don't need that many points for revealing in the grand scheme of things. But I don't think 47 is going to be enough. But the bare minimum activation down here is quite cheap, actually. It's literally this. That should do it. Yeah, there you go. That's the bare minimum, right? You get attack speed here as well. So this is the thing, right? Those two boards between them give us what? 7.5, 12.5. That's 25% attack speed. And then you can get 47.5 if you get a GA attack speed on the Ring Stylus. So that's 55, 75. Yeah, 75. And then you get attack speed on the Hesher as well. Which if you had a GA on, would probably push you. Depending on the stat scaling, that would give that... Well, you've got GA attack speed on this ring. You got too much attack speed here. We could sacrifice attack speed on this ring for something else. I might put resource cost reduction on there. But you basically get your 100% there. In your attack speed bucket 1. You won't need attack speed on that ring necessarily. Or you could just prioritize core skills on there. But yeah, if you got GA on attack speed there, you wouldn't need GA. You wouldn't need attack speed there. So I'll fix that in a bit. So isn't there vulnerable? Yeah, quill volley makes enemies vulnerable. Yeah, that's fine. So you don't even have to worry about that. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. D-Rock's here. How's it going? Drink City Streamer. Cheers. Any thoughts on new Spiritborn Unique? I've actually got it in this build, Femione. I've actually requested a change for it already. I'm a Diablo partner, and I put in... It wouldn't affect this build, but for a Rushing Claw build, it's missing one really core component. For this build specifically, it doesn't really matter. Impairment reduction's useless, though. I've basically requested impairment reduction be changed because unless they've removed all of the forms of Unstoppable, impairment reduction's useless. It does nothing. I don't understand what their thinking was here. It's a Spiritborn item, and you can just get permanent Unstoppable. So you don't need impairment reduction anymore. You just don't need it. I haven't seen a purpose where you would need that just yet. Maybe I will, but there's other things that you could get on boots normally, which you can't through tempers, which would be way more useful for other builds. But for this build, it's nice for the core skills, and core skill damage and movement speed is nice. So the extra ranks in core skills is just going to be really nice. And then you could have a thing where you... Actually, I need Thunder Spike on the bar. I've just realised that. Huh. Okay, I'll fix that in a minute. Yeah, you could have it so you got Thunder Spike on your bar. And just so that you can evade around for farming purposes. I think for pit pushing, this would be the version. And then for farming, you could swap off Scourge and put Thunder Spike on. Because you don't care about... When you're in T4 standard content, assuming the game isn't ridiculously hard, you will probably be Giga Blasting the content once you've got good enough. Once you've got all this stuff, you'll be top end. You'll be Giga Blasting. So you could probably just slap Thunder Spike in here and have perma evade. I suppose that wouldn't actually work, would it? Because of the... we haven't got the Zepazontic, have we? What am I doing? Yeah, okay, maybe that won't work then. Okay, well, every 4 meters we run, you're going to auto-cast your Quill Volley as well. Like, if you evade and stuff, it's just going to give you free cast of Quill Volley, which will do a lot of damage. So, if nothing else, it will give you free damage, yeah. The Thunder Spike idea doesn't work on this because you don't get the Epizontics, so that's alright. We got another point we can slap somewhere. Where would we put this? I kind of would like Intricacy, but we'll stick it in there for now. But yeah, so I don't know. Randomly cast rakes for charisma. Yes, but it's... Actually, 1 second. Let me read it. Oh, from your primary spirit hall. Interesting. No, that won't cast Quill Volley. Invoke a core skill from your primary spirit hall. Interesting. My primary... Oh, yeah, because it's rake. Yeah, okay. That is interesting. I didn't think about that. Do you know what? That's not actually such a bad thing, though. Reduced. I'm just thinking about this. It invokes your core skill. Consume all vigor to return to full damage. I mean, you can get another form of cooldown reduction in the build here with it. Actually, no, this is actually really nice. Because look, that gives me a way of generating ferocity on the build. Look. If nothing else, I need to get more skill points. I'll figure that out in a minute. It's just occasionally going to auto-cast Rake for me to grant me ferocity while I'm moving around. Could be worse. I need 1 more point. Preferably 2. Where the hell do I get those from? Question mark? Yeah, we're not doing a evade thing here. I don't think you're going to use acceleration on this. Brilliance is great. Acceleration sucks. Cooldowns, nice. It gives you a bit of cooldown as well. Good times. Or... we got a lot of cooldown with Prodigy's Tempo on this anyway. Honestly. I mean, it's only going to work when you're moving around, right? It means when you're kiting stuff on the boss, you'll just get random rakes auto-casting for you. Which will just help me reduce my cooldowns when I'm not attacking. And it will just stack ferocity for me. So, I think this is fine. And I got 1 spare point. Lucky me. Let's get back in there. All right. That's a good catch. Yeah, there is some interesting synergies there. There is some interesting synergies. Your mind's melted. Yeah, it's because it's based on your primary spirit hall, and we're using Jaguar here. Yeah. The other option would be to swap those around, Gorilla, Jaguar, and then you would have... What would be interesting is, I suppose by default, that would make invoke a core skill from the primary spirit hall. I don't know if you have to have that core skill on the hotbar to invoke it. So we'll find out in the PTR. It doesn't specify. If you don't, that becomes interesting for the gorilla because you can make payback a core skill. Payback passively grants you vigor when you take damage. Payback is now a core skill and consumes all available vigor to increase its damage. You probably wouldn't want that because it would consume your vigor before Quill Volley, and then Quill Volley would lose the damage. And that's the only way to make that core skill. So you'd end up, if you're a gorilla, you'd be using Crushing Hands. We've got ridiculous amounts of barrier gen on this build already. We don't care about the damage from it. it does give you a free way of knocking things down, but you can just use a revealing board. So, I think the rake's more useful to us because we want attack speed. So stacking up ferocity is really useful to us. Yeah. All right, well, nice. Good. Finish off the Paragon board quickly. But yeah, we've pretty much capped attack speed. I'll probably come back to the items in a minute, actually. All right, next thing I'm going to do, I am going to rush up here. I haven't got a lot of points left, so I'm going to have to optimize this a bit. Let's rush that. 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might need that. I would have quite liked the lucky hit chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minimum. How do I get... I mean, I haven't even filled out this glyph, so I've... Yeah. Is this optimized the best? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, 1. You would shift that there and you'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's probably the same. It works out the same. Shift that there. So it gives 8 used. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think this is the most optimal setup there. Oh, you've got attack speed down here as well. Interesting. Okay. Only a little bit, mind. 7.5%. I mean, our attack speed is straight up caps here. Like, easy peasy. Having so many additive heavy glyphs is... Yeah, it's dangerous. It's difficult. Oh, we could have used Menagerist. Oh, no, it only gives you Incarnate skill damage. That wouldn't have been so great. I was trying to make a build Thunderspike casting core skills while I vape, but I couldn't put the pieces together. Pheromone, I've already got one. Not that one. I've got one here. Evade, Quill Volley, Mythic. Here we go. So the idea of this is it's just a full evade build, auto casting Quill Volley for you. Yeah. This should be good to go. This should be good, I think. It's not necessarily perfect. There's a lot of assumptions made and such, but yeah. I did that one last night. Best way to farm Chaos Armor is through Bartok Priority. How's it going, dudes? Yes, or if you go and just speed farm the Hell Tides or the Chaos Rift dungeons, you can earn the seasonal rep really fast. And if you get enough of that, you can go and buy the scrolls. So you go to where the quest board is. And then next to it is the vendor. You buy the scrolls, use that. You stock up, you get your seasonal caches. You make sure you've got the middle... where you spend your seasonal ashes to get the 5 sections for increased rewards. If you've got the one in the middle maxed out, then you're guaranteed to get a Chaos Armor from the cache, and that's another way of farming them as well. You've played your Necro for 23 hours now and haven't seen any Chaos Nidless or Gospel. Yeah, I didn't know. I packed it in Rangda. I couldn't allocate any more time to the event. Because I've got too many builds to make for Tuesday. There's too much changing. If I leave it all to Tuesday to just YOLO it, I will suffer. I'll end up losing so much time while testing. Just because I won't be entirely sure. I won't even have any idea what I'm doing for half the builds. I'd rather spend the time now, you know. Love this track. So I just said to them, like, RNG was not my side. I didn't bother putting any times in because I was like, no, I'm not going to put a time in that's only half baked. Or, you know, like, I wasn't going to put in a submission that was half done. I'm not sure we're actually going to need... I mean, the lucky hit would be nice. I'm not sure we're going to need it, though. As per se. Then again, I mean, it's just the same as getting it up here. Maybe this is just okay. You're probably not going to need that. You got so much attack speed anyway. I don't know. I would have liked to have filled this out, though. Actually. Might have to sacrifice some of these life nodes. 2 nodes just to get a 2.5 attack speed. Probably can sacrifice that. So I do need quite a few nodes to be able to max this out. But with the melted heart, your life is reduced by... your life's reduced to 25%. So, yeah. I've already gone fairly minimal on the resistances and armor stuff, to be honest. We probably won't need those, actually, thinking about it. So how many more would we need? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I still need 7 nodes if I wanted to cap those out. So normally I wouldn't have so many glyphs that require like all the additives. You normally put one in here that doesn't require that, like Menadris or Hubris. But this will give me more damage overall. To be honest. Just trying to work out, is there a... I probably could just ignore this. Maybe we just do that. Honestly. It's like I said before, like, the max resource is nice. It is, I mean, to be fair, that's what, 8? I don't know. You probably do want, even if it's minimal, you probably do want that. Probably get away without this, and maybe that. You could probably get away with all these extra bits, to be honest. Armor might be interesting, but you can make up for it in skulls. You get a lot of resistances here. Which will probably mean our resistances will actually be fine. Do you know what's interesting? Resistances was always the thing that was tricky to solve on Spiritborn because of the 100% diminished returns. And you normally use the same Paragon boards, which means lightning and poison would always be the 2 you could solve easily and the other 3 not. But without the reduction and just diminishing returns, and when you masterwork your items, the resistances in theory will go up. Although we don't know if they start lower than this and go up afterwards, I don't know. But your resistances will probably be fine here. Along with your Paragon, you're going to be over resistance. You're probably going to want a skull here, to be honest. It's hard to say, but there's a lot of resistance in a Paragon tree, which we're not just losing now. So, I mean, you don't necessarily need these. I might have to just go about that. That's probably how I do it, to be honest. I got 1 spare, and I think... Oh, there's damage there. Well, you could have taken max life. You might want the max life, so I don't know how important those max lives will be. You could probably sacrifice that 2.5 attack speed there and there. Endo. Hey, how's it going, Endo? How you doing, dude? I gave you a little dance. I gave you a little dance, you cheeky so-and-so, you. Did they? No, so this is the thing, Armarin. I don't think there are armor and resistance caps anymore. It's gone back to how it was before they did that, I think. So as the more you stack, the less return you get. So there will be a cap, but it'll be by... You'll never be able to get to 100%. It's just, if you actually stack 200% resistance, you're going to end up with 75, maybe. I don't know. You get where I'm coming from. So it is caps, it's just done in a different way. But you don't get that, oh, you got torment level, and now you suddenly lost resistances. Your resistances will be the same, things will just hit harder. It will be easier for them to judge toughness based on that across all the different difficulties. I guess it's very hard for you to generate your toughness if you've got different defenses in different difficulties. That's why. Hey, Afrojack, how's it going? I have a question. Okay, Ed. I've heard once your season journey is maxed somewhere using rep, you can get up to 4 chaos to drop at once. The only place I've had that many drop at once was very rarely on Bartok in T4. You can get it so he drops all of his items as chaos items. It's extremely rare, but it can happen. The background music's good. You like it, Fumio? Nice. Yeah, it's all right. It's the stuff I like listening to. Well, it's stuff I've listened to my whole life, I suppose. The repeatable rep thing gives you 1 per cache, Afrojack. But if you've got 20 caches, you'll get 20 chaos items. As long as you've got your seasonal... In your seasonal ashes, the middle one, you need to max that one out. Yeah, the toughness score should actually well, as long as it's accurate, should give you an idea how good your defense is. So we'll have to learn what we need to do with toughness before you go up difficulties, roughly. Like where that will land you. But it will be something we can learn, you know? So I'm just tallying up my attack speed here. 2.5, 7.5, 10, 15, 20, 27.5. So we've got 27.5 in there. You can get 47.5 here, I think it is. So that's 75. Yeah, and then if you got a GA on Hesher, you'd be up at... Even without that, you'd be very close to 100. I mean, I've got an attack speed roll here. We really don't need attack speed there, I don't think. So I'll probably change that in a second. Just double checking the board, but I think we're pretty much there. I mean, that's probably fine for now. There's obviously a few bits of defenses we could change and chop and change. We haven't taken any of the lucky hit chance, but I guess it's not that important on this build. Done the mercenaries, done Paragon, gear. Yeah, I think we take attack speed off here. We'll see. Resource cost reduction would be nice, even though with the Starless you get 50%. More resource cost reduction, even if you only get like 5 or 4 or 5 from this, it's still more damage with the Rod of Kep. So we could take that. We've got vulnerable on this build anyway from the Quill Volley. It's either that or we take something healing based to assist with the temerity. So we've got lucky hit heal, but the lucky hit chance on these things... I mean, Ravager's pretty good for lucky hit chance, to be honest. So the lucky hit heal here is going to be really nice. I think we want life on hit, genuinely. I think that's probably what we want. Oh, we got life per hit. Oh, no, we're fine then. Then, yeah, resource cost reduction, probably. Unless they've made life regen really high on the board. In which case... I mean, they might even have life regen on the Paragon boards now. I don't know. But unless they've made that really high on rings, in which case you might want to take one of those just because it will help stack your temerity over time. But yeah, we'll take resource cost reduction because it's what we know. That gives you more damage. This is looking pretty good, I think. This is looking pretty solid. You'd probably go for all stats here, not max life, but we haven't got a lot of max life rolls on the build as per se. So I'm kind of going conservative on the, to make sure we have, make sure that with 25% life, we've got enough that when we do consume our, when we consume our resource, we'll be generating resource extremely fast as well. But you want to make sure that you've got enough life underneath. You don't get one shot. I'd have to test this. If the melted heart really screws you over, then I'll have to adapt it. Oh, potions. Here we go. Resourcefulness. Queen Supreme. I guess you just take the max life because it will just give you more life. I mean, unless we really need the armor, we could use Song of the Mountain. Otherwise, yeah, Redamine Buzz. I don't know. Maybe Song of the Mountain would be better. We'll do Redamine Buzz for now. Soothing Spices, of course. And then runes. You can't really use POC. You're not going to, without the Midnight Sun, you're not going to generate 9, 10, 15, 20,000 resource immediately. You're just not going to do it. So you're not going to spend that much percentage of your resource. So now we have to look at what else there is that we can make use of. The lucky hit healing healthy enemies could be one we could use. Obviously, Seer can work. Igni. Deal damage after not taking any within 2 seconds. We're never invulnerable, so I'll never reset. I mean, Neo could work as long as we're never actually taking health damage. Cast a non-channeled core skill is probably one. Cast a skill with a cooldown. We're going to be smashing our cooldowns. We could use Yol. We are going to be smashing our cooldowns pretty fast in this. Yeah, 50 for every cooldown. How fast do I think I'll be? You're probably going to take Tam here. That seems like a logical one. I'd almost say to go for Barry. Well, this is the thing, Afrojack. Where it says on these boots, where it says on the Melted Heart that it reduces your life by 75%, it doesn't specify maximum life. It just says it reduces your life. Does that mean your maximum life stays the same, but you now can only heal up to 25%? Or does it literally reduce your maximum life? If it reduces your maximum life, your barrier maximum goes down as well. But if it doesn't reduce your maximum life, your barrier maximum is still pretty high. But then with Temerity, with enough healing, maybe it doesn't matter. Because it's effective HP that matters, right? So, really just depends. We'll see. We'll see when we get to test it. We've got to pull in with the ultimates. We probably don't need that. So this is the only way we'd be able to get overpower in the build. The Zan rune. Your next attack will cause your hits to be guaranteed critical strike and overpower. But it's for 0.35 seconds. I mean, you'd really have to activate this extremely fast to be able to keep that up 100% of the time. But it would maybe allow us to gain access to overpower on the build. I mean, if you got the Tam, that's 12 attacks. So it's pretty, you're going to have to attack a lot before you get that. So you probably don't want that with Tam, to be honest. You've got all skills here. That's an easy one to activate. We don't need barrier, so that's solved. We're not going to get to 100% primary resource in this very quickly. We'll be able to reasonably get to that 500 cap, but getting to the getting to 9,000-12,000 might be tricky. I mean, if you need damage reduction, you can take Mott, to be honest. We could also take the Lum Room, honestly. And if the speed farming could just take Jar. I'm just wondering, actually. Is there a world where you can just jar around and just teleport around and it auto casts this? That'd be quite funny. It's got a 2-second cooldown on it. Blinking further, dealing damage and becoming unstoppable. Huh. Yeah. Don't need crit chance. Don't need this. I mean, the Lum Room could be a really solid option here just to give you some crazy amount of primary resource gen, honestly. Probably put that in the other one, though. For this one, it might just be best to put the Ohm Rune in. I don't know. Well, I was saying that. You'd have to cast it 24 times or something to activate this, which is a lot. There's a lot of casts before you get it. Starting to wonder if actually it'd be better just to go for a Seer. I quite like the combination of Seer. Where is it? Seer and Thol. Oh, wrong one. It's not a bad combination. Doesn't allow you to activate Thol as often as you'd need, but it's often enough, to be honest. Then again, actually, I think you'd probably more likely want Seer Lum, but... yeah, Hey, Troll, how's it going, man? Fellowship server, is it good? You've been having fun? Hey, Ricky, how's it going, dude? DJ Chrono Zimph, how's it going, guys? Any builds looking exciting? I mean, yes. I don't want to hype anything too much because this is all theory and there's a lot of unknowns. I don't know what the affixes are going to be. You know, I don't know what all the affix values are going to be, and maybe some of the stuff I'm putting in here will just be bugs and not work, or maybe I'm making assumptions wrong. So we'll have to see. The Spiritborn Rake build, my cooldown is not resetting. Can you help me, Paul? Yeah, no worries. On the evade build, you need to evade. So every time you rake, you need to evade and hit an enemy. And you need a Zepazontek on, and you need to have Thunder Spike on your hotbar. So when you evade, it also Thunder Spikes. And then when it hits an enemy, it reduces your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. And that instant resets your evade. But then when you... and with the Zepazontek, your Thunder Spike becomes its third attack every time. And if you look at the seasonal power, it says that basic skills that hit with their third attack reset your core skills cooldowns. So that's how. Does that make sense, Paul? It's super fun. Yeah, it looks fun. I haven't had a chance to play it, though. You cancelled your WoW sub today. Nice. How hard is it to pick up and play? Of all of you that have managed to play Fellowship a bit. Just out of intrigue. Not hard at all. Nice. I might have to pick it up and play it once we get a bit... After next week, I'll be a bit cool. I'll be a bit more chill, so I might actually have some time. A bit more time, anyway. Invoke power from another class. Oh, God. Raided by Rob again. Welcome in, guys. That's very unexpected. That is hugely unexpected. Well, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Rob, and people. Well, that's 2 days in a row. That's, yeah. That's, I don't even know what to say. Thanks, Rob. I mean, we were chatting earlier, right? Funnily enough, when you were talking about the quill body thing before, I've just put together a quill body build, which will probably be okay. We'll see. But and this all reflects across all the core skills, I guess. Oh, yeah. 1 sec. I'll grab that link and stick it in chat. I need to give you rights so you can link in my chat at some point. There you go. This is what you put. Oh, wrong keyboard. I don't think I really need to introduce Rob to everyone in my chat. But if you haven't, if for some reason you're not following him, you're doing life wrong, and you should click that link, and you should go give him a follow. I mean, if nothing else, he knows all of the things about the game. So, yeah. So go check him out, guys. And welcome in, everybody. If I didn't meet you yesterday, I'm Immortalized. I am the new Spiritborn lead at Mobilytics, so I like the game in general. You know, I've played a bunch of classes, as we do, and I'm a bit of a same as I'm sure most of us are. Massive Diabloholic. Who is Rob? I know, right? Yeah, who is Rob? Let me have a look at this link. 1 second. What is this you've linked me? Quill body. All right, nice. Oh, you put the tibbies on. Interesting. Your setup is similar. Your setup's similar. Yeah, okay, you put Thunder Spike on, fine. Yeah. I can see where you're going. Are you going for a full evade quill body with that? Is that your thinking? So my one, I'm toying around with that other idea we mentioned, Rob. I think for farming, I'd stick Thunder Spike on or something, but I am actually toying with the Melted Heart. For me, there's one big question here. Where it says 75% reduced life, does that reduce our maximum life, or does it just reduce our life like it did before? I don't know. And with the new affix values we don't have, how much max life will we have? If you can still end up with... So I'm actually really leaning towards this in Spiritborn right now, Rob, the Temerity. They changed the affix to have armor % on it. It just solves armor gen. It just solves barrier gen for us, pretty much. But, I mean, I absolutely could change this to the Tibbies as well. But when you've got the Melted Heart on, the max resource becomes negligible. This just solves barrier for us, though. And it gives Lucky Hit Heal, which will actually be quite... for effective HP. They're trying to push towards effective HP, but until we play it, we don't know how important that's going to be. On D3, effective HP and life per hit and life heal and all that was really important. That actually made you really tanky, didn't it? So it's like, we'll have to see how much like D3 they're pushing it. Music. Oh, well, glad you appreciate the music. That's good. Depends if the boots work like that. Yeah. I did have a thought, by the way, Rob. I thought it'd be quite funny. I don't know if it's possible, but imagine a world where you could put the jar rune on and then spam the hell out of jar. And just auto cast your skills with it. That'd be quite funny. But this setup I've got here, it will auto cast Rake for me. And the benefit of that is that gives me another means of generating ferocity in the background, and I guess another means of cooldown, because I'm using the bucket here. So actually, what have you got here in yours? Oh, I'm on one sec. I've got it on my other computer. It's going to be really fun. There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, I quite like the shake-up. Yeah, I say so. Oh, hang on. Your Ebel Waka's wrong on that build, Rob. You're not benefiting from the Ibawaka properly. You're using... Oh, no, 1 second. What am I talking about here? Oh. Oh, no, I see what you're doing. No, excuse me. No, I see what... Okay. So what skill are you thinking of casting here over and over? Because the Ibawaka, it makes all of your skills... That's going to make all of your skills Eagle and Jaguar, right? Okay, I can kind of see what you're doing there. Yeah, okay, you're not manual casting. That's a full evade quill volley, okay. Yeah, okay. I'll be really interested to see how that works for you. I'm not sure. I think you'd be better off with the Harlequins with that, genuinely. In a way. I know you lose all the multi-synergy, but that gives you a load of cooldown reduction, which will help with your evade in a big way. I have a feeling they're going to bump the base value of the cooldown on the Harlequins so that when you GA it, it'll be similar to what we were getting before. It might be a bit lower, might be a bit higher. Yeah. Just because you're not really... The Ibawaka only really benefits you if you're like using an attack skill and then you can use all 3 spirits to really gigajack it in some way. And you're not really doing that on that build so much, and your main damage is the... I guess you need the Eagle because of the evades and the Storm Feathers, don't you? So yeah. Anyway, it should be fun. I mean, I'm pretty sure evade's going to be an amazing speed run build, an amazing leveling build, amazing farming build still. I can't imagine it will be the top pit pushing or top tower build, but I imagine it will be a very good speed build still, whichever version you end up using, to be honest. But yeah, this is a standard quill volley, but you end up in this situation. It's like, do you want the Melted Heart? Or do you want the Banished Lords? So I'm nearly done now. I was just sort of on this build. I'm just toying with what runes to put on. If you take the Melted Heart, you can't use the Pock rune anymore because you're never realistically generating 10, 15, 20,000 resource unless you use the Midnight Sun Ring. Or... yeah, you're not realistically generating that much. Actually, that's not strictly true. Actually, I suppose Scourge does help here. It does grant you... I don't think they've changed Scourge. 60% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. If you can spam that pretty quickly, then I guess that would help you generate your vigor super fast. Oh, actually, no. Maybe I'm overthinking this. That gives you 60% of your maximum vigor. This gives you 100% resource gen. That gives you over 100% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. That's going over it. So assuming that stacks higher than 100%, you're now going into... And also, with everything else on, I think I worked out I'm at about 200% resource gen without real investment. That suddenly brings you up to 180% vigor generation here over 6 seconds. So now you're entering a region where you're going to generate your maximum vigor in 3 seconds or something. So as long as you can spam this over and over. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, as long as you can spam that over and over, then you're going to generate vigor like no tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it works. I'm actually going to put the lumber room in as well. I think you just want all the generation you can possibly get. Pretty much, I think it's going to be good. So I'm looking forward to it. Hey, Rockin', how's it going? And Shadow, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry if I missed anyone else, but I hope you had a great time, Rob stream. I'm sure you did. Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm sure this will change when I get around to actually trying it, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Can't really reasonably use the Quacks rune on this because you'll screw over your Rod of Kep. It only works if you're using the Banished Lords or if you're using the Midnight Sun. Yeah, Banished Lords, you'd be alright with it, but I'm keen to try the Melted Heart and see how glass cannon it actually is or isn't. If it's really, really, really squishy, then obviously we'll change this back to the Banished Lords, I guess. But I'm keen to give it a go. We'll see how that goes. I think we're going to have to put the lumber rune in here, though. Just everything possible to speed that up, maybe. There's no resource gen, I don't think. I mean, the other thing is the Zan rune, but I don't know if we can activate this fast enough, really. Although saying that, no, maybe. Although I'd need a better way of doing it. You could potentially go Zan with oh, I forget the names of them. With Zol. You only have to activate Zol twice and you get your Zan. Now the question is, the easiest way to activate this is actually to do the where is it? I know it when I see it. Where are you? I know it's the yellow one. I'm sure it is. Where are you? They didn't remove it, I don't think, did they? Mots. No. Q. Thol. Zik. What? It's the what? Because it's the cheapest one you can activate. That is another class's. Increased duration. So then you can just put on whichever one you can generate the fastest here, I suppose. So that's every 2 cooldown casts. You would generate that. Maybe that's the play, actually. That will probably be better than even Tam. Depends how fast you can attack. It's either 4 quill volley attacks or 2 cooldowns. But I think with the Prodigy's tempo, you're going to be smashing your cooldowns as fast as humanly possible. 2 cooldowns, you activate that. So it'll be 4 cooldowns to activate this. It'll be 8 attacks to be able to activate this. 4 cooldowns and you'll get your Zan. That's basically all 4 of these. You've got your Zan. Prodigy's tempo, 4 cooldowns, activate this. And you've got your ultimate in there as well. That will give you at least... It won't give you... It may not give you 100% overpower activation, but it'll give you at least a window of overpower activations in there. So that's a 1.5x. I just don't... We can't put the quacks in with this, I don't think. Hey, Captain Cuddles. Yeah, good. How are you doing, Cuddles? You good? Maybe that's the play. I mean, this Watt's pretty useful as well. It gives you the means of executing enemies. It slows them. It also makes them do less damage to you. So it's pretty good all round for that kind of stuff. So when it comes to like pit clearing, it's actually another way. It just reduces the amount of damage you need to do. So it is it is in a way a damage boost. If you look at it that way. Not against the boss, mind you. If this one doesn't work out very well, that's probably still the play, because you can just activate this so often. You get your 150 from this, and you can use that to activate any of these you like, but the Zan would be probably the most beneficial. I think. Yeah, Quacks you can't use because of the resource issue. It's either that, or we'd put the Lum Rune in, because you just want to... It might be the Lum Rune is the play, because you need to get to 100% resource to activate your Rod of Kep. Yeah. The more and more I look at it, the more and more it's like the Ring of Midnight Sun is like a must-have. The Melted Heart and Ring of Midnight Sun instantly solves this. It might be I will actually have to have the Midnight Sun on this version. It might be you have to have that. Because, well, the 100% resource with the Midnight Hunt means you instantly solve resource gen. You're not even worried about it at that point. So you'd probably have to take the Ring of Starless off. Because you're always critting 100% of the time. You get 50, assuming that it is still 50% and it actually does still do that. The Melted Heart instantly means it'll instantly fill. It doesn't matter how much resource you've got then, it just fills it for you. And then you can just consume it over and over and over and over and over again. And then you can use the Pock Rune again. Okay, no, I think that's probably the play. I think, although the resource cost reduction here is really nice, the attack speed and stuff, it does mean we'd be able to put in Ring of Midnight. I think that's got, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that we'd have to do this. When you critically strike, you regain 50% of the vigor you spent in the last 2 seconds, yeah. Hey, Odd Callous Smoke, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Spirit builds. Yeah, I'm pretty much just primary on Spiritborn. That's mainly all I'm going to have time to test next week. So I'll be testing all of the Spiritborn stuff. So many outcomes, Bobster, yeah. So, like, the Ring of Starless is really, really good for damage, right? But when you've got the Melted Heart on, worst case scenario, you're going to have 2,000 dexterity unless they've really drastically reduced dexterity. We'll see. Okay, let's say worst case scenario, you're going to have 1,000 dexterity. That means you're going to have 3,000 primary resource just from the Melted Heart. And they've made nearly every source of resource gen be a... They've made nearly every source of resource gen become a flat value now. There are a couple that aren't. I mean, even with Scourge, as I said before, with the 60% here, if you're using the Midnight Sun, you wouldn't need Reinforced Scourge here. You would go for Adaptable Scourge instead. Hitting an enemy affected by Scourge has a 60% chance to lifesteal, or 35% of damage. The benefit of that is that means your Temerity will insta-heal instantly. It'll be ridiculous you'd do this. But the Starless would give you core ranks, it gives you attack speeds. The crit chance doesn't matter. The lucky hit's nice, but it's not that important. It gives you 50x damage, and it gives you the resource cost reduction. But if you can't activate the Rod of Kep regularly, like literally every attack, then that's a massive loss of damage on itself. So we do get cooldown reduction on here. That's kind of nice. And you'd focus that as well. And it does mean you don't have to have counterattack on the bar. Which means if I need to have Rake on the bar for it to auto-cast, I could actually not have counterattack on. I think I'll start with the Ring of Midnight Sun. If we can optimize it out, we can do that. That's probably the play. And then we can actually use the Pock Rune again. Because the benefit of this is we can do this now. Pock gives 100, so it will activate that. You'd have to do 2 attacks. So it'd be 4 attacks to activate that, or 3. Yeah, so you just put the Pock Rune in here. Pock Zan. 3 attacks, consume your resource 3 times. Can you do 3 attacks in 0.35 seconds? Probably not. But it does mean your attacks will overpower sometimes. Without the Melted Heart, you're not getting to 500 resource, so you're not going to be able to benefit from the maximum of the Rod of Kep. And if you're taking that, if you're doing that, you need to take the aspect of adaptability as well, so you get the double dipping of the resource scaling. Yeah. Hey, Lower, how's it going? The Starless is a big damage boost, but we do have a lot of... because we've got the boots with core skills on it, that diminishes the return on core skills on the ring. It's the resource cost reduction that it gives that's really particularly good. So we've got some resource cost reduction here. But obviously we don't have any anywhere else, so that's going to cost us some damage. But if you could get away without the Protector cooldown here, you could put resource cost reduction there as well. Which, honestly, you might be able to get away with on this build. You got cooldown reduction here. You've got Prodigy's tempo on. You're going to have cooldown reduction in Potent. You got a little bit there, in fact. Only a little bit, but you have got some. Yeah. I mean, Prodigy's tempo is to play. It just means you can smash stuff like no tomorrow. We don't necessarily need that anymore. We could put another one in here. Well, you can always get Vex for more ranks if you feel that's actually useful. Or you can put Thol or Omen. Don't need Q. Quacks. I mean, we could consider using Quacks. Actually, by doing this, you can use Quacks. That gives us 100x that gives us 100x extra damage because we're spending all the resource anyway, aren't we? You'd have to put that on the POC though. That's actually technically more damage. That's for 1 second. It gives you a bigger window. That's probably better to put. It's probably better to go POC Quacks here. You're spending all the resource anyway, so you might as well take this. 4 attacks. You could probably reasonably get 2 or 3 attacks in a second. You'll be able to keep that up a majority of the time. Probably. It'll be close. Bleed's here. How you doing, Bleed? Common Plague. So many uniques. Well, that's the thing, right? I know, right? I mean, you're going to take a unique or the Harleys here regardless, aren't you? You're just going to do that. You're going to take the Shroud. The Hesher's just too good not to take in all regards. You could take the Temerity off, but all you're going to do is replace it with a... You can't put anything else damage here. You could put a Tibby's here, maybe. But when you've got the Melted Heart, the max resource isn't that useful. I suppose that gives you damage, but this just straight up solves barrier gen. Like, to the point where... So, Visca's Shield is our strongest legendary node on Spiritborn, but only if you're at 100% barrier all the time. And Protector is not good enough to keep you there all the time, but between the Protector and Temerity, you should be pretty much there all the time, I think. You don't need the Path of Emissaries. You could change that for something else. But this is pretty good because of the core skill ranks. And it gives you loads of movement speed, which means Brilliance is just insta-capped. Obviously, you have to have the Rod of Kep. Like, you have to. You don't need the Melted Heart, but if you didn't take this, you'll take the Banished Lords. You don't need... Well, I just swapped this from a Starless to Midnight Sun. That does mean I'll probably change, well... I'll need to change back to attack speed on here, I think. So I've got enough attack speed on the build. I really wanted life per hit. There might be life per hit in the Paragon boards now. I don't know. Yeah, I might have to just do this and just YOLO it, I suppose. You might have to do that. So yeah, it's just a lot of uniques. But they're just really, really good. I can't see why the glove... Yeah, this is just better than the legendary gloves. It's better than the legendary boots. Yeah, it's just one of those weird... It's one of those weird things, isn't it? I am a hero. First time chat. How's it going? A return to form. Well, it's a return to how it was before. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Now, the question is, which one of these do I take? We got the Quacks. And that's really the only realistic way you're going to activate it fast, I think. Actually, hang on a minute. So POC gives 100, so you have to do it 4 times to get Quacks. Hang on a minute. But if you go... No, hang on a minute. We can actually optimize this. Look. If you do POC what? That's 100. So assuming every attack, with the Reading of Midnight Sun, every attack will be 100% resource. Like, you don't even have to solve resource gen. The Melted Heart does that for you. So you're guaranteed to every attack always consume all your vigor. So you're always going to have 100 on this. So that's always going to activate. Oh, it's got a 1 second cooldown on it. I didn't see that it added that. That's annoying. I was going to say, imagine if you could spam that. That would be 100. That would then generate 150 on this, and it'd be 3 attacks to activate this, not 4. But yeah, that won't work because it'll be a 4 second cooldown. That is a bummer. Okay, we'll ignore that. Okay, well, Yol or Tam is probably the other options here. Or Seer Vex or something. I don't know. You normally end up just going towards these damage ones, right? Like Ohm or Thol. We don't need the Vulnerable as per se. That's got a 1 second cooldown. That lasts for 6 seconds, so it's a bit easier to keep up, but you just need to generate 600 offering, which is probably doable. Vex is really easy to activate. You just use the Seer rune on it, and then you're golden. Done. 3 ranks to all your skills. Making it even easier to keep Armored Hired up. Giving you even more base ferocity here. The more base ranks we've got on Ravager, the more base ferocity, minimum ferocity we get, etc., etc. That gives you more. I mean, Seer Vex is probably a solid option here because it's just easy to activate. You don't have to worry about it. I think I'm just going to stick that in. There might be a more optimal version, but that's a pretty. I'm not gonna. I don't want to spend too long on this. I've already spent ages on it. If you find a 4GA, it's still rubbish. The Chaos Uniques ruined all the normal Uniques. Well, yes, but they're not in the next season, are they, Bobster? He was using a 4GA Crown of Lucian before he replaced it with a Chaos. You're doing well. Oh, you're a little sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you feel better soon. But I think this is probably good enough. I mean, this is more than good enough. This'll work well, except when you're attacking and your resources flying up and down, up and down, up and down. If you've only got 1,000, if you've only got like 4,000 or 5,000 max life, and your barrier only goes that high, are we going to get one shot by everything between attacks? I don't know. We'll see. If we do, then this won't work. But if it doesn't, then this is cracked. Because the thing is, right, the only other way you're getting to 500 maximum resource on this is using the Ring of Midday Hunt. It's the only way. Even if you've got max resource on Tibbies, max resource on the Harlequins with GAs, max resource scaling in the Paragon board, even with all of that and the potion, you would still need a midday hunt to get to 500 max resource, unless they've drastically changed things in the Paragon board and we don't know. So, and that then retracts. You would still need the midday sun, probably, the midnight sun. So you wouldn't be able to use adaptability. Well, I suppose you could. You put adaptability up here and you put midday hunt here. You wouldn't be able to use the banished lords. You'd use a legendary amulet instead and put adaptability up here. So that is another option. You could do that, and that would give you the cooldown. That's another configuration you could do. But we'll try with this to start with. I mean, this does essentially mean, actually, for Ravager, for example, I don't necessarily need that, although the dash is quite nice. You could come up here. This actually does give you quite a lot of damage. If you've got enough healing, and we're going to have a lot of passive healing on this build. On elites, it does mean you strike more often, which means the Jaguar primary will stack up quicker and attack more quickly, which actually would be very, very useful on this build, to be fair. You might actually want to go that way. Single target's typically quite bad, but you'd be surprised. I've done this on builds before. I've literally put like life regen on builds before or something, just a life source. And it is with the way that the Jaguar primary works before, where it collected all the damage, you just wanted to get that 15th attack as quickly as possible and as often as possible. And that, as long as you're generating enough stacks quickly enough, would allow you to get there a hell of a lot faster, because it's while active, which it should be all the time. When you strike an elite enemy, it'll strike them up to an additional 4 times for every attack. That means 3 attacks and you activate your Jaguar primary. And you don't need that 30% generation here. We've got so much anyway. So yeah, that's probably the play. And then you got the light, you got well, no, with Scourge, you've just got constant life gen here. It's ridiculous. You're going to life steal so fast, it's going to be mental. So yeah, I think that's good. I think this is fine. We can just put the mythic build in here. Mythic build. Sweet. All right, I think that was done. They changed temerity. They did, yeah. I keep swaying towards it because now it's got armor % on it and it's got flat max life. If you get 100% of this, it just allows you to insta-cap your barrier through healing. And they're adding a lot of healing in Season 11. It's one of the big things they're doing. They're adding healing received. They're adding lucky. This lucky hit heal is already in there. But you're getting life on hit. Life per hit's going to be giga with Ravager. You're going to be in a situation where it's like everything you hit with is just going to be generating life. So you're just going to generate barrier. And then you can... I don't know how high life regen's going to go, or what, there might even be some of this in the Paragon boards. So I think temerity is going to be really good on a lot of Spiritborn builds just to solve your barrier, so you don't have to use a Q rune. Which then means if you use a Q rune, you need 122% barrier gen to be able to get your barrier all the way up. Well, and maybe a little bit less if you've got the protector on. But it puts a pressure on barrier gen. This just means I can just go full dexterity up here. Or if you really want more barrier gen, so you get this even faster, you could put barrier gen here, but you probably don't need that. Just go full dex for damage. Yeah. I think this is good. This is good. All right. Is there a way of duplicating builds on this? I don't know. Oh, you can. Okay, sweet. I can tick that one off. Quill Volley, Planner. Let's do Rake next, because that actually won't be too much. This is the thing, right? These 4 core skill builds will be similar in their own ways. The only problem with this is, where on earth do I put... I can't put in rebounding aspects or anything here. That's the one that was really throwing me off. Like for Rake, where do I put Wild Claws? I actually don't know. I guess you just don't take Wild Claws. Don't have enough slots. It's like, Wild Claws is not likely to beat this. It's just too much good on that. And this gives a 300x damage boost with the Melted Heart, which is insane. There's no point taking aspects of adaptability, really, unless you've got the really big amount of resource to start with. I don't think. So you end up in a situation where you don't have the Wild Claws. Yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah, Galmod. So I've used Temerity in the endgame once before. Funnily enough, they've just added an item in the coming season for Sorks to play 0 defense skill builds. I played a Burn Hydra that way for many seasons, using Tenuous Destruction before Ophidian Iris was a thing. And that is how I made that build even T4 viable, because that gave me enough damage and it made me invincible. There was so much healing from firebolt and warmth with all the burning, you just never died. I can literally just tank everything because you're generating barrier for days. So I found it quite funny when I saw that mace. I was like, they're finally doing it. But I mean, I don't know if this will be the best thing, but it certainly solves one. When you build a build, it's all about, you've got all these different components and you need to solve all those different components, right? There is actually one thing I forgot to do on that last build. But you're trying to solve armor, resistances, barrier. For Spiritborn, definitely barrier. And so on and so on, right? You're trying to solve all these different things whilst getting the most damage possible at the end of it. I forgot to put these in. We don't need the movement speed so much here. And we are unstoppable, so we can stick that one up here. Don't care about them. What else we got? Oh, that's right. No, we're definitely putting that in Fury Purified. This is my point, right? Fortify is now another sense, another... Oh, actually, I don't know. We might never actually take life damage on this build. Fortify actually won't benefit us here unless we've taken damage on life. Because it doesn't actually heal you generating... I don't think that's going to generate life stacks for you on Ravager unless it actually heals you. So maybe that won't be as useful as I think. Briefly gain maximum barrier after becoming injured. That might be really good. If you become injured, you just instantly fully barrier. It's like a... It's not going to save you from a full one-shot, but if you take 75% life damage or something through your barrier in your life, it would give you your barrier back and save you. Maybe that would be good. But you're going to put resistance and armor in here, I think. I don't even care about that because we're already unstoppable permanently. We're never not going to be unstoppable on this build, so... Let's work out which ones are going in the bad slots first. Really don't care for healing potions. And I really don't care that they consume one of my healing potions. So, so that could go there. And I guess the rest will go in here, right? Easy peasy. Armor, barrier. I guess we've got the Falsify just in case. And resistance seems reasonable. Solved. I've worked out with these. The best thing to do is work out which ones you're actually okay sacrificing here. Because once you've done those, you just slip the rest in here. These are good. These are all good. These are just the bad ones. These are the ones that will give you the bad, corrupted stuff. So that's it. They're going to regenerate like PoE? Well, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? For the first time, you saw crushing hand builds. Yeah, that one's going to be interesting because, like, you really want the aspect for that. Just hope to sanctify an item with wild claws. Oh, nerd. Yes. That's how you solve that problem. Everybody, we want all the uniques. All of them. That's how you solve it. Yes. Yes. You sanctify every item and pray to God that you get wild claws. And then problem solved. Yes. What happens when you sanctify a unique, though? I suppose it'll, if you've got 100% roll in your base on your unique, it'll probably just roll 100% whatever it rolls as well with sanctify, right? Could you imagine if you've got a triple RNG, you're not sure what sanctify you're going to get, you're not sure what legendary power you're going to get, and then when you do, you're not sure if you're going to get a bad or good one. Imagine, that'd be so bad. I don't think, if it is like that, we'll definitely push back on that. Yeah, okay, no, this is the play. This is the play. You just elevate the build by praying to absolute gods that you get the wild claws, and you could roll that on any of these, right? That's how you get your aspects. So your GG builds would be redirected force, wild claws, or quill body, rebounding aspects, and you'd slap on maybe some other... We'll have to see what the sanctified aspects are as well. Yeah, no, that's a really good point, nerd. I'm glad you said that. I'm being a dumbass. I forgot about that. Keep all of your uniques. Keep all of them. Spiritborn uniques. The benefit of this is, guys, and it's going to be a bit better than Season 10, apart from your mythics, you can target farm the absolute living daylight out of this build. Look, everything except that amulet. The chest you can just stick any chest on. You could stick any chest on. It really doesn't matter. Anything that's useful for damage reduction and whatever. This is just the best in slot, but you don't need this, right? But all of these, you can just target farm, target farm, target farm, target farm, all of those. Yeah, it might take you a while, but you can just accrue 20 Rod of Kepaleka, 1 GAs with core skill, hit twice, maximum damage, and off you go. Just keep going until you get the Sanctifier you want. Or at least something good. So the Sanctifier might be the hard bit, but you could do that. The Melted Heart would be the hardest. I'm starting to wonder now, actually. This will work well, the Melted Heart, because you could stick on... You could try and get a Temerity, for example, that has a... one of the... if you would die, you don't anymore. You've got a 20-second cooldown, but it stops you from getting one shot. If it's like occasionally you might get one shot, you just stick that on to prevent it, and then you're golden. Yeah, that is a really, really good shout. Yeah. Yeah, okay, but that's how we do it then. You haven't got space to fit Wild Claws on before unless you want to sacrifice one of these, basically. You can't not have these, I think. If you've got the Melted Heart, you've got to have the Midnight Sun. I just don't think this works otherwise. Hesher, you could sacrifice, but it's a lot of damage loss. And it would make the Protector feel bad to play. So, I think you just play like this. Banished Lords. Well, that if you're using Melted Heart, you're not doing Banished Lords, right? Unless you can Sanctify... You're hoping Sanctify Rotting Lightbringer with Rabid Bear. Yeah, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Yeah, Zeref, good. How you doing, Zeref? You good? That is a good point, yeah. That's piqued my interest. Yeah, I know, Hyru, I know. You too, dudes. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Okay, right, let's go to the rake. So the rake build's going to be really similar in a lot of ways. Let's just put these back in. So, yeah, we don't need to worry. Oh, not that one. Which ones did I put in here again? Do you know what I'm going to do? Let's just reduplicate it because I haven't actually done anything to it. One sec. Did I just delete the Quill Volley one? What? What did I do? Oh, I did. Oh, that's all right. Oh, that's fine. We'll just do that instead. Problem solved. That's it. They'll be basically the same. There's no reason why not. They've got exactly the same perks. So that's no problem. So the only real difference here is you're going to go Rake, right? If you're using the Ibawaki, you're not going to go Primary Jaguar. You'll go Primary Eagle. Probably. Or, well, yeah. That gives you the vulnerable... Well, just thinking about this. With the boots, you might occasionally fire out your Quill... Oh, what the hell's happening here? It might occasionally fire out Quill Volley. So you're going to swap those. Yeah, you take that just for the extra vulnerable application, I suppose. It's either that, or you go for Crushing Hand instead. That gives you a knockdown, I don't know. Or a bit of Barrier Gen, maybe. But you got the Temerity, so you probably get away without it. Hey, Prince95, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Welcome in. How you doing? You're not counting on picking up any mythics. I don't care about them. Oh, when I get to actual season, my builds always have non-mythic variants, and then I have a this is your GG like strive for variant. But in the PTR, obviously we're going to be able to cheat a load of stuff to ourselves, right? So I plan on doing that, to be honest. We don't need the movement speed from this. The only thing we're benefiting from Eagle here is the vulnerable, to be honest. And resolves damage and accuracy on stop. I mean, that's probably the play. You can go Gorilla Eagle and then get access to the Revenge glyph, but I'll have a look at the glyphs first in a Paragon board, I think, before I decide which way around we're going to do that. Centipede probably isn't the play here. It really doesn't matter what the starting ones is. This will be the same. We'll chop and change that according to what the primary Spirit Hall will be. This stays all the same. This stays the same. This all stays the same, assuming because we'll use those 3 halls. This stays the same. And then if you use Prodigy's Tempo, you're good. I mean, there is a world where adaptive stances does give more damage and more attack speed, but you'd need to solve your cooldowns. I'm thinking for Rake, it might be better not to use the Ibawaka, actually. Very specifically to Rake, because the Jaguar Primary Hall will give you more damage. This doesn't actually do a lot for us. This here just means this will also cast Rake for us. This does give us a lot of damage. It's 120x damage. But I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. I mean, the damage on this might just be completely insane. You could potentially look at the Loyalty's Mantle, giving you double up on the primary. Massive, ridiculous. This gives you 60% vigor cost reduction, which scales your Rod of Kepper because it's resource cost reduction, right? And it also gives you an insane amount of cooldown reduction. So you do have a damage scaler in there just because of the Rod of Kep. You got exactly the same stats, affixes. Gives you the 60% cooldown on your Jaguar skills. So that's not going to help much on these. You've got a lot of Protector cooldown reduction already. And you've got cooldown reduction here. And you've got cooldown reduction in Potent. So your cooldown on this. And you've got a lot of ranks in this. So... Oh no, if you use the Lord's Mantle, the Hesherek Kasungi goes out the window, doesn't it? You'd have to use the Jaguar Primary. Which gives you all the Ferocity, which gives you more attack speed. Which then means you could put the Wild Claws on. But you do lose all those ranks. Or you can use the Harleys. You'd have to go, yeah, if without the Ibawaka, you're going to have to use Gorilla Primary. The max resource isn't doing much for us. The cooldown's not too bad. Damage reduction, probably unnecessary. So when I did this build back in Season 6, the best Rake build was Lord's Mantle because of the Jaguar Primary. I'm starting to think that actually that's better for this build. You get Ferocity when you hit with Rake. So you're just going to be at max Ferocity all the time. You got 2 options of the boots. You could go Duelists, but this probably gives you more damage because of the core skills. This here is not actually doing much for us now. I think you have to change your ultimate. So this down here. Might even need to work out to get more points in this. This gives you 30% attack speed in attack speed bucket 2, and it doubles your core stats. And the important thing with this is, by doubling your core stats, it's going to double up your resource, which is pretty insane. Although I suppose you're just spending it all the time, but that's irrelevant. But it gives you loads of damage and stuff as well. That does give you a load of mobility. Does mean we'll want to pull in. So you're probably going to want to change Vex here to Cry. But we haven't got a very big pull in on it. So that's an issue. Hey, easy. How's it going? I do remember I used this as a loyalties mantle build back in Season 6, and it was better than Ibawaka on this build specifically because of that damage on the primary. Doubling that damage up, and the speed at which you could stack it up with Wild Claws was pretty insane. The faster I attack, the quicker this is just going to keep flicking my resource back to maximum again. So I guess, yeah, you probably would do this, actually. And you'd go Rake here. Dexterity here. And you could put resource cost reduction here as well, right? Yes. Although you're going to want attack speed, actually. You're probably going to want to do that. Tempering stat as well. Oh, yeah, we've got a tempering stat. Then we can do that utility one for the Cry rune. Potency Pestilent. We don't need Rake size. Vortex size is probably the play. Yep. Vortex size. That gives you kind of need Wild Claws on Rake. It's just the way it works. You're going to get 4 of them every attack. And with the new way Potent is and everything, you're going to have so much attack speed. You get 30% extra. Yeah, you're going to have and you're going to have so many stacks of... You're going to be like between 120 and 166. You want to be at 166% attack speed, really. So it might end up being that Legendary Boots would actually be better. Just because you'd be able to... although the core ranks are nice, it would give you the old... extra the duelist ranks for the extra attack speed, but I'll leave that on by default for now. And you can see how that pans out. And then yeah, you're going to put the Cry rune in here with Vortex because that gives you the pull in. You want the pull in so you can just attack things in a group and just constantly pull them inwards. Do it every 3 seconds. So the Seer rune with the Cry works pretty well, but you can use an Igni rune with this as well. That works pretty decent as well. They all work. Igni works pretty well on this. Store's offering every 0.3 seconds. So 3 seconds would give you 250. So it's not quite enough for this. And then that's... You need to cast 5 skills after 3 seconds. So Igni's probably slightly quicker here. Or you could just use a Yol rune. Or what's that? 3 second cooldown. Or the Tam rune. But you'd have to cast 12 times. That's 6 cooldowns. Not sure how often we're going to be smashing all of our cooldowns in general. 12 attacks is a lot in 3 seconds. Yeah, it's got to be Seer or Igni. Probably just do Igni. 3.6 seconds. It's probably quicker than Seer. I'm pretty sure this is what I did before. Seems reasonable. Just double check these again. We're not unstoppable by default. That is the only thing here, actually. I haven't got on, so I would actually need to change this. There is actually something I can do to fix that, though. I'll just need to work out where the points are coming from. Okay, we don't need to spend these here. You need 3 there. So that means every time we're aiming so we can cast Hunter basically every 6 seconds. Which should be achievable here. And if you can do that, you get unstoppable for 6 seconds here. So that's your unstoppable sorted for the build. Hey, Eamon, what melted heart on build? Why? This is for season 11, right? They're changing the melted heart in season 11 so that for every point of primary stat you have, so on Spiritborn, every single dexterity you've got will give you 3 primary resource, 3%. So if you've got 1,000 dexterity, you should get 3,000 primary resource and so on. But it reduces your life by 75%. And it just gives you a godly amount of resource generation. This plus the Ring of Midnight Sun instantly solves every attack for Rod of Kepaleka. The only question is, will I be too squishy? But if I'm not, this is the easiest way for us to get the 500 cap on the adaptability in Rod of Kep. Pretty much. That's why. I hope that makes sense. And it's going to be a good amulet, yeah. Hando, how's it going, man? It's a good question, because obviously if people haven't seen that for the next season, it is a meme. It has been a meme since the beginning of, since like the very first season of the game, when then they broke it and it's no good anymore. It's not really been good for a very long time, so I understand why people would ask. Odin, I'm good. How you doing, Odin? You good? Jaguar primary's changing next season, Death Dealer, so... And yeah, easy, I'm good. Yeah, Melted Heart of Chaos Inoculation. I know, exactly, right? Exactly. Got the resource cost reduction here. Resource cost reduction there. Resource cost reduction. We've got a decent amount of resource cost reduction on the build. Loads on there, so we're going to be getting all the resource cost reduction benefits from Rod of Kep. We've got Unstoppable. Mercenaries will be the same, so that's fine for now. I don't know if I'd need to cap this. And honestly, don't really... I mean, this has got ranks of core skills in it. That's the only main reason I'd want to put it on. So I guess we just put... Yeah, I'm going to leave this on to test it. If it might be, like I say, a legendary pair of boots with duelist would be better. 5 stacks of ferocity is another 25% attack speed, which might just be better than the core ranks. But then this will just get... It depends how many ranks we get here, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, actually, since we're all fully Jaguar, I suppose the only problem with going full Jaguar is we don't get the benefit of that. Or Brilliance. But Brilliance only goes to 18x damage anyway. Best case scenario. And this here's 15x damage. Best case scenario. So it's a 1.15 and a 1.18. That's all I've lost there from that synergy, really. So it's not actually as painful as it seems. That does free up a few points. How many gorilla skills have I got on bar? Just 1. So it frees up a few points, so I can stick them elsewhere, right? I mean, actually, to be fair, actually, we don't need to do that because the Shroud solves that for us. Just 1 point in Nourishment gives you 20% more healings. That's quite nice. I guess, honestly, cap that out because that definitely will give us the cooldown we want. And we got 2 points left, so might want intricacy on this just to make sure we can spam our skills, but... And we got an extra bit of healing there. And that's probably fine. That pair of gloves for the protector is really, really, really good. It is really good. But having the aspects of wild claws, it essentially doubles our damage. It's a 2x multiplier. If you hit twice, it also does 2 of them. So, and yeah, so you're either going to use aspects of wild, and it gives you more cooldown reduction from the aspects of wild claws and so on and so on. You could also just put redirected force on here. That might actually give you more damage than this, to be fair. As long as you've got this up 100% of the time, that would give you another 140x damage. So it may well be between this or redirected force would be better. I'd have to try the difference. I think this will be better for farming, and redirected force will be better for attacks. I think that's the play there. Just triple check that. Seems fine. Seems fine. I mean, I guess these can... Just looks weird having evade on there. Oh no, screw it, we'll leave it. Fine, fine, fine. Damage reduction. Yes, yes, yes. That all seems fine. Yeah, because each space spirit gives you different bonuses when you're using them. Jaguar is probably one of the best because of the attack speed. That does go into attack speed bucket 2 as well. I mean, this is nice for the extra ranks and the cooldown reduction, so you could end up going back to Prodigy's tempo. But I do remember Adaptive Stance is giving me more damage in the past than Prodigy's tempo, so long as you could solve it so you can spam your Hunter often enough, which with the cooldown reset on Hunter, you can kind of get to. If you can spam Hunter every 6 seconds without needing Prodigy's tempo, you can get a lot of cooldown reduction by default on the Rake build, because you can put Wildfire in here. That gives you a lucky hit. Fire damage direct, reducing your cooldown, so that's really nice. We won't use Talon anymore, so... What we got? We're not dealing Thorns damage. Hone. Yeah, this is sad. I really wish they'd changed this. Like, crit chance in the middle is pointless. I don't understand why we've got that. It should be something else. Like, this probably just needs to be, like, increased Jaguar skilled damage in the middle or something like this, because there's no purpose for it. Like, you don't need increased crit chance. I might actually put that forward in feedback. We can just use Headhunter if nothing else is useful. You can use Guzzler. I can, because I'm using the temerity, I can just consume potions regardless of my HP. So that's 2 12x's. You just got to remember to keep consuming them, that's all. It's just a bit annoying. Where am I from? Near London, Bobster, in England. I stream the unsociable hours because I'm a degenerate. Hey, Gorsh, how's it going? Fitness. Skills that critically hit generate vigor. Crit damage. This one works extremely well. Extremely well on Quill Volley. If you've got Wild Claws on, you've got 4 attacks per attack. You don't really need to generate vigor, though, because you're solving it with Midnight Sun. It's an okay option. I mean, it's got a 14x and it's got additive on it, so it's probably better than some other options. Hey, Sony T1, coming with a follow. Welcome in, dudes. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. You're from the Netherlands. Hey, nice. You can just, yeah, you can just about wave to me. Nice. I haven't been to Holland for a long time. I used to go there quite a lot when I was a child. My mum and dad used to take us there. I went to Efteling a few times. You may or may not know what that is. That massive theme park. Yeah, I went there a bunch of times. Yeah, I went there loads of times. I haven't been there in a long time, but I did go when I was when I was young. Could probably go without this. I missed a node here. In fact, I probably missed it over here as well, didn't I? Let's just double check that. Because honestly, that's less important than that, I would say. Problem solved. Yeah, Wildfire's good. We'll come back to that one. Spirit makes sense. Canny definitely makes sense. Colossal, not so much, actually. Although, because we're not gorilla skills anymore, we are going to be close and we will have the resolve stacks. So it is a 16x and a 12.2x. So there is that, but we could just not do this. I think this is what I did in the past. It's the Jaguar glyphs are so like... they're so meh. It's annoying. I need to put forward a case for getting those changed. The benefit of this actually is I can then go for the lucky hit clusters. Just for extra lucky hit. Which does benefit us with the wildfire glyph. Hey, Opinionated Fairy coming in with the follow as well. Welcome in. Is there a crit cap? Can you reach 100%? Yes. Yes, you can. And on this build, you don't even need to, because the way that this weapon works here, it says when you're at maximum resource, your core skills consume all of that resource to return to full damage, cast at their largest size, and become guaranteed critical strikes. So as long as you're at maximum resource, when you hit with your skill, boom, you're going to guarantee crit. So there are different methods of getting there rather than just stacking 100% crit chance. But yes, you can just stack 100% crit chance and it will be a guaranteed crit. No problem. You're welcome. My big question is, what do I replace Talon with? Because this is probably fine. You've got 8 stacks of resolve. That's 16%. It's still bigger multipliers than most glyphs. The additive's a bit meh, but you probably just stick Headhunter in here, I guess, actually, to be honest. Because it's a 10 in the middle, 10 on the bottom, and it scales your resource. Oh, yeah, if we're using adaptive stances, it actually makes a lot of sense to use Headhunter. Because we've got 110 dexterity in here, which means we'll get 220 dexterity out. No, we won't. We'll get 110 minus... It'll be 91, because you've got... It only scales the normal nodes. So we'll get 182 dex. 202 dex out of that area, which then goes to 404 dex with the adaptive stances ability on. So that's actually pretty solid, I would say. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I feel like Hone is the big one for me. I might recommend they change this. Like, there's no dedicated Jaguar skill ones other than Wildfire is a dedicated fire glyph, so I suppose that is Jaguar. But this is a dedicated Jaguar glyph. But you never really need the crit chance that I've seen, really. I don't know. It's kind of in a weird place. You can kind of... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something I've missed. Obviously, if I was using the Harmony of Evil Waka rather than the loyalties, you've got access to all these other eagle skills. But then this is lightning damage on the bottom, so that wouldn't actually work for us. So you still end up in a situation where there's not much synergy you can use. The main one you can use that's got the synergy is the Colossal. You get the gorilla skill damage at the top, but you just don't worry about that. You just treat this like an easy activator instead with big multipliers. I think this is fine. Save that. Mercenaries are the same. Check the stats, and then I think that's done. Easy claps. Dex, armor, cooldown, resource. I have a feeling Crushing Hands will end up being similar to this. Oh, no, it won't. It will use the Hesher because you're using the Gorilla, aren't you? That makes a lot of sense, yeah. This should work okay. Will this be stronger than Quill Volley? I don't know. You might end up putting in the redirected force here. That is a big multiplier. We don't have another build. But then again, you could just get... You'd look to sanctify redirected force on this build regardless. On any of these. That would be a mandatory sanctification, but it would be really hard to get. But if you could get that on any offensive slot, you're golden. Any of them. In fact, you'd probably want that on your weapon. Because... That's actually, do you know what? It's really interesting, guys, actually. Because you actually want adaptability on your amulet. So the perfect melted heart of Selig would be this with sanctificated adaptability. That would be the perfect one for this build. In fact, that would be the perfect melted heart. Probably. For most classes. Because this gives you that resource. Yeah, that would, for this build, that would be the perfect melted heart for Spiritborn. For the builds you're going to use it for. And then that frees up this, so you can do something else with it. I mean, you could do that. Imagine that. You do that, and then you stick in a midday hunt or something. Oh, you don't need that on this, but you could stick in something else here. Useful or not. Or another aspect, another damage aspect. So that's how you're going to scale your damage. I can actually see where they're going with sanctification here. That's how you get your power creep. There's a lot of hidden damage if you're going to go there. It's going to be really hard to get them, but that's how you're going to get your power creeps. You're going to have to farm and farm and farm. But if you get those the right sanctifications with those aspects, I think the aspects are likely to be the strongest thing, unless there's some absolutely bananas sanctificated affixes. Indestructible is useless. I don't understand why that's there. I'm hoping they'll remove that after the PTR. Unless it's just there to be an intentional brick, but I feel like that's just, I don't know. Yeah. That would be the perfect one. So, yeah. But pre-sanctification, this is about as good as it gets, I think. Pretty happy with that setup. Cool. Let's... Well, we'll duplicate this one. And let's make a Crushing Hands build. Let's tick that one off. Rake. Boom. Done. I figured once I'd done one of these, it'd get a bit quicker for the others. Because they're all quite... Well, they all have a lot of similarity. Crushing Hands. Yeah, they probably have added it for the brick. I've already questioned why it's there, but if it's there for that reason, then so be it, I guess, right? Hey, Halmacken, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. When did I get Diablo partner bleeds? Good question. A few weeks ago? 2-3 weeks ago? I don't know. I've lost track now. Time's flying by super ridiculously fast, honestly. It finally happened. Hey, Rangda, have a good sleep, dude. I have got wildfire, Zach, yeah. Went right over your heads. Hey, well, anyway, you know now. It's all good. Right, Crushing Hands. So obviously we put Crushing Hands in here. You will use the Protector on this one. You will probably go Jaguar Eagle on this. Damage. We'll solve Unstoppable through the skill tree. Harmony of Ibawaka makes a lot of sense. We'll use the Hesher Kasangi, Temerity. If you move it, also cast Crushing Hands. Lovely. That seems fine. These will all be the same, I think, pretty much. Yep. I don't like things like this. Briefly become unstoppable when crowd controlled, but only once every 12 seconds. So what happens if you get crowd controlled, and then 2 seconds later you get crowd controlled again? It's useless. It's too conditional for me. There is an aspect you'd actually really want on this build, which is the Crushing Hands one. But that would be a sanctification, I guess. It may well be that we're going to need to make journey build guides. It's like the Hesha Ekasungi is really nice, but you're actually going to want this legendary with this until you can get a Hesha Ekasungi with this sanctification. Or aspects of adaptability is a really nice damage multiplier, but you need to have the Crushing Hands aspect before it even functions. So you can, if you can get, yeah, so that kind of thing. We'll have to see. This all seems fine. I put max life on this just because hopefully it makes you a little bit less one-shottable, but all stats would be the damage, I guess. Reduce that. Take those out. Max this out. Put that in there. The damage one. Crushing Hands damage increases by 5% multiplicative for every stack of resolve you have up to 40. So when you've got 8 stacks of resolve, you're golden. Good. Yeah, fine. And we've actually got 3 spare points. So since we haven't got permanent unstoppable, you can just go in there. Lovely. Probably just do Prodigy's Tempo on this one as well. Unless you go for... If you can make adaptive stances work, that will give you more damage, but... This seems fine. That seems fine. Seems fine. Yeah. Mercenaries will be the same. Paragons. Generate 3 vigor. It's a good point. With the Midnight Sun, I don't actually need to generate vigor on the Quill Volley. I could have changed that in Quill Volley back, actually, thinking about it. There's lots of additive and crit damage there. Is there something else I could put in there that would be better? Maybe. We could actually use Revenge, legit, because I was thinking about it. If you're using the Protector, you will be doing Thorns damage to them. Because that pulses Thorns. Oh, you need 5 ranks in it. Oh, we'll have 5 ranks in it because of the Hesha Kasungi, so that's no problem, I think. So that pulses Thorns, so that will do Thorns damage. So you can use the Revenge Glyph. And that's probably 15, 10, and scales your rare nodes, so it's probably going... And that makes it easier to activate this. So you don't need to use all the nodes up. And if you're going to do that, you could even put it up here if you really wanted to. Although it doesn't really do much for us up there. You're better off... You'll certainly be better off putting that... Yeah, just straight up in here, probably. That probably is actually better. Makes it a lot... It's a lot easier to activate. Just do that. And do that. And boom, done. And I seem to vaguely remember it being easier to activate this. Oh, this is fine. 12 nodes left over. Get the lucky hit we didn't get before now. Psst. Or you could take the extra life, whatever's more important, I suppose. Yeah, we probably don't need this either. We aren't doing Thorns damage on this build, funnily enough, actually. Oh, we do, we are, because of Protector. We've got the same thing. So we can literally just do the same thing here. Nailed it. Might as well take these. Your first back room finally easy. Nice. Hey, thanks, Bleed. I really appreciate that. That's very kind. What does it mean? Basically, just think of it as like anyone who's part of that Diablo partner program is like a liaison between the community and the developer team. For me, I was a game developer for 15 years until the end of June. So I've actually worked on the other end of the side of the table, not for Blizzard, but for a different games company. I've worked with creators as a developer before, so I kind of get how it works. I kind of got how it works before I was invited to join. But I'm basically same as Rob and all the other Diablo partners, a liaison between the community and whichever Diablo game or games that the partners play and the developers, so we can feed back stuff to them. Doesn't mean things will change, doesn't mean things are guaranteed to be, you know, to happen, but it's like a direct line of communication there for that. That's essentially it. If you think of it that way, that's basically what it is. Zach's going to be doing some 104 glyphs if people need help. If anyone in softcore wants to run some glyph runs with Zach, he's going to be doing some high over hundreds, I imagine, very quickly, knowing Zach. So go and hit him up for sure. Yeah, no worries, Bobster. I'm still very new to it, honestly. You know, I mean, Rob's going to have been part of the program for a long time, right? Me, I'm quite new to it, so it's I only got invited very recently. Hey, little W, how you doing, dude? Cuddles wants to come join. Nice. Oh, and Dango. Nice. Right, so this one annoys me, Talon. It's like Eagle skills on top, Eagle skills in the middle, lightning damage on the bottom. Great. So if we use Eagle Waka and we make our skills Eagles, can't use this. Like, well, you can, but you lose that entire bottom thing unless you're using an Eagle skill. It's really funneled. So I'll look for something else. We are doing physical damage, so we could use Outmatch. Although it doesn't work on non-elites. It's kind of annoying, that one, to be honest, for that reason. I don't understand the non-elite section of this. I feel like this should actually be physical percent increased damage to elites and bosses. And just make it so you don't do increased damage to non-elites. You know what I mean? The other way around. Then this would actually be really good. You would use this. But I feel like we don't end up using it most of the time. Because you lose that elite damage. That is a bit weird. Headhunter is an option. Guzzler is an option, but I really don't like playstyles where you have to smash potions to get damage. It doesn't feel great to do, to be honest. Canny won't work here either, actually, funnily enough. Because we're not yeah, it is a good point. We might have to change convergence here. Change board. What would we put in instead, though? That's the question. I mean, you can scale this and get it still. But all this non-physical damage does nothing for us on Crushing Hands. It's like we're lacking a physical damage board. We've got a non-physical damage board. We don't have a physical damage board. We've got a Thorns board. But what if you're playing a build that's not Thorns, that's, you know what I mean? It's like we're lacking that. Drive won't work for us because we're not going to be moving 10 meters often enough. Bitter Medicine doesn't work for us here. The only other option here is Infighter. It's the only other option. But that only gives you 30x damage. So it's probably worth sacrificing the additive to get the 60% here. Although getting to 60 on this becomes interesting if you're not using the Canny rune. You can't get to 60 just in your Paragons. You'd have to roll some additives somewhere else. I'm going to assume... Yeah, that comes down to, like, you have to temper physical damage on somewhere. Which... yeah, I don't know, it's a bit weird. It's a big damage loss otherwise, 30x. Have to work out what goes next. I mean, Outmatch is probably going to go on because it's just like strength. So you'll use Headhunter. That'll go in here. Don't see why not. Seems reasonable. Your Spirit's good. And obviously Colossal's great. Because that Jaguar one's not amazing, it makes that quite a hard choice to want to use. We are Eagle skills as well. I mean, that one I just took off is a viable one. You just lose an entire multiplier on it, though. Sure, that's changed. I need to check that. I'm sure exploit changed, so it's every 5 seconds, not 20. Hey, I can link you the original playlist if you want, Yang. 1 second. We may actually... Yeah, we're outside of the playlist now, but the original playlist was this. Share, here we go. This was the original one. Does anyone want to go do a mythic tribute with Little W? Yeah, Bobster. Start for everything, exactly, yeah. Well, I quit my game dev job after 15 years of being in the industry. I'd had enough and I needed a break. So we're doing this now, for at least for a little while anyway. But that's the plan. Swinery, how's it going? Yang, you're welcome, no worries. Yeah, does anyone going to go and run a mythic tribute with Little W in softcore? Let him know. I'm just going to check something quickly here about one of the glyphs. I think it might be wrong on that planner. But I want to double check. I've pretty much leveled them all up. Now I've got to find it, right? Exploit. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's every 5 seconds. That planner's wrong. Vulnerable targets. I mean, this gives you a way of making them vulnerable, but not guaranteed 100% of the time. Only for 3 out of 5 seconds. But you're losing an entire multiplier in the middle. I just wanted to check that. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. Well, we don't need the figure generation with this version of the build, but I guess that's a 14x and additive. Guzzler's probably the other option here. You're just going to smash your potions because you get a multiplier in the middle, 12x. And you get that 12x on the bottom and you get the additive because you're going to be healthy all the time, theoretically. So that's probably the play. Canny won't work. I mean, Canny will give you the non-physical damage, which helps scale this. But then you lose your whole glyph. So, yeah, you're probably not going to do that. So, guess Guzzler is probably the way. As much as I hate to put it in there. That all seems reasonable. Yep. Alright, that seems fine. It's annoying. Well, you're going to take... Oh, you're going to have to take all of this, actually. I need to find some points from somewhere. Yeah, let's take these out. You're going to take at least as much as you can get. And then I think on this build, I don't think you're going to get... So I don't think you'll get the 60% here. It's 7%. So to get that, you're going to need... 7% of all bonuses to damage, like, collectively. So you're going to need... 857. Let's double check my math here. Yeah, you're going to need just over 857 collective damages types. So physical, fire, lightning, cold, poison, shadow. And you're only guessing, what, like 40, 50, 60, 70, 110. So what, 40, 50, 60, 70. You're getting 140 there, non-physical. So that's fire, lightning, cold, poison, shadow. So that's 700. It gets you pretty close, actually. 140. You need one roll of non-physical. This does still give you more damage than that other board, though, regardless. And we don't need the attack speed, so... So that's going to give us 49% damage. But to get the other 11, I'd need at least one roll of non-physical somewhere on the build. And you can't get it in any other board. I don't think there is any more non-physical anywhere on any of the boards. Yeah. Maybe you could get away without the protect cooldown reduction roll here. And then you would roll... I'm assuming you're going to be able to roll physical damage here, yeah. You need... Like, you're going to need that for the canny, for the roll. I actually need 150%. To be fair, that won't be enough. Oh, you can GA it, I suppose. That gets you to 90. It's still not going to be enough. That'll push you very close, though. $55.3. You'd need 2 rolls of it. 1 GA, 1 non-GA. You could probably get away without that extra roll of ultimate cooldown reduction if you've got a GA in there. With the amount of ranks you're going to have in this and the cooldown on this and... I'm just thinking, like...
This Jaguar, you're not going to stack this up very fast on this build, I don't think. Not unless you've got the aspects on. If you've got the aspects on, you're going to... If you've got the aspects on where you can hit like 10 times every time you use Crushing Hands, then yes, you'll stack that up very, very fast. It's like... I'll stick that back to what it was. I honestly think, unless you get the Sanctification... Oops. Protector cooldown reduction. I think unless you get the Sanctification, you can't actually use this. You have to use the Crushing Hands. I can't remember what it's called. Unrelenting. Every third Crushing Hand smashes an additional 10 times around you for multiplicative of damage. I think you honestly have to do that. And set up like Rake. And then if you're lucky enough to get resource cost reduction. And then if you're lucky enough to get a Hesher Kasungi or to sanctify Unrelenting Aspect somewhere, you'll be golden. Yeah. It does remove all the ranks on this, so I'm going to have to look at that. It also means you can do this. There. It might be that, or you go Hesher Kasungi and you just go... You just don't play the Jaguar primary to start with. You go Eagle. I don't have vulnerable application on this right now either, I don't think. Do I? I might not do. Maybe do it the other way around. Or you just go for Gorilla. You go for Lawless's Mantle, I suppose. Hey, Demars, how you doing? Aitman, how you doing, dude? You're waiting for the PTR. Reading has me nervous. What, because of the Sork changes? Yeah, nice. Oh, well, I mean, I hope some people find the theory crafting stuff interesting, but this just helps me out. I don't have enough time off stream to do everything. I might still not get everything done by Tuesday, but this at least helps me get a bit closer to it. They are, but honestly, I'm not. I mean, it was probably going to happen eventually. I don't know. We'll see what the outcome of the PTR is when we get there, right? Yeah, Zeref. So the ones that are in Corrupted, you will get the rewards, but you get the Corrupted affix as well, which are the bad things, right? If you put them in Purified, the rewards are doubled, and you get the good power side of it. Rip Teleport. Well, yes, exactly. I actually found Sork really bland, so I stopped playing it. I got upset when Hydra just turned into Lightning Spear with Hydra in it. Because that's all that happens. They basically... I know there was a few differences there, but it was essentially the same build as Lightning Spear, just with Hydra instead. Near enough. And I was just like, well, that's boring. So, moving away from it being a mandatorily good thing for every single build on that class is not a bad thing in my eyes, but I know some people will see that differently, and that's fine. I understand why people would be upset about it. Like, you want a class to be able to fulfill a certain class fantasy. There should be a perma-teleport build on the Sork, and it probably should be an actual teleport build. A long time ago, I said the Oculus should be the perma-teleport build. To get perma-teleport, you need to invest specifically in that build, and that should be a farming build. Like, that's what it always was. And that class fantasy absolutely should be fulfilled. But then if you want to play a Meteor build or something, I don't know. It feels like every Sork player just wants every Sork build to be perma-teleport, and that's it. Fair enough if they do, but I don't know. It's a really fine line. It created such a vast gap between them and other builds for mobility. Even with builds like, you look at Spiritborn, yes, we've got Evade, but it's a very specific build that zooms around like that, right? You have to invest in Evade to do it. And other than the Chaos powers making it actually a lot stronger this season, and generally speaking, that build will never be the top build. But it'll be an extremely fast and extremely good farming build. You have to invest specifically in it, though. And like, if every class has got a build like that, that's fine. That's what they should have. A class, a build for every class that is specifically made, or 1 or 2 builds that are specifically made for that purpose. And then that gets rid of the gap. Or at least it narrows it a lot more. And then other builds might be faster than others, but they may not just have that absolute giga best in slot movement speed. Exactly, Swinery, yeah. The shatter mechanics at chains, well, yes, that has riddled the game. No other class has TP, no, but you've got like Evade on Spiritborn. It looks like Barbarian's going to have a perma-leap build. It probably won't be the... I don't know how good it's going to be in the pit pushing. I'm really not a Barb expert, but it does look like you'll be able to perma-leap. Could be very strong, very nice, and so on, right? So that's fine. Having builds you can invest into to do this stuff is great. But every single build on the class becoming basically the same playstyle with a different damage skill, I don't know. It doesn't create variety on the class particularly. So I get why the devs made the attempts to change it. And they probably knew they were going to get big backlash from it, to be honest. Druids will be decent. I think Spiritborns will be okay. I can't honestly say Spiritborns are going to be the best. Like, some of these builds have taken a hit. But I think if you can get the right sanctifications, Spiritborns will be very strong, honestly. Because the problem with Spiritborn is you've just got too many things you want to be able to get. But there are lots of things you can get. Like, aspects is the things you're really suffering on because you've got all these uniques and you've got so many uniques to use. But if you get the right sanctifications with the legendary powers on Spiritborns, the builds will be very strong, I think. They'll be decent. They'll definitely do all it. Like, they'll blast the content. Will they be the top builds in the season? Who knows? We'll see. But they'll be very good, I think. I've heard a few people say that, Swinery, yeah. Oh yeah, I don't even notice them. Oh, oh God! I didn't even notice. Well, there you go. Good job, D4 builds, trying to sell me CBD. Oh, God. Oh dear. I'm not even sure if that's legal in the UK. Need that ad blocker. Well, I probably have it. I probably turned it off. Oh, do you know what? I've actually got it on, I think. And it's still got these coming up. You hear it helps with pain. Well, yeah. God. Oh, that's really funny. I think we'll just leave this like this until I can test it. I could sit here and ponder on this all day long. I think you do need Unrelenting if you're going to do the Jaguar primary, because then that allows you to hit a decent number of times relatively quickly. And then you'll be able to actually activate this fast enough that it's useful. So I think this is good enough for now. These are only rough drafts. Almost every single one of these will likely change a bit when I test. It might just not work. This might just not work. This idea of mine might just not work, and I'm going to have to address them all. But I think if this does work, it'll work nicely. We've got the unstoppable. We're probably going to want more ranks in here. That's the only thing I'm thinking. The protector does give us unstoppable, so we might not actually need this. It might actually be better to put those in there because we haven't got, without the Hesher Kasungi gloves on, you won't have all the extra ranks in here, which gives you a lot of cooldown in itself. We got the Seer Vex. Oh, without the Hesher Kasungi, we won't have the pull-in, so we'd have to change this. Saying that, we're using Prodigy's Tempo. You get 4 ranks there. Yeah, you need at least 5 ranks in that, so you get the Thorns. So with the Prodigy's Tempo, you'll get your extra ranks. Probably want 1 more point in there, to be honest. Have I got 1 more I can gain? I might as well max it out. 9 ranks in Protector's probably pretty solid. Gives you a decent amount of cooldown reduction. But if we use the Hesher Kasungi, then it's all down to Ravager on the elites only. To be able to even activate the 15th attack on this quickly enough to be useful. So you're getting a double hit. The double hit makes it hit 11 times. Doesn't make it hit 20 times, sadly. I think you're going to have to use the Agony Cry here. I don't know. I really want the Hesher Kasungi on here. Let's just think about it. If we're not using Unrelented and you've got twice hits, and let's just say the twice hits is hitting... I think it goes up to like... If you've got a GA with... Well, actually, we need to see how they rebalance this, because without the Masterwork in crits... With the master in the past, the Masterwork in crits triple here would get you to 94.5%. It'd be pretty close to 100. So we need to say, well, if they haven't rebalanced that, then your GA is only going to take you to like 50, 60%. But let's just say you're double hitting every time. That means you've got to attack 8 times before you activate a stack of this. You will be attacking pretty fast. Maybe that's okay. Maybe the Hesher Kasungi is probably just stronger. Yeah, I think we've got to... Let's just do that. It's just simpler. It just is. There's so many ranks and guerrilla skills. Like, seriously. It does mean we only have to put 1 point in there, you see. Do that. Or... Well, yeah, you probably only need to do that. You probably don't need to worry about the rest of them. It also makes it a lot easier to keep Armored Hide up, and... It'll give us a load of crushing hand damage and such. Won't affect these, but... Vex as well is nice. It does mean I can put... Well, you put physical damage in here. It'll get us pretty close. Alright, I think that's probably good enough. Cool. Right, we got 1 more of these to do. Stinger. Which is typically the weakest of these. But I do it anyway. Oh, not Stringer. Stinger. There we go. I can't spell, apparently. Everyone needs to relax once in a while. That's one way of looking at it, Bobster. It helps. It helps with not getting masterwork crits. Oh, really? I can't replace Midnight Sun, Zach. No, I can't. If you're using the Melted Heart of Selig, your resource is going to go into the many thousands. The only way you're going to get back up to 100% resource on every attack of Rod of Kepeleka is to use the Ring of Midnight Sun. That will be the only way. I mean, the other way to free up what you would do, Zach, is you would sanctify on. You would sanctify that aspect onto one of the offensive slots somewhere, but that's obviously RNG, right? But that would be ideal. You're off? No worries, Bob. So have a great rest of your day or night, man. I'll catch you. Well, I'll be back on during the PTR, I guess, on Tuesday, which would be awesome. Hopefully see some of you around there. Does Evade count as a skill cast? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Demars, no. This is fine. Like I say, it's a rough draft, so we'll start with this, and then we'll see what happens. Right, Stinger. This is typically weaker than the others, but we'll give it a good old stab. Jaguar. Gorilla probably is the play. Every other cast is guaranteed critical strike. Don't need that so much. This is probably the play. It's direct damage, so yeah, we'll use this. So this setup will work fine here because the only aspects you've got for Stinger is a Pestilent Swarm one, which is a different build for me. So this is actually generally the same, I'd say. So this will be fine. Sea of X, that seems fine. This one's really not going to take too long to do. Let's do Crushing Hands. That's cool, Volley. Where's Stinger gone? There we go. See, we remove these. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Let me go back to Crushing Hands a second. Yeah, I forgot to do that. What a noob uninstall. We can get away with not having unlimited protector, unstoppable, because you get unstoppable while you're in protectors. While it's nearby, you are unstoppable and deal increased damage. So yeah, you get unstoppable with that, so that's fine. I want this here for the extra cooldown. With that pair of boots on. Boom. Yes, I agree. And also the Spiritborn evades. Yeah, what is it you're thinking about? You're thinking about the Sork enchantment. Like, why are you asking about whether evades a skill casting Mars? If I can find time before the season starts, I intend to support all of my non-Spiritborn builds, yes. But bear in mind, if I was to support all these builds I've got here currently, they actually make sense to. That's already 4. Oops. That is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 builds. Plus I've got at least 2 or 3 leveling builds minimum. Plus I've got my other class leveling builds. So that's another 3. Then you got Pulverize. I didn't even update Hydra or Bloodlance endgame this season. I haven't had time. It's like 25 builds or more. Like, and proper written. The thing is, they're not just planners. They'll be fully written up. Well, yes, exactly. No sleep for me. That is very much what it sounds like it's going to be like, yes. No sleep for me. If Stinger strikes a vulnerable enemy, it heals you for 10% of your life. If you're healthy, it makes enemies vulnerable. I mean, that basically gives you vulnerable application. Stinger does 40% increased damage if it only hits a single enemy. Instead of echoing to surrounding poisoned enemies, Stinger now draws from each to hit enemies in primary area again for an additional 10%. Yeah, so Stinger's a bit weird, in a bit of a weird spot. It's like you do take that for the damage, but I don't know. You kind of want a way to poison enemies consistently. Strike a small area, dealing X damage to enemies within, as well as all surrounding poisoned enemies. I don't currently have a way on the build to poison enemies, I don't think. Oh, no, you do. Yeah. Stinger applies 60% of its base damage as poisoning over 6 seconds to all enemies, yeah. Yeah. So if I put the Centipede Primary on, you'd only ever benefit from 2 stacks unless you've got other things poisoning. Oh no, that's not strictly true. On Elites, Ravager, you'd consume him. Ravager would go off. If you've got enough healing, Ravager would go off and hit 4 times. Your Protector, I suppose these could crit as well, but you just want really low crit chance by default, so you don't accidentally crit. And then and then everything else would just generate your stacks here. It doesn't matter how hard you hit. You just want to get to 8 stacks and then blow it up. So every attack. Hey, it might be possible, you know. This might actually build differently. I might try it. You might actually build this with Noxious Resonance. Because you're going to guarantee crit every time you hit with a Rod of Kep. And that's going to blow it up for 3 times the amount of poisoning that you've applied. So you're actually looking to put as much poison on the enemies as you humanly can. Oops. Scourge is constantly poisoning and hitting. What I'm thinking is we actually do something kind of weird here. They changed a couple of things this season upcoming about the Centipede Primary. So they made it so the poisoning damage is a lot higher, but they also made it so that will scale with unyielding hits. Although I've got nowhere to put unyielding hits right now. So there is a world where you maybe want to do that too. If you could, like, saxify unyielding hits anywhere, that'd be cracked. But in fact, actually, if you're relying on, if you're going into if you're going into this here, unyielding hits would work for both Stinger and the Centipede Primary Hall because it scales both. So you'll be applying poisoning here, you'll be applying poisoning here. I don't know if it works on Scourge, but if it doesn't, that's still apply any level of poisoning, as much as you can get. Yeah, so you would want unyielding hits somewhere. I don't know where you'd put it, though. I guess the Hesher Kasungi goes away here. So you can put unyielding hits there. And then this has typically been the weakest, but I think I'm going to try something a bit different with it. With these changes, if you just go for a straight up hit damage version of Stinger, it never wins. Never. Resource cost reduction and dexterity, attack speed, resource cost reduction, and Stinger, because it does the poison based on its base damage. So the more Stinger ranks we've got, the better. And then I guess we can figure out how to temper. Oh, we're going to need to go Vortex on the build. So we've got to pull in. So we'll put that on there. And then, yeah, you would change these to Cry and Igni. So you've got to pull in. I suppose you could actually put Vortex on the build, which might be the play, and then you could go Sea of X. I don't know, I'll have a look at it in a minute. Hey, the X-Files facts. How's it going, man? Maybe Thorns, Balazan, Razor. Could do Thorns Poison. But my thoughts here is, yeah, Balazan's could work. I'd have to solve... You could put that in instead of Temerity, actually. It is a good shout. Yeah. Probably won't do the race. You wouldn't be using this for the Thorns damage. Each attack damages close enemies for a percentage of your Thorns and deals 100% of damage as poisoning over 3 seconds. Each time you've retaliated with Thorns for 5 seconds, the poisoning damage... No, I don't think so, actually. Because the problem with this is this doesn't scale... I don't think this scales with unyielding hits. And I don't think that scales in the same way this scales here. They have specifically changed. If I get the patch notes up, I've not got them up, have I? I'll get it up later. They specifically fixed it in the bug fixes so that the Centipede Primary Hall now scales with unyielding hits. Unyielding hits should scale your Stinger damage, which should then in line scale this base, because this is 60% of your base damage as poisoning. So enhanced Stingers, that's more poison. If you could probably try and do a pure Thorns poison build, but I don't think that's what I'm going to go for here. Yeah, you could possibly put... You're going to want Ravager. If we do the reason I've gone Loyalty's Mantle, I mean, you could go for a... You could go for the Harlequins, maybe. Or something else for cooldown reduction, but... Honestly, probably just going to end up doing that. I have no idea if the Devourer scales with unyielding hits as well. Probably not. But you're mainly taking that because of the 100x increased poison damage here. That's not necessarily useful. We will need Unstoppable somewhere, though, so I'll need to gain... Rake becomes useless to us. So we'll take this off. Stick those in there, as long as we can cast that. Yeah, that's the only thing about Devourer, actually. I don't think you can cast it every 6 seconds, because it lasts for 15 seconds. That's the problem with it, I think. I'll have to try it. It's been a while, but if you can't spam it every 6 seconds, then this becomes useless to us, and we'll have to solve Unstoppable in other ways. Going double Centipede, however, Gives you ridiculous damage reduction. Slows enemies by ridiculous amounts. In theory, anyway. I mean, you're going to be blowing this up, so you probably won't get the damage reduction. But yeah, you're just going to... You want to try and get to 8 stacks or as close to that every time you hit with your Rodokep. So between it, you hit with your Rodokep, your Ravager goes off and hits a bunch of times. Your Centipede, everything else you've got going on, your Scourge, your Centipede, your Ravager, you just want those to try and, in the background, stack this up. With as little crit chance as possible so it doesn't consume it, and then you hit with Noxus Resonant. You hit with this, you guarantee crit, you blow it up with a big damage. And this gives you... yeah, depending on how many enemies you've got nearby, you're just going to be healing like no tomorrow. Like, with the Temerity, you're going to be godlike invincible as long as you haven't got like 100 HP. Yeah, what have you been playing this season, X-Files? Is the Shattered Spirit aspect still selling for a decent amount? I don't actually know, Smat. Hey, Loki, how's it going with the What streak? Is anyone doing any power leveling in game, guys? Ape Man's asking. Stamina, how's it going, dude? Any good PTR builds? There will be loads, but there will be loads of bugs because the game's changing drastically. So expect to see infinite damage, things just not working, characters falling through the sky, Barbs being Spiritborn, Spiritborns being Barbs. You expect to see it. You know, no, I jest. But there will be loads of random bugs, I'm fairly sure. You got a ride, 8 man. Okay, nice. What did you miss, Hyru? All the things! No. Just crafting up as usual. Nothing special. We'll try this. Why not? I'm really keen to try it. They doubled, like, for this primary haul, they went from 70 to 160% here. They made it scale with unyielding hits. Because the Temerity's got percent armor on it, we should be able to get to the 5,000 armor mark in T4 because you don't get a minus 1,000 at T4 anymore. So getting to that high armor value should be achievable, especially with the 20% here as well. Should be achievable. Just stick another skull in if we have to. I think it'll be fine. Could always put armor on the gloves if it comes to it otherwise, to be honest. So we'll figure it out. Change one of those to change resource cost reduction to armor if needed. Either way, we'll figure that out. In fact, actually, because I've got the Ring of Midnight Sun on, I don't actually need counterattack on here. You could put the Vortex on there, couldn't you? I just need 3 points for it. Which are easy to get because my skills aren't these anymore. Oh, we can still put points. Yeah, so we can do this. And knocks enemies down, yeah. So we can actually do this. Because we've got the Ring of Midnight Sun on, we can afford to do that. And then I can put my Sea of X back on, or some other damage thing, or you could put Unstoppable. And if Unstoppable's an issue, I think actually that probably is the play here. And if it turns out we can get Unstoppable if it turns out we can spam the ultimate often enough that it's useful, and because it's not going to be a matter of whether the ultimate's off cooldown, it's going to be a matter of can we actually cast it every 6 seconds? Because if it lasts for 15, it might not allow me to. But what you can do, one of these runes gives you Unstoppable. We can use that instead. Is it not? No. Which one is? Oh, I need to go to the other side. That's why I can't find it. I can't try and remember which one it is now. I know one of them does it though. Rune. Invoke the rogue's countering concealment. Gain dodge chance, movement speed, unstoppable, and stealth. Every 6 seconds, 600 offering. It'll be achievable. Yeah, I don't know if Igni is necessarily the best option here. Getting that 100%. It lasts for 6 seconds. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking Tam or Yol. You'd have to do like 24 Tams. It's a lot of Tams. Igni would be close. It wouldn't keep it up 100% of the time. That's the only issue. It's same as Seer. That is the main issue with that. You just got off, about to head to the gym and listen, Zane. Hey, nice. Well, I hope work wasn't too bad. 24 stingers within. That's a lot, isn't it? That's 12 cooldowns. Don't know if we're going to be able to spam those with the Lord's mantle as fast as we would need to. You can literally get up to 5% maximum life per second. But if you've only got one enemy nearby, then this is kind of meh. This does give you the resource cost reduction. That's kind of nice. Would the Harlequins be better here? Harlequins gives you the armor. It'll help you stack unyielding hits a lot easier. And that means I can just stick Eagle 1 instead. For 20x vulnerable damage. You won't, well. Either way, I need Lucky Vulnerable on this build, I believe. Is the Harlequins better? You need the cooldown reduction big time. Because whatever happens, we're using Noxious Resonance. You blow your poisoning damage up. I mean, the other way of going with this, actually. Advantageous Stinger doesn't give you the damage like this one does. If Stinger strikes a vulnerable enemy, it heals you for 10% of your maximum life. Okay? So, like, especially if you hit twice, that's just going to give you ridiculous life sustain. If you are healthy, which we'll be aiming to be a lot of all the time, it makes enemies vulnerable. So it gives you that. For 3 seconds. The reason this is good, it's guaranteed vulnerable, not lucky vulnerable, guaranteed. You could use Vital Strikes, where it hits a vulnerable enemy, it does it doubles the damage, like just straight up 2x. It's just straight up 2x, but it gives you 5%. It just gives you even more life sustain, which is just completely ridiculous. I don't know. Oh my god, we got another raid coming in. Ith! How's it going? Welcome in, guys. What? I don't think D-Rock meant to do that, Poseidon. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. D-Rock, I think you might have just slipped your finger, mate. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Poor Bobbert, yeah. If I haven't crossed paths before, I am Immortalize. I am preparing Torsa Doom, yeah. I am preparing for the PTR. I've got so much to test. I am the new Spiritborn class lead at Mobalytics, so I will be doing a lot of Spiritborn testing next week on top of the general features. Guys, if you have not checked out Ith here, we have been friends for quite some time. She is wonderful. The shout-out's in the chat. If you don't go click that link and follow it, I will be sad. And you don't want me to be sad, so go do it. And she's awesome. So, yeah, thanks for the raid, If. How was your stream? What did you get up to? How is the cooking going? It's going. The brain is braining. Or at least trying.
Hey, Ron, how's it going, man? Yeah, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. I'm one follow away from 5,100. Craziness. That's mad. It's been a crazy year, if. Oh, dear, oh, dear. No, I hope your stream was awesome. Are you looking forward to... Are you going to be playing the PTR or are you just going to wait till the season drops? I've pretty much done Quill Volley, Rake, Crushing Hands. I'm just cooking up a really randomly different Stinger build for the funsies of it, really. Because I figured, why not? Oh, Wisdom Tooth Surgery. You're calling it a day. Well, okay. Well, yeah, get some rest. Hopefully that stops hurting soon, and then you can blast all day long. Because that's what we like to do, right? I followed. Don't kick me from clan. I'll try not to. Wink, wink. You were just chilling in hardcore. Nice. Yeah, I did a bunch of hardcore for that event. I ended up having to pull out, though, because I was doing T3 with my Hydra builds, like, comfortably, no problem. But I just couldn't, for the life of me, get a Chaos Ophidian Irish to drop. 3 full streams, and it didn't drop one in any slot. And I was like, I can't really go any further without that. It's the best build for Sork to push on with 2 uniques. So I was in this horrible cycle of just like, I'm just grinding to get an item I might not drop. You know, and I'm like, and then they announced all this season 11 stuff, and I'm like, holy God almighty, I've got a lot of stuff to do before Tuesday. So I just had to go, you know, I just don't have time now. It is what it is. But I joined, I took part, and I supported the event, and that was the main thing. I helped advertise it and show it, and I think that's the main thing, right? Showing some support to the event and his community. You're worried about no caps, though? I mean, are you really feeling sorry for Sorks, if? Are you really? Sork tits. Yeah, I hit exactly... I don't know what build you were going for, Panda, but when I read what you said, I was like, that's exactly how I feel. If I'd got an Ophidian Iris, I reckon I'd have been able to contend with number 1. I wasn't really going for number 1, but I reckon I could have done pit 100 plus. I could have easily put pit 80 with a single skill on the bar, probably. You know, it's it's a kicker. I didn't have any of the chaos power damage or anything, and I was able to do a pit 55 without an Ophidian Iris. You know, yeah. I know. So I got to a point where I legit don't have time. I can't leave all this stuff till Tuesday and YOLO it. And it's 7 days. It's not going to be a long time to test this stuff. So this is just more important. But I supported the event, and that was the main thing. I wasn't really going in to try and win. I was going in because you guys asked, and I wanted to support your event. So, you know, I did that. And who actually won in the end? Because I know that it was getting close between a couple of people, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know if I do feel sorry. I understand why people are upset. I have two different... I'm like kind of like this on it. Like, I'm not about ruining people's fun, but I got bored of Sork, if I'm being honest. That's why I stopped playing it. A Druid won with Pulverize. That makes sense. Yeah. Pulverize was always going to be a huge contender for it. Yeah, I got a little bit... I found Sork to become a little bit bland by the end, because it was just every build was like playing the same with a damage skill. And I know that's what a lot of people want to do, and that's totally fine. But it's like, if I wanted to play Sork and do something at least a little bit different, I just felt really penalised for doing it. I guess. And honestly, from the devs' point of view, I can understand why they want to try and narrow the gap. What I think, and I was saying this not long ago, and it's totally fine if you disagree with me. Like, you know, I know there are going to be a lot of people who completely just want it back. But I think every class should have an intentional farming build. So if I like the change they made to the Oculus, to be honest. I always said that the Oculus should be how you get permanent teleport, and that should be the teleport build. And that should, whether that's a good endgame build for like Giga Blasting and
being the top damage build, doesn't matter. If that's like a build where you just teleport around and blow everything up and can farm with it really quick, that's what that should be. And then make it so maybe some other builds can move decently fast, but not that fast. And if you've got that on every class, you've narrowed the difference between the classes, giving options to play any class you want, not feel too penalised. You'll inevitably have some classes that are faster than others still. It's just inevitable. But at least the gap will be a lot smaller and it'll be more intentional. And I think that's what they're aiming for. I think them just dropping patch notes and going, oh, by the way, Sorks, your teleport is dead. You know, just taking the shotgun to them and not giving any warning. It's like they got the sandpaper and went in dry, you know. And I think people are a bit shocked by it. I think they're a bit like in I think they were just like taken aback at how abrupt it was. I think that's really what's happened here, right? Pestilent Swarm changes poison spreading. I will be getting to a Pestilent Swarm build. I don't know if that's going to be particularly giga, but it'll be a fun build, I think. It might be slightly more viable with the changes. Yeah, what I think's going to happen, and this is just my intuition. I think people are going to play it. The thing is, right, there's no point at this point everyone just being, no, that's bad, giving it back. Because it's a wrong attitude. The right attitude would be go test it. Go, yeah, okay, this is what's actually happening. Take screenshots, videos, whatever. Say, this doesn't feel great. Like, and then come up with a constructive sort of like feedback, you know? What I think's probably going to happen is it's probably going to end up having that cooldown reduced a little bit. Maybe to like 2 or 3 seconds. So that you can reasonably teleport decently fast, but not just go like around the map like an absolute maniac where no other class can possibly compete. That's probably what I think is going to likely end up happening. Well, Nemesis, you say that, right? Someone did rightly point out that you can, if you're lucky, sanctify loads of other like you can sanctify legendary powers on your items. You can get the one that reduces your cooldown reduction on your boots and stuff and all sorts of things, right? You can get like double legendary powers, and we don't know what all the sanctify affixes are going to be. Maybe there's some cracked sanctify affix out there. I reckon it'll be possible with the Oculus to get teleport on your hotbar down to a very low, if not extreme, like really, really low cooldown. It will probably be doable. That's gone, Loki. They have now changed in Season 11 the Oculus to what it should have always been, which is basically what it is in D2. If you get hit when you're injured, you will teleport to a random location, not when you cast it. That's pretty close to what it did in the D2. If you got hit in D2, it would sometimes randomly locate you, but not guaranteed. But now, when you intentionally cast teleport, you will be able to, you know where you're going to be able to go. The new leap will be fast, but it's intentional, right? I think they are. I'm really not trying to knock on it, but I can see what I'm trying to say is I can see why they're taking that. I can see the sort of direction they're trying to go in. They're clearly trying to narrow that gap. Yeah. Do I think it's all done correctly and everything? I really want to. I'm going to stay out of that because I don't think you can win that conversation at this point, really. There's always going to be, I think there's a lot of people that just want that back, and I get it. I do understand why people be upset by that. I understand that people play that class because they like to move fast. So, you can't really, doesn't really matter what I say. I can see the direction they're trying to take. I don't necessarily agree with the approach, but, Yeah, they probably will, Panda. Yeah. Well, no, not everything is ever going to be perfect, no. To be fair, and actually, some of the top sort crafters do agree with this, that perma-teleport was too strong. It felt mandatory on every build. So, there's different ways of looking at it, I guess. Like, Spiritborn does move very fast on evade, but you have to spec specifically into evade to get that. Chaos. This don't count season 10 because the chaos uniques completely throw everything up in the water. You can do things in season 10 you won't be able to do in a normal season otherwise. But in a normal season, you have to spec specifically into evade with Thunderspike or whatever to be able to permanently evade. You have to use a Epizontex, so on and so on. It's never going to be a good endgame build for pit pushing normally. So that's the Spiritborn version. Leap Barb, I can't speak for. It's brand new, and I'm not a Barb expert. Yeah, anyway, like I say, we're still not got all the information, so I'm going to reserve judgment anyway. We don't know what the Sanctify affixes are. Maybe you can do some crazy Sanctify rolls that's going to just give you like everything you ever wanted. Who knows? But the PTR is there as a reason to test things and then feedback, right? And then hopefully by the time the season actually drops, it will be in a better spot. So there are a lot of Sork enchants that could use some love, yes. There are a couple now that are better, though. The new Frost Nova change is pretty nice, generally speaking. They really savaged Primordial Binding. I was quite taken aback at how... I understand why they took the other two components away, but savaging the damage as much as they did as well, that was probably a bit too much. I think what they'll end up doing is putting the damage back up again on it. Taking the mana regen and the movement speed off it kind of made sense to a degree. It made it so easy to solve too many things on your builds. But they really nuked the damage as well. I was quite surprised at how much that got nuked. Yeah. Yeah, Zach's always a super speedy Sork. Well, this is the thing, right? If Permaleap needs one item to get there, but it's not good apart from anything but being really fast and farming, then so be it. But it is disgusting, Nemesis. Yeah, like I say, I don't fully agree with all the changes and stuff. But I think the Oculus build will probably allow you to do a perma teleport build. I think it will be doable. Use the temper on your boots, which reduces your teleport cooldown. Get all of the teleport ranks in the entire world. Get stupid amounts of cooldown reduction. It's probably possible to get your teleport cooldown, and then use what's the name of the key passive? Use the Esadora's pants. And take the key passive that shoots out when every time you hit with crackling energy, it reduces your cooldowns. Because then you just make it so you generate crackling energy like no tomorrow. Because then because the Esadora shoots them out super duper fast. And then if your teleport's not on. I mean, look, I made a build for this season where you could just perma-teleport without using the tech that you guys do, because the Esadoras if you can keep Esadoras constantly shooting out pretty much all the time in combat or around it, you'll be able to teleport around. You'll have a super low cooldown, it's just bridging that very last bit, right? Whatever that is. It'll be like 1 second or lower, probably. If the attack speed is nice, then it won't be... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Panda, yeah. Leap Spam was already second place in Gauntlet. Well, the Gauntlet was a long time ago, though. The game's changed a lot. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what the tower and all that's like when we get there, right? And exactly, it's just a PTR. There's going to be so much broken stuff. There's going to be infinite damage builds. We already know of one infinite damage build. They said they're fixing after the PTR. So there's going to be infinite damage builds. There's going to be broken mechanics. There's going to be things that just straight up don't work. There's going to be things that feel bad because of the changes and they don't actually work. In theory, in theory, they were like, oh, that might work, and then it doesn't. So that's what the PTR's there for. Well, exactly. I don't really know, Panda. Until we play it, I haven't got a chance to. I can't possibly really reflect on what will be efficient for towers or not. Hota. Yeah, well, what I'm understanding is Barbs should be pretty good this season coming, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because Barbs hasn't really been particularly in the I'm not a Barb player, so it doesn't really benefit me. But I know there's a lot of people who like to play Barbs. and they haven't really. They've been more than viable. You know, I watch Calypso's play it every season, and he makes it work every season, just the same as anyone else. But that carried on playing them. But it'd be nice to see them a bit higher up, and it'd be nice for those players that are big fans of that class. You know, it's nice to have a throw up every now and then. A meta change isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just change is hard to accept sometimes, especially if it's really abrupt. But keeps the game feeling a little. I mean, this will feel very different to play. I'm really excited for the new elites and elite affixes, honestly. If nothing else, just because it'll feel fresh to play against the living. I actually hope they're more challenging, rather than just being loot pinatas and then with that don't actually drop any loot. You know. I don't think the TP Oculus build is likely designed to be a pushing build, and I think that's okay. If the Oculus build is designed to be, you can just farm T4 all day long, super fast. You've got a massive teleport area, so you teleport and it blows everything up around you. Insanely good for hordes. I think that's fine, right? Intentional purpose for a build. Yeah, pit pushing doesn't use TP spam because you're just getting rid of quality of life for any form of damage, right? Pit pushing is not going to be that important next season anyway, to be honest, in my opinion. I hate it already. And I think everyone, once they play, as long as the tower thing even remotely works, that leaderboarding game will become more important, probably. Depending on how that works. I'm sure some people will still do the pit pushing thing, but I don't know. It probably is, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's killing stuff, isn't it, at the end of the day? There will be the difference, though. It depends how impactful those pylons are. Because that was the one difference with D3 Greater Rifts, isn't it? There were certain pylons, if you got them just before the boss, it really helps you. So you would like, I'm really near the boss, I'm going to save that pylon. You activate the boss, you go grab the pylon, you go back, you nuke the boss. And that sounds to me like the towers is going to have pylons in it. So it creates like a tactical thing. Like maybe you just get an RNG luck, which will make your run better. Maybe you go, do you know what? I'm near the boss and that's going to be really good for it. So you save it. So if that's the case, there's at least some skill involved in that and a bit of luck. So that's not bad. You need a bit of luck in games, but you also want to feel like you can have some skill. Like you know you've done a good thing because of a choice you made and how you played. So, well, you're always going to be fishing in these games at the top end, Panda, no matter what you do. There's absolutely no design they can possibly give us in this game for that kind of gameplay where you won't end up fishing in the end. Because eventually you're fishing for the most efficient thing. Unless you literally give us the same layout every single time. In which case you won't fish. That's the only thing they can do. And that's what they did for the gauntlet, right? So I suppose they could add something like that back. That's the only way you won't fish, where you don't have any other option but to do this one thing. You either like it or you don't. You know, that's the only way. Yeah, exactly. But that's the only thing they can do where you won't end up fishing. Pretty much. I also think true RNG is terrible. I don't think anything in the game should be completely random. And in my experience as a game dev, everything we ever did like that failed. There should be... Games are meant to be... A good game, generally speaking, will be easy to play, easy to pick up and play, or easy to just pick up and... Yeah, easy to pick up and play. You won't necessarily be good at it, but, you know, you can just pick up and you can get going, but really hard to master. In this kind of genre. You know... But to be able to master a game, you need to have some control. If it's just click a button and hope to God you get the right thing, there's no skill in that. It's just total RNG. So that's one of the reasons I don't like pits. You've got absolutely zero control over it. But it is what it is. So, you know, I'm not going to whinge about it because it's not got any... It's not like it's tangible rewards or anything attached to it. That's why I never pushed. That's why I pushed to a decent level and I'm like, I'm done. I'll move to a new build now. I've already mentioned, because I've already spoken about Sanctified Panda in channels that you can see. You may or may not have seen that already. I already expressed my Sanctified concerns. Some people clearly disagreed, but, you know, I agree, though. Sanctified shouldn't be true RNG, but I reckon that's what the feedback's going to end up being from the PTR. Well, I'm going to reserve judgment till I can try it, but I think Sanctify is going to feel even worse than Tempering and Masterworking, and if that's the case, there will be a big... I don't mind slam games, right? I've done PoE. You get Vol Orbs, you slam them. That's great. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. You want to create that sense of excitement, like that really hard item to get. So I don't know. I can see both sides of the argument there. That is true. Well, there's no rewards right now. They did say they're going to probably add some later down the line, though, right? But they said that will just be when you get to a certain level, you get your one-shot rewards, just so you got something to strive for. But it's just a way of measuring your build against someone else's and team bit setups as well. That's the bit I particularly like about the tower. They've actually got leaderboards for teams, so it means you've now got a 2, 3, 4-man team setup leaderboard with, like, you had in D3. So that's really nice. Honestly, I'm not upset about the tower. I really wasn't expecting leaderboards or the tower full stop. I wasn't expecting anything like that. I was just expecting tempering, work changes, masterworking, and everything that comes with that. And your typical seasonal stuff. I wasn't expecting the tower, so, you know, that's just a nice to have thing. Yeah, sanctifying is only seasonal. That's true. Yeah, that is true, nerd, yeah. No, you're being fine, Panda. Like I say. I get it. I do. I'm trying to be neutral with my words because I don't really care either way on that particular change. Because I'm not as invested in that class quite as much as other people. I never really played perma-teleport. I always tried to avoid it and just played other things because I really wanted to just try some different play styles and sorts. So it's not hit me personally that hard, but I totally get why it hits the people that are actually invested in the class. Yeah, I do get it. Well, exactly, Panda. I think they've got to that point where that's what they want to do, right? They just want to get people to test it. Sugar Russ, how you doing, dudes? Yeah, weekend was good. I had a really nice day today. Saw my family. It was my nan's 85th birthday. Bless her. Still up and walking around. Still kicking. One cast online. Some seasons it takes 2 weeks before playing solo self-found. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, I'm staying reserved because the chances are someone will figure out how to do it still, to be honest. Even if it's in a way it's not meant to happen. I'm just half expecting after 2 days, someone's like, hey, guys, teleport's fine. You know, I mean, I might be being too positive, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Drifter. I wasn't doing it to be a naysayer. I just like playing different stuff, you know? I think so, Panda. Yeah. And I think that's fine, personally, but I'm sure there'll be people that don't agree. Yeah. I was trying to work out which direction I want to take on this build. I was just going to throw together a really different build for it and give it a go, and if it's terrible, I'll put it back again. Why not? It's going to be the worst of the core skills, generally speaking, anyway. But maybe we can do something with this. There's 2 angles I could go. But if I don't use Noxious Resonance, the poisoning becomes useless to us. So I think you have to use that. Because otherwise, yeah, the poisoning does nothing for us. If you're doing just a full hit damage one, Vital Strikes is great. But I think, honestly, Noxious Resonance is the play, probably. Because you've got all the poisoning stuff. Yeah, that's got a bit of play, isn't it? Oh, actually, this is something I'm going to try and push for before the season comes out. I want them to change this. Bloody damage on Tuesday stuff. Like, come on. And why? so much weaker as well. Like, Ravenous is so weak compared to, what's that, 7.5? I suppose it goes to 15%, but only against healthy enemies. Like, why? Why against only healthy enemies? And like, 12% damage. That goes to 12% after 3 ranks. That goes to 24. That goes to 15. You know what I mean? I don't know. But only against crowd. I mean, against crowd-controlled stuff, I suppose it's not so bad. It's not amazing against bosses, but yeah, I don't know. Weirds me out a little bit. I might need... I don't really know. Oh, I suppose it does reduce the cooldown of it, doesn't it? Just trying to work out if I'd need intricacy or not. Probably. For these. I haven't got any other form of cooldown reduction otherwise. And those 3 won't get the sit. That's why the Harlequins could be better here. Is that what I do? That would give me cooldown reduction on all of these. Focus. Or do I just go for intricacy and solve it that way? Maybe. Need 1 more point from somewhere. I've got unstoppable there. Hey, Zareth, drink city streamer. Cheers. I mean, look, Panda, Tuesday's only, what, a day and a half? It's only a day and a half. No, what's it, like 30? It's like 41 hours away or something, right? We'll get into it. People will very quickly test it and be like, yeah, that does actually feel bad. And they'll feed that back. And then I reckon they'll come down to a middle ground. I think that's probably what will end up happening, but we'll see. I guess we'll see. I mean, I'm intrigued to see what the new affix is going to be like, to be honest. Oh, of course, we want this as well for the poison damage, to scale the poison damage. Oh god, I'm running out of skill points now. Goodness me. If you can't spam Devourer, you're not going to benefit from these. That really will be the biggest issue with this. If it's like you can't actually cast it every 6 to 8 seconds because it's lasting for 15, then you can't benefit from these as much, which is kind of a bummer, really. Hey, Finch, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. How you doing, dudes? Yeah, I mean, I won't personally get a chance to test Sork, I don't think, on the PTR. There's just not enough time. So I'm just going to be focusing on Spiritborn. I'm gonna do leveling legit to start with. First day will probably be 1 to 60 and a bit of the Torment. Finish off getting to Torment 4, so I got an idea how that works. Then the last 5 days will just be absolute cheat the crap out of the game. Get all the items, go test every build. I'll just get the builds together as sort of near my planners, give them a little blast, see what happens, see if the theory even works, and then fix things that don't. And then just get an idea where they're landing, just so I've got an idea what's going on with Spiritborn at a high level. And that's kind of the plan for me. That needs to be Devourer cooldown. Let me just read that again. The Devourer's damage is increased by 350% of your healing received bonus, up to 400%. Lovely. Yeah. Just find 2 points for that to get the extra poison damage. Healing. There's so much healing on this build, it's actually insane. I might not need this, just because we've got a heller amount of damage reduction anyway. Oh no, it reduces their damage as opposed to damage reduction. We could probably get away without these though. Stick those in there, that might be alright. That'll probably do. Okay, that's those. Got Lucky Vulnerable, which we'll need. I'm still... Do we stick with Lord's Mantle? The only reason to take this and not the Harkins for me right now is because of the... or it doubles the potency of the primary hull. But it also gives me that resource cost reduction, which I believe does scale your Rod of Kepaleka damage quite significantly as well. Depends how close I can get. I need to get out to cap unyielding hits. If I can't cap it with this setup very easily, then you'd have to change up Harlequins. I think that's what I'll do. We'll start with Lord's Mantle for now. And then you'd go, yeah, you go Eagle. Secondary. Centipede there. That'd be fine. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You're not really going to be moving very fast, but I suppose this is fine. You just the core skill ranks is good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and yep. Okay. Yeah, I mean, those just don't really do much for us here. What is the best leveling druid build, Premier Panda? I mean, I used Pulverize when I did it, but I don't know if that's the best as per se. Does anyone know what the current best leveling druid build is? Lightning Storm. Oh, Companions is pretty good, yeah. Yeah, Lightning Storm and Companions is probably pretty solid. Ironforge. Yeah, thanks, Ironforge. Loki, man, I'm cooking on a build. Well, trying to from scratch. It would take me days to do one because I've never done it. Reading all the aspects, all uniques, then trying to remember what they do, then look into what spells and passives you have to work with. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously knowing... It's knowledge, isn't it? It's a knowledge gap. It's like any game. When you first pick up a game, you don't have any knowledge on the game. The more knowledge you've got and just knowing what things generally are and where things are and stuff, it makes it a bit quicker, I suppose. A good example is League of Legends, right? When I first started playing that, I don't play anymore, but when I did back in the day, I played when Tristana dropped. It was like the 12th hero in the game or something. So there was like no heroes to learn. So I knew all the heroes in the game, and I played all the way through to like 90 heroes. So I knew what they all did at that time. And I was playing loads at uni. But now, if I went back, I would be like, it's like playing the game fresh again. Because there's probably more, but also everything would have just changed. So you need to know what everything does so you can avoid stuff and know how to combat it and all that. It's just a huge knowledge gap. So it's that kind of thing. Yeah, it's either going to be Lord's Mantle or you're going to have a Harley's set up. Centipede, Eagle. Which gives you a lot of generic cooldown reduction. Devourer's cooldown reduction will be very low. I just, yeah, if we can't spam this every 6 seconds, that's a problem. I will actually ask them to change that. Because the thing is, it just makes it inherently worse than every other ultimate because of these. You need to be able to spam it pretty... Well, you never get that 100% of the time, but you need to be able to spam it relatively often to get this up, to keep this up. That lasts for like 5 seconds. So if you can only cast every 15 seconds, you're only going to have that up like 1/3 of the time. And then that 1/5 of the time, but if it's every 6 seconds, that's up 50% of the time, and that's up most of the time. As long as you've got the GG set up. So. All right, let's have a look at Paragons. We are not dealing thorns, but we do have some very interesting poisoning stuff. And we're relying on just building loads of poison, and then we blow it up with the crit for loads of damage. So you can take Bane. Because it has a 15% chance to double the amount of damage over their durations. That's pretty nice. Starting to wonder if whether the Melted Heart is not the way to go for this specific build. And that would then want the Harlequins as well. All right, I might actually do that. It requires some interesting changes, though. So what we would do, you put adaptability here instead. We won't use the Banished Lords, so it doesn't matter. It's all about the poisoning. Banished Lords. Probably going to want like Nourishment and Ravenous or something. I don't know. Oh, balls. Because the thing is, you can achieve 500 if you go Midday Hunt. They did one thing to Midday Hunt, which would be good for this particular build. Your maximum... So it gives you the maximum vigor by 50%. That would allow you to get, with GG stuff, like up to probably 50%. To the near sort of 500 point. But they changed this that while you have any amount of ferocity, which if you've got Ravager on the build with the minimum ferocity, you'll always have at least one. Your new poisoning effects last longer, not do their damage over a shorter period of time. The difference with this is it's the same as what they do with, assuming it works. This is what they did with Flay on Barb. The duration tempers as a multiplier because you do the same amount. You do an X amount of damage over 8 seconds, but if you increase the duration, well, it didn't make it do 800. It didn't make it do the damage over a longer duration. It scaled the damage with the duration. I'm assuming that's what they're intending this to do. So that's a straight up multiplier to your poisoning, as well as allowing you to get your 500. Because that's the most important thing, getting to that 500 point. Getting to the point where you'll get this up 100% of the time might be interesting. I suppose it doesn't matter, though. If it takes 2 attacks to blow them up, I suppose it's not the end of the world. But yeah, you'd probably do this. Nourishment is actually useful on this specific setup because of that gives you directly more poison damage, which scales poisoning and poison. Scales your dot and non-dot. Is the stream randomly lagging? Try refreshing. Is it lagging for anyone else, guys? Oh, leveling will be very different because obviously, yeah, we're starting off with literally. You're actually going to start at level 1. I don't know. I'm in two minds about it. Is it going? I'm in two minds as to whether that's going to be good or bad. But it does mean you are actually starting at level 1, which I suppose is something. You can level with rake because I might put together a rake leveling build, but I have actually got a rake build done now. It's in here somewhere. I did it earlier. Here we go. I've actually gone what I did in season 6. I've gone with Loyalty's Mantle, pure Jaguar. But this is just a rough guide. I'll test this out and we'll see how it lands. Yeah, we'll see how it lands. I mean, there's a world where you could go for a Harlequins, you'd go for a Hesher Ekasungi, but then you would need to get the sanctification of Wild Claws on one of these slots, so you've still got Wild Claws somewhere. You'd ideally get adaptability on your Heart of Selig, your Wild Claws could then go over here, and then you could put an Hesher Ekasungi on, and then you could put that there, then you could change this to a Harlequins or even an Ebilwakas and change these up if you wanted, or whatever. Or you change this to a Harlequins, so you've still got your primary Jaguar. And then you could go for one of these. So there's a few different things you could do. This is a non-sanctify version. Yeah. Okay, just try refreshing, Zach. Sounds like the other guys are okay. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to be back in 1 minute. I need to go use the restroom, so I'll be back in, 1 or 2 minutes. BRB, guys. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Is anyone running Chaos Rifts? I ran out of Sigil Dust, but can co-op or carry. Did anyone link up with Afrodrac there? Looks like he's run out of Sigil Dust, but he's looking to do some more Chaos Rifts to farm out them, or farm out the currency, I suppose, and maybe get lucky with the other things. Yeah, this version of Stinger might not work very well in the end. Who knows? But it's a way of differentiating it somewhat, isn't it? Yeah, so what I was going to do is, instead of using the Melted Heart tech to get to 500 resource, you wouldn't get all that resource cost reduction, I suppose. That's the only loss here. And you wouldn't get the doubling up or you wouldn't get the doubling up of this either. Maybe you just accept you don't get to 500 resource. And that becomes more important there. We can roll GA max resource here. That becomes the most important. So I think I got to 497, if I remember rightly, on this season. And that was with a GA max resource. I did have a GA max resource Harlequins as well. I didn't have GA max resource on the Rod of Kep though. It'd make it a damn sight easier to keep these up if I had the Harlequins on. And it would make it a lot easier to cap unyielding hits for sure. Okay, what we could actually do, if I had, don't necessarily need the Devourer cooldown. I don't know. I don't think I can put it on here, can I? No. Can only put that on the weapon, which is a bummer. So you just can't do it. The Spirit Hall potency stuff. I mean, going from what you would lose is you would lose 60 maybe. So you'll be at like 400 plus. Maybe that's enough. You lose a bunch of damage on these, but you're gaining a bunch of damage going to adaptability, and you're gaining a 33x on your poisoning. Which is, for poisoning damage, not terrible. So maybe that's okay. Maybe it's just an acceptable loss to be just under 500. Now the question is, Nourishment is good because that's direct poison damage. What's the next best one? So that's only 2.5x per rank. Apex isn't bad. I'm pretty sure you can't put resolution on an emulator. I don't know why that's there. Probably just do resource cost reduction because we lost that not having it on the ring. Or if you need, well, you may not need total armor. You probably just do that, I suppose. You might not need total armor percent on the amulet with the temerity. I did this on the other builds, but just in case you do, we'll do that. And then I suppose you can just do this. May or may not need that. Depends how often you can spam it. Actually, I can go test this. Let me go do this. Can you still get the Baleful Armor Transmog? Which one's that one? Let me have a look quickly. You just did. I actually didn't respond just yet. I was just about to get to it, Zerif. Just did my own Theorycraft build for next season, Druid. Nice. What kind of build? Melly, Quiggy, how's it going, guys? Baleful Intent. Is it a Spiritborn? Is that a Spiritborn set? I don't know. Baleful Intent. Is it a specific slot? I can't search for it, so you're going to have to let me know, like, what transmog is it supposed to be. I don't know which one it is off the top of my head. I'll have a look. Can't, it's not pants, I can't see it there. Shred landslides and walls, nice. I can't even see it in the game. Look. Unless the items are called something else. Oh, sorry, no, 1 second. I might have been reading the wrong thing. I can't search it, so it'll take me a second to go through and have a look. No, it's not. I can't see. I mean, it's not in my list there. Oh, was I? Was just hovering over it. Baleful's Intent. Oh yeah, investment of bailment's content. It's salvaged from an item, apparently. I haven't unlocked it, but you salvage it from an item. It must be an item you can drop at some point in the game. A cosmetic you drop or something. Or maybe it's the one you get from... Maybe it's the one you get from the PvP zone. Could be. Oh, no, that's not. That's the Killer's Vest. I don't know. The Baleful Intent, apparently you get it from salvaging an item. Yeah. I'm just going to quickly... It doesn't matter about this build too much. I've got a Harlequins on, so I can test this all the same. I just want to see how quickly can we spam... Bloody hell, yeah. 16.39. Can I spam that quicker than 15 seconds? Because it lasts for 15. Oh. Oh, I changed my build around. Oh, God, what did I do, Leroy? No! It helps if I've got the right skills in the right places. There we go. I was testing other things out and I didn't go back on and fix it all properly. There we go. Right, I just need to cast that. And then we just wait a second. Or attack. I just want to see if I can use it quicker than... Can I use it again before it's up? No, I can't. See, that's the problem with it. I'm actually going to have to feed that back. And that you can't cast. It lasts for 15 seconds. So now I can't cast this again for 15 seconds, no matter what the cooldown is on it. So that makes that other... It makes some of them bonuses a bit rubbish for that specific thing. I'm going to have to ask them to change... Actually ask them to make it so that lasts... for less time. Make it last for 6 seconds or something. Or last for 8 seconds or something like this. It needs to be lower than that, though. Yeah, that's in it. Or at least make it last that long, but allow us to cast it again before it's up. That's the problem with this. This needs to be recastable if you happen to have a lower cooldown. There's no like, you're not breaking the game by doing that as per se. You know? I don't think when it respawns near you that actually does count towards resolution and stuff. Where's the buff for it? Does that not come up in this bar? That's really annoying if that doesn't. Any enemies you kill while an ultimate skill is active. Okay, so Supremacy's fine, actually. Any enemies you kill while an ultimate skill is active grants a stack of Supremacy, each increasing your damage by 3%. When an ultimate skill ends, yours... Okay, so actually, Supremacy's fine, because while it's active, you can stack this, but it's only on kills, but that's fine, okay. So actually, that one's not an issue. This one here is, though, Resolution, because it's based on casting an ultimate skill, and it only lasts for 3 seconds, so you can only have that up for 1/5 of the time, specifically for that ultimate. So it's actually not as bad as I thought it would be, to be fair. At least Supremacy works fine. Yeah, okay. That was my fear, but that does mean that unstoppable stuff in the tree won't work here, because you won't be able to cast every 6 seconds. So yeah, you will need to solve unstoppable in another way like I did. That's why I tested that, because I wanted to check that. Alright, nice. Good to know. It's dropped from the Tenets of Depravity questline and Vessel of Hatred. There you go. So it sounds like you got to do a questline. Thanks, Malik. Doesn't look like I have Sugar Rust. I probably just didn't bother doing the questline. Panda's got you covered. Nice. Yeah, you need to dismantle it, apparently. It's probably the pink ones, right? They're pink, aren't they? The quest lines. You probably have to follow one of those. We got a lot of ranks of nourishment here. It's 4x a rank. Apex is 6x a rank. So you probably want Apex here. Plus it's diminishing returns if you've already got nourishment down there. I feel like movement speed after killing an enemy here is kind of meh. I might say that stat needs to change. I mean, the whole life on kill thing is still a bit lost on me at the moment because it's just, well, it's great until you can't kill anything and then you're stuck. But the movement after killing an enemy, I don't know. I'm not sold on that one. So that scales your basic skill damage. That actually doesn't scale your primary hull damage. It only scales the basic skill damage. But I suppose that's fine because that scales the poison you're applying from Stinger in a big way. On top of the Rod of Kep, so that's awesome. And then the unyielding hits here scales both that and your primary hull, which is also scaling nicely. As long as you can stack up the hits, which you will. You've got a lot of healing here. You're going to have constant healings. You're going to have so much stacks of Ravager. It's going to be insane, frankly. I am a little concerned about cooldown reduction here. We've got cooldown reduction on that. If I don't need total armor here, because we've got armor percent there, and I don't know how high that armor percent's going to be, then I'd roll cooldown there maybe, actually. Just to assist with these. Try and make it so these last longer. Or have better cooldowns on them. Yeah, I think you're going to need it. I think you might be able to get away with the armor thing. You'd probably just change this to Song of the Mountain for the base armor. And if that armor percent on Temerity is high enough, you're golden. Yeah. That looks fine. Skill tree was looking okay. You probably want to max that out, though. You want the rank 5. Although saying that, I don't know really if the Devourer's damage is really going... I mean, my Devourer damage in game is like... If I had that, it'd be up at like 1.5 million. Which is not enormous, but that's your starting point, and then it gets scaled up. I don't know. We'll leave it as a 1 point thing to start with. Maybe we can scale it up. Really don't know where the points would come from, though. You could theoretically take that off and this. I could find points if I needed to. Fine. Okay. Oh, we're not dealing Thorns damage, so yeah, fine. So we want to use Bane, Canny, definitely. You could use Colossal, but you wouldn't benefit from the top part. We're not playing a Pestilence build, so we won't use Consumption. You can use Fester. But that only scales Centipede skills specifically, and only against crowd control enemies. But the top and the bottom bit would be fine. Don't know if it works on the primary Hall Mind. Headhunter Woods. We'll use Menagerists probably. Because we can scale up the resource in that board. And we have got one of every type of skill. So that's Menagerist, Bane, Canny. Probably Colossal. Yeah, okay, so I know where Menagerist is going. That'll go on this one. I mean, technically, Hubris scales higher, actually, but... what's this? Activate of Dexterity. This is an easy one to activate. It doesn't cost half as much points, to be honest. It's easy to activate. Very easy to activate. Absolutely come up here and do this. Yep, looks good. Gonna want all that. And that. Probably want to put Bane. Well, that's strength, and there's a lot of strength in here. Spirit, crit damage. Probably do want to do that. Your crit strikes cause your poisoning on an enemy to burst. No, you don't care about crit damage. You're just caring about doing the crit. The crit damage becomes less important. We've got Canny. Where's Canny? Let's put Bane over here. I can't remember how much strength you get in these. Get rid of those. Go to that. 54. There's 59 here. How much was up there? 74 up there. All right, well, I mean, if you're going to keep Colossal, you're going to stick Bane up there because that gives you more poison damage. Stick Colossal down there for now because then it's just this just becomes an easy activate if we do it that way. Spam Armored Hide, get your resolve stacks, get some get some damage, easy claps. You just take the easiest route through. Yep, that looks good. Oh, do that. Okay, we'll come back to that one. That's the right place for that. That seems like a good place for that. This is a high dex one. So... Hey, Jedi, how you doing, man? I think I figured out your rake builds. You post videos of your builds. I didn't do any like end game build guides this season actually, but next season I will be getting better at that. I will aim to do actual proper video guide run-throughs, not just showcases, showing my items and stuff. If you've got any questions about the build, just hit me up though. Yeah, thanks for the info, Panda. That's awesome. The difference between solo and not solo, in which regard, Zach? On rake build, do we need attacks, evade, cooldown 1? What, you mean on boots? No, you shouldn't do. But you do, it's very gear dependent. You need a Zepazontek, you need a Rod of Kepaleka, you need you know, you need all those items really. The Epicenter is an absolute must-have. You put Thunder Spike on your hot bar, and you make it so when you evade your Thunder Spike fires, and then when you hit an enemy with Thunder Spike, and you got a Epicenter on, it always hits with your third Thunder Spike attack. So then that reduces your evade cooldown by 5 seconds by default. That plus a tiny bit cooldown, and boom, you've got perma evade, no problem. Probably not going to use the Dex one here. I mean, there's two options. They're both... Well... The benefit of Headhunter is it would work both for your Stinger and for your primary hull, actually. So you'd probably take that one. And that benefits from all this, giving you all of the dexterity. That scales both as well, I think. And then down here, where you want the most intelligence you can get a pretty deep. Can you get a decent amount down here? Yeah, you can get a decent amount of intelligence down here, I think. $64. Seems reasonable. How much ink can we get up here? 7, 14, 24, 29, 34, 44, 54, 59, not as much. It's 64 there. How much can you get in this cluster? 7, 14, 19, 24, 29, 34, 39, 44, 49, 54. Yeah, not as much. Figured. That one has to be that. And that just makes sense. So, yeah, okay. Makes sense. We've got 11 nodes left. Nice. Guess we take that. And then... Might as well say these. It's just more damage for us. Alright, that's probably good enough. Scaling, generically scaling your poison damage regardless of the source. Generic scalers in the middle and the bottom regardless, as long as you're close. Generic dex scaling scales all your damage. Generic elite damage scaling and generic damage scaling, so that's just good for everything. Menagerist generic scalers. And scales your max resource. And Bane, generic chance for your poisoning damages to have double duration. What would be interesting is does the double duration happen before the midday hunt ring change? If that's the case, then that means the midday hunt ring gets, on this particular instance, will get a 66% increase. Or no, does this happen after the midday hunt ring? That's what I mean, sorry. So the midday hunt ring got changed to increase your durations by 33%. Does that happen and then the glyph gets calculated if it procs, which would then give you 133 times 2, 266% duration. So you actually get a bigger duration out of this on, I don't know. Maybe. But it's got generic poison scalers anyway, so either way, that's going to be good for us. Probably, actually, what's the lucky hit chances on all these things? 20%, 10%, 10%, 30%. I mean, you're probably going to be lucky hitting enough that you're knocking stuff down. I don't know. Give it a go. See what... I was saying that. There is possibly a better board here. Actually. I mean, we're going to be healing life like no tomorrow. You want to be healing... Okay, when you heal for 100% of your maximum life, afflict close enemies... Afflicts close enemies, dealing 200%. I mean, the poisoning damage here is just an extra bit of poisoning damage, but it's a 60x damage multiplier, whilst... the knockdown here isn't. Well, it is against crowd-controlled enemies. So, actually, I think probably Bitter Medicine's better here. We don't care about the resistances. Attack damage is probably quite nice. And attack speed. Max life healing receives. Damage to close. Generic damage, okay. Yeah, I don't know. The classes in there are a bit meh, but... I need to see how much... I had Bane in there. How much strength is there in this? Probably nowhere near as much as that last one. 20, 30, 40... 54, nowhere near as much. God damn it. What about here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 32. Sorry. Oh yeah, 32, 37, 42, 47, 54, 59, 64, 69, giggity, 74. Okay, you can get 74 in there. And I bet there's a load of decks up here. If I can actually move the board. That's probably what we do then. Stick Head Hunter in there. Stick Bane in here. Sometimes this has a weird like movement bug on it. Save and refresh. Hey, Lord Ramir, Fire Hazard. How's it going, guys? Yeah, good. How are you guys doing? You good? You got your Necro T3 Fireball. Nice. Misery as well. How you doing, man? How you doing? Yeah, that's awesome. Which Necro are you playing again? Right, let's try that again. Bane. 74. Okay, is there any stray nodes there? Probably. There we go. Hey, that looks like... Get rid of that one as well. Alright, that looks okay. And then we can put a headhunter up here. Yep. $105, and there's one up there as well. There you go. So you get 110 there, so that's fine. Figured that would be a decent one. Healing received will actually work okay on this with the crazy amount of max life ago. I mean, this will be a really tanky build, I reckon. It'll be very tanky, I think. Take the damage and the attack speed, because why not? I don't know how important it is. I mean, these might change, these singular resistances. I don't know how important they'll be. Maybe they'll change some of these to physical. These paragons could change. I mean, you don't... Poison resistance is easy to solve on this, so... I guess the maximum's nice, but it's the... You only get 4% maximum there. Yeah, that's it. 12 points. Done. Easy peasy. But yeah, you're going to have 5% max life per second there. You're going to have, on Scourge, you're going to have lucky hitting an enemy affected by Scourge has a 60% chance. The life still 35% of the damage done, up to 35% of your maximum life. So you're basically going to heal 35% of your maximum life. You've got 20%, and you've got loads of increased healing, so it's going to scale all that. So you're going to be healing like 100% of your life, like no tomorrow on this. It's going to be insane. That's, yeah. You'd only need 150% healing received, and then you'd be golden. You'd be instantly there already. Okay. Still got 12 points left. Nice. Should take all these, why not? Take the armor nodes that I'm missing. Because we did lose that armor cluster. Oh, probably don't need that. Take that. All right. And then mercenary. That's just generic damage scaling. Well, you do have Subo with the dot, don't you? But honestly, I think the resistances will be more handy here. Damage reduction sounds reasonable. All right, I think that one's probably good. Stinger done. Still got time for more. Could do Rock Splitter. Woo! Smashing them. And then we start getting into slightly more interesting territory. Well, I suppose it's payback as well we could put together. They're racking up. Why is that called Crushing Hands? What? What's happened to the names? Why is that called Quill Wally? The hell? That's weird. Not sure what happened there. All right. That's a bit better. Not sure what happened there. Okay. Right, this next one, you need a Zeppazon I mean, there's certain things on this you'll just need. Finally build something slightly differently here. And you need the double damage. Oh, it's done that bug on me again. I'm well, running Druid this season, enjoying it to the fullest. Damn, nice. Yeah, Druid's really good. What Druid build you playing? Wiggy, a dead one. Giggity. Yes, indeed. Sorry, was killing the world boss at T3? No, you're good. You're rocking a Sever build until you get your... Oh, yeah, the Bone Spirit build looked fun. Yeah, nice. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time, man. That sounds awesome. Well, let's try this again. Is that going to allow me to do my stat now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, sweet. So you need a Epsilon Zik. You're going to run adaptability up here. You just are. You're going to run a Moni Zan, because it's the only way you can overpower the Thorns. Pretty sure I ended up running a Shroud. I can't remember. Is that the play? Is that the play? Because this won't consume... Unless you use Quacks, this won't consume the resource. So you'll always be above 500. Adaptability. Yeah, you're going to use the Hesher gloves here, for sure. Protects cooldown. Counter attack is absolutely vital. Ravager is really good on this build, and probably Scourge, I guess. That ability goes there. No. That hasn't been changed. That doesn't have damage to poisoned enemies anymore. What did they change that to? Oh, you see, Ith didn't want to boost you, Mango. Oh, did you go AFK, did you? How you doing, Mango? You good? You're running Ravens at 38 ranks of Ravens. Let me guess. You're Giga Blasting. $38 ranks. It's disgusting, isn't it? Not enough! Yeah, let's go eat. Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure she'll boost you another day. I've always really... Oh, I really want to use this, right? Oh, it's been changed. Damage reduction from poison enemies affix replaced with armor affix. I think they've messed... One sec. Thorns, armor. Oh, no, they have got it right. Damage to poisoned enemies. Okay. Oh, I don't care about the vigor gain here particularly. Do you know what? In this season, you would take the Rune Drinker on this build. I don't normally because it doesn't beat Moonrise. But... One sec. Sorry about that, I need to cough. With the sanctification, if you could sanctify Moonrise on this build somewhere, you can now use the Wound Drink. I've always wanted to use it on this build. Honestly. I've always wanted to do that. Because it gives you flat thorns, loads, it gives you armor now. Unyielded hits doesn't work with the Zamrune, which is very annoying. It doesn't work with the thorns part of Rock Splitter. Otherwise, I would try and use it, but it also gives you Toxic Skin's passive effect just for free, which is kind of nice. But until you get the Wound Drinker with that, but you need to. But Moonrise is a 60x multiplier. This just doesn't beat it. It just doesn't. Yeah, you need the Moonrise though, so until you can solve it, I don't want to put any Saxify based stuff in here until I know what's going on with it. Life per hit would be good here as well. I mean, you put counter-attack charges in here probably. Just so you've got a few more of those. It would. I mean, the wound drinker would also give you a pretty consistent way of generating vigor, like just consistently. Oh dear, got sneezes. Probably put the Balazans back on now that we're not bound by chaos items. Just means that you're poisoning stuff for free. You don't have to worry about that stuff. Thorns. Yeah, it gives you thorns. I need to, without the wound drinker on, I would have to put, you can't put Scourge on here, you'd have to have toxic skin. That's the benefit. If you could have if you could have the wound drinker on and not lose aspects of Moonrise, you could have 50x on Scourge. So actually, I mean, if you look at it that way, actually, now you've got the protector with the pull-in, because Scourge feels terrible to use if you use it before you use a pull-in. If you pull them all together, and then protector keeps pulling them in every time it hits the floor, Scourge works a lot better. You pull them in, and then you use Scourge, and then they don't all scatter, so you can hit them with this setup. Honestly, for the first time ever, I might actually end up using this season. And it helps solve armor here as well. I mean, that's easy peasy. If only unyielded hits work with this setup, but hey. Scale Thorns. Each time you deal Thorns damage, you gain Vigor. I mean, that, I don't know that value of Vigor are a bit different, but that you got 100% resource gen plus whatever else you've got in the build. So, I mean, you're going to get 14, 15 Vigor every attack for free. Gives you pretty ridiculous amount of life sustain. You're going to be giga tanky on this build. You're going to, it's like Mana Shield. This build will be mega for leveling up on, and then doing your first Torment run. If you had all this stuff, it'd be crazy. Spending Vigor heals you for 5 to 10% of your maximum life. I don't have a spender on here. This would give me some pretty absurd cooldown reduction on the build. Come back to that. What's the best Spiritborn build? What, this season or season 11 you talking about? No worries, Bleed. Thanks for that, dude. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You're hitting 100 pits in less than 2.5 minutes? Damn, nice. Ridiculous, nice. Yeah, you could either do this or you could go Harleys for the cooldown. That's my biggest concern here. It's like lack of cooldown reduction right now. The thing about a Jack Imp shell is Especially with the... Hello, mate. Which cat is it? Oh, it's Shadow. Hello. With the Sanctifier stuff, you could get Bruiser's aspects if you use a Jack Imp shell, and that gives you loads of armor, but it also gives you loads of thorns based on how low your life is, how much life you're missing. If you go down to like 80% life missing, you'll get a whole load of extra thorns. But because you won't even care, you just won't care because you've got the Melted Heart of Selig just protecting you. Making you like absolutely giga tanky, in theory. Let me do the skill tree here. I kind of wish rank scaled accelerated rock splitter. I might push for this. It's never done it. Yeah, so you put those in there. The rest of this is useless to us. To be fair. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. I don't necessarily need any more of those. Need that. No, I normally use adaptive stances on this. Giga tanky, doubling up your core stats. I mean, actually, yeah. I mean, this build will be ridiculous tanky. I mean, this will be an amazing support build. You could even just, you could build a support rock splitter build where you're just like, you got Vortex and a pull in on your gorilla. So you can just like double pull enemies in all the time. You could do that. Because, I mean, assuming this works, your Melted Heart scales off of your primary stat. Adaptive Stances gives you 100% more core stats, so your primary stat will be, well, near doubled. It happens before Dexterity percentage. So it'll be nearly doubled. So you're going to give yourself some absolutely absurd amount of life. It's going to be completely stupid. Like, you'll be stupid tanky. With group tower push for leaderboards, there might be a place for a good... Yeah, like, so let me give you an idea of how tanky I'm talking here, right? Right, the Melted Heart makes every point of primary stat 3... You get 3 resource, 3% primary resource. So assuming that's just 3 resource, if I've got 3,000 dex, that's going to be 9,000, right? Before dexterity scalers, you then get 100% from your... So that's 9,000 max resource. And that's just from the primary... From the dexterity and that. You'll probably have like 200 and... You'll probably have like 200 as well from your Paragon border stuff. But let's start with this. Then you double it with adaptive stances. So now you're up to 18,000. Actually, no, let's half that because we need to do the percentage scalars. So you got primary. I don't know how much percent that's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be like that primary stat scaler might be really big. We don't know what the number will be. But let's assume it's the same as dexterity. It's like 30% or something, right? You're up to that, and then you times that by 2. Oh, no, you add 9,000 on. So you're up to 20.7. I mean, you could put the Ring of Midday Hunt on if you wanted to go support, and that gives you 50% more. You could get to like 30, 40,000 resource. Pretty much. And then all you need to do, Scourge. Oh, yeah. No, you're going to be indestructible. Look. Casting Scourge grants 60% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. LOL! That is pretty outrageous. I mean, I'd kind of want to use the Quacks rune. That would remove your resource. But yeah, as a support, you wouldn't do that. Even if you only had 20,000, if you had 30,000 life over here, essentially, but you're constantly generating 60% of that. No, you're not constantly generating 60% of it. Because look, assuming these work, you've got 60% there, and then it's got your resource generation. You got 100% resource generation here. If you get a GA, that's 150. Plus anything else you've got. Let's just say you've got 150. That actually means you've got 150% max resource over 6 seconds. So if you do like 150 over 6, so now you want to bring that down, divided by 6. Actually, no, here we go. 150 divided by 100. Oh, I've got my math wrong. What am I doing here? I know I want to attempt it. Oh, I've done it the wrong way around. That's why. That's it. Yeah. You're going to heal. You're going to literally heal your maximum resource in 4 seconds. Every time you cast Scourge. So every second you're going to get 5,000 life a second or something if you're at 20,000. If you're at 30,000, you'll get 7,500 a second. You probably could get to 40,000 if you put the Ring of Midday Hunt on and everything else and put a Harlequins on and all sorts. That's 10,000 life a second. Like, you could become absolutely giga ridiculous. You could become indestructible. I think. You soloed Lilith on T1. You got a Shroud? Nice. I mean, if we're using that, you'll be poisoning enemies anyways. I suppose you're not worried about enemies being poisoned for that bonus. You could probably take the Balazans off. As much as this gives us a nice amount of base Thorns damage. I only used that because it gave you that easy application. They changed the Tybalt, so it gives you... When you become unstoppable, you gain 100 of your primary resource. I mean, I probably don't need that, do I? Let's be honest. I need to check something in game again. I want to see what Bruiser's like. Yeah, DJ Chrono, I'm going to sanctify myself and I'm going to become indestructible. Now, if that was the case, I'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Ooh, I can't break anymore, people. Watch me blast. I can't remember what the value of the... I mean, obviously, All these values could change, but I can't remember what the value of Bruiser is at this level. Bruiser's the one where you gain armor, but more importantly, you gain thorns based on missing life. I'm actually tempted to use a Jack Imp Shell. It will seriously, one of the biggest issues with this build has always been the management of the skills. You need to be able to time them with intricacy. You need all of them up all the time. And if you can't, you don't get all the bonuses, and then it just doesn't work very well. So you just want cooldown reduction like no tomorrow. But if your life isn't your main defense life pool anymore, the Jack Imp Shell could work really well here, honestly. So, yeah, I just wanted to have a look at this here. $37, it says. Per 1% missing life. Kind of wish that was a bit higher. But yeah, 1% per missing life. I'll be interested to see how the razor plate's changed. Has the razor plate changed? We'll see. See what the thorns value is. I don't really care too much about the armor here, although it will literally solve armor if I use a Jack Imp Shell. Although that would be basically solved anyway. So yeah, 30. Let's just say with the Jack Imp Shell, I'm always at... I need to spend vigor to gain health. Actually, no, I'm not too worried about it because I'll be gaining so much life from other things, right? I think. You got life on hit and stuff, probably. Thorns, armor. I mean, the Shroud of False Death's nice, and it does give +1 passives, but... So we will lose a bunch of damage here. I don't know if it outweighs bruises or not. It might do. I don't necessarily need the Balazans. It gives a pretty decent amount of base Thorns damage. Oh, actually, that's a good point, actually. To be fair, you can get, what, like 8 ranks of Bastion. I need the best, let's just say worst case scenario, or you get about 50 times 37. 1,850. 8 ranks of Bastion is already 8 times 120. That's 800. That's 960. Plus you get the flat value of Thorns. Bruisers might be better. I mean, you can go lower than 50%. It will take you all the way down to 10% if you really... I mean, best case scenario, you'll be at 90 times 37. That's absolute best case scenario. It is higher, but... Can't remember how high the ranks go. But it's also... It does also give you 150% Thorns damage on hit, doesn't it? Maybe this is the best thing here. This build is typically quite hard to stack up the barrier as well to 100%. I'm finding myself wanting to go back to this again. I don't get as much damage straight out of it, but it means I can use Viscous Shield. Which is a bigger scaler than the others. I typically don't use that one anymore. I'll use Sapping. Revealing. Yeah, Sapping, Revealing. That makes Viscous Shield way more attractive. Although saying that, I won't be taking damage on my life or barrier with this. So, well, I would need a phenomenal amount of damage barrier scaling. You definitely want all of these. And you would need 100% barrier gen, which is 122% with the Q rune. It's typically really hard to solve on this build. And this just solves it. I can't convert this to core skill, so this is just useless to me. It doesn't really do all that much for me. Bummer. I mean, I typically put duelist on here before. Scourge continuously affects enemies around you for 5 to 9 seconds. You want to be able to cast it. I think that will break that. That does make it a lot easier to keep the 50% up all the time, but... You're definitely going to want rock splitter size here. So that there, dexterity, max life. Let's take movement speed down here. And probably... It's just because you want to stack up your extra stacks on Ravager. You just want every source of healing you can possibly get. Go movement speed here. Duelist just means I get more veracity stacks. Although we're not really able to stack those up so well here. That would give me vulnerable straight up and solve the movement speed problem. That is better for damage. Hey, Gordazilla, how's it going, man? Good evening. Will the build work before get... Yeah, it will do, Gord, yeah. I mean, this is for Season 11, right? I'm just throwing together some ideas before Tuesday so that I've got some planners to work with, but these will likely change once I actually get to play it. This is a build I know quite well. I'm just playing around with some ideas here. I used to solve veracity on this build by... the Mystic Circle tech. Attack speed is kind of the name of the game. So you need as much of it as possible. So, I mean, if you could sanctify it, Plains Power on here, then you'd be laughing, I guess. And I don't know how much damage that's going to do, so we're going to have to see. It's going to mean it's going to be better in group situations, though, probably, but saying that with a Zepazontic, you're doing 3 instances every time. So it's only 5 attacks to cycle it. Hey, Black Velvet, how's it going? Exceptional Fart Pascal, how you doing, dudes? What is the best way in the seasons? How to find mythic items? You need that. Which head and chest you after? I mean, the best way is to get the runes and then get the sparks, and then you can craft it. But otherwise, farming bosses and just farming general content, trying to find the mythic chaos rifts. They're all pretty rare, though. Even the drop rates from bosses are pretty rare. This is not going to do as much damage as the other builds, I don't think. Not unless they giga buff Razor Plate or something. Yeah, after the Harlequins and the Shroud. Still cooking? Yeah. I will be tomorrow as well. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be cooking all day tomorrow and all night probably in prep for Tuesday. So that we can literally just blast on Tuesday and actually do some gaming rather than just theory. But yeah, managed to get a decent number done today so far. We'll get this one done. I might get one more done after this. Chef Tom, yeah. Yeah, honestly, there's no like simple answer to that Black Velvet other than kill bosses, the tormented bosses, and keep farming, I guess. And the runes, you can, if you've got the expansion, you can craft them with runes. Is anyone around to help Lord Ramir grind some glyphs to level 46? Let him know. You would normally take redirected force on this, actually. That's a big damage loss from having the wound drinker on. But again, if you had Sanctify, you would sanctify that on one of these. You sanctify adaptability up here, you get redirected force. That's what you would do. You actually need Plains Power for the ferocity on this. He didn't need it in season 10 because you had the potion that gave you like 80% attack speed, bucket 2 attack speed. It's absolutely bonkers. Like, you kind of want Scourge. I'm kind of debating whether, like... Man. I can't even temper Mystic Circle potency on anymore. It goes on the weapon slot, which means you can't use it on this build, which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. And they didn't even counter that by putting this back up again. That's what I used to get my Veracity stacks up before. This just isn't worth taking unless you've got the Mystic Circle posting, which you can't put on rings anymore. Ugh. I really want to use the Melted Heart, but actually, the 500's only benefiting the aspect of adaptability here. Yeah, I think you could do it. We could make a support rock splitter that would absolutely do this, but I think the actual... You do this for this version, I think. And then you got redirected up here, maybe, or something. And then... want all the ranks in potent you can possibly get. Because that Jaguar attack speed skill attack speed, I think that goes to attack speed bucket 2. So that plus ranks in Ravager. Would give you that baseline. The more ranks you got in Ravager, the higher your minimum velocity is. So 1 rank, I'm at 2, but I think if I put another few points in there, it would be up at... You can get out to like 3 or 4 or something. Starting to wonder if we just do this. Oops. Harlequins. I mean, if you had a midday hunt and you could get redirected force on it, that'd be epic. That'd be pretty epic. Guess I can roll cooldown on here as well, actually. Oh, no worries, Melik. Sitting here listening to talk to you about these skills and interactions and trying to follow to absorb the information, I realise now how much I do not understand this game. I mean, look, we're all always learning, seriously. Hey, badass, how's it going, my dude? No, they're not Black Velvet, but some of these guys might be able to help you out if you ask nicely, maybe. Either going and farming content, or who knows, maybe if there's specific runes you're after, maybe there's some kind people that might be able to help. Who knows? Hello, cat. You're cold. Unlucky. So much stuff can roll here. Holy cow. Yeah, I normally put Rock Splitter. Where is it? Block chance. Just so that when you're Rock Splittering, you've got 100% block chance regardless of armor high, but you might be able to get away without that. Because we can put 4 affixes on the amulet now, yes, you could go for triple passes, but you can also get cooldown here. Which means you can, and with the cooldown on the Harlequins, assuming they adjust the base here, so when you get GA, you'll get better, you'll get the decent cooldown here. I mean, even a normal 20% plus a roll of cooldown here at least gives you some baseline cooldown. Cat, come on, please get down. Get down. Thank you. But the other thing is, because we're making everything a Jaguar skill, and they changed Potent to give you 2% cooldown reduction per rank. If you get 5 ranks of Potent on your amulet, say, or even you get 3 ranks, that's going to give you 12% cooldown as well. So now you've got 3 sources of cooldown, which gives you at least some generic cooldown across the board, which is really nice. We're not going to have 500 resources. Oh, we will want max resource on this. You get what, like 3 ranks of Apex, maybe 5 if you're lucky. That's up to 30x damage. If we had a GA max resource at 31, or wherever it goes up to. That would give us 9, 27. That gives about 27. cat, get down, please. Would you gamble your sparks? I wouldn't. I would get the runes because sparks are quite rare, right? I don't ever recommend random gambling them. Which Spiritborn poison skill do you think is best for the Shattered Vow? I have never used a Shattered Vow on any build on any class. Annoyingly. But bear with me. Poison stuff does look like it's had at least a little bit of love in the upcoming season, so we'll see if we can do something with it. Yeah, how you doing, Brandon? You good? By using Scourge, about 60% resource gen build up. That plus the little bit of resource gen we'll have across the build in general. If we use the Quacks rune, we can use the Quacks rune. Probably. I think I used Ahu Quacks before. So it doesn't work. Once you get them below 90, once you get them to the unhealthy state. Maybe. If you're not using the Hesher Kasungi, then you're missing those. Yeah, I can't really not. There's just so much damage on the Evil Walker compared to the Helm, even with the max resource scaling. I mean, sure, the cooldown reduction is nice and everything, but there's just a lot in that for me. And maybe with the roll of cooldown there and the roll of cooldown in the potent ranks gives you at least some cooldown. It should be right. That narrows the gap a bit. If it really is awful, you can try the Harlequins, but... Gamble some mythics. That's 2 to 3 mythic crafts. Your win ratio tanked, Bone Mill. Are you losing loads? Oh, you lost all your points, Bone Mill. Oh, God. When did that happen? I've really not been paying attention. Hey, Blink, how's it going? Are Hordes the best way to farm Chaos Core? It's one of the best ways. The other way is to farm Reputation by blasting Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides and then go buy the scrolls from the guy next to the quest board. And then you can use those scrolls to get your Chaos Infernal Chaos caches, the seasonal ones, which you get from the seasonal rep board once you've completed all of the chat, you know, up to 16 and got your spark. You get the caches afterwards, and as long as you've in your ashes got the middle section completely maxed out, you'll always get at least one chaos item from it. Mango Crane lost 69 points. Giggity. So the annoying thing here is the Gorilla ranks don't do anything. I kind of wish Gorilla ranks scaled the Thorns damage on the Rock Splitter. I might have to report that back. That's the one thing. Like, if Gorilla ranks scaled that damage, if the Thorns damage baked into Rock Splitter actually scaled with Gorilla ranks, like ranks in the skill, I think Rock Splitter would be a really sick build. Don't think my attack speed is going to be high enough. I need to do my Paragons. Oh no, I've got... Well, this is attack speed bucket 2, I hope. But I've still got the problem of, like, where am I getting the Veracity stacks from? This is where I'm having problems right now. This is where I always come back to this. Legit can't even scale that anymore. I don't know why they moved that over here. It's so weird. So I can't temper it on the weapon anymore. Yeah. This build to push high in any sense will need sanctifications. You'll need Plains Power sanctification. You'll need Moonrise sanctification somewhere. The basic version will be this. So unless you get the sanctifications, the Wound Drinker's not usable without the sanctifications, I don't think, really. Not for the best damage, anyway. You get a 50x there by putting Scourge in, I suppose. And you get a bunch of damage here. It's attack speed. I'm missing... Let's see what I've got in here. I can't remember what I get from the passive tree. Yeah, so Hubris will go up in the board above. Outmatch is possible. Revenge ones, that's 2 of them. Spirit's one of them. We're not doing lightning damage, so we lose that boss and multiplier, but we do gain a 15 in the middle there. Spine Skin. Oh, that's right. You get a little bit of cooldown with me as well. So maybe it's okay without the Harlequins, actually. Yeah, you might be alright. We might be okay. That's right. We put a Revenge in here, probably. Super easy to activate here, I think. It's only like 7%, but that plus your cooldown on your amulet plus the Jaguar cooldowns from Potence, assuming you can get those, you're up to, I don't know, 12, 20, 30% maybe. I mean, if we took the Harlequins, then yeah, we'd be at like 60, 70% cooldown reduction and then happy days, but you just lose the Ibawaka damage and the Ibawaka synergy, the max resource on it. If the rank scaled the Thorns damage of Roxbisser, then it would make it more comparable. The max resource is the only thing that will scale your damage on this build, and it's probably not enough with only a singular resource scaler. You like to alternate between those two methods for farming the mythics, yeah. Hey, Wisconsin, how you doing? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? You got to see it in this moment. Nice. How are they? Any good? I can't say I'm their biggest fan, but they're okay. I don't mind them. Okay. And then we'll take reading. That's colossal. Okay, well, I mean, that's maxed out. That's maxed out. And I've taken all these. I guess we just say all these extra nodes that I haven't taken. Oh, I've got the wrong glyph in, that's why. That'll be spirit, probably. $110. Odin, your Spiritborn is having problems, having periods where I have no skills available. When you say no skills available, do you mean your Rake's on cooldown, or which Spiritborn build you playing? You playing Rake, Odin? What do you mean your pushback? Sorry. Which Spiritborn build are you talking about? I'm confused. Oh, payback. Yeah. Payback should be available, right? That's a spam build. That doesn't do evade payback, I didn't think. Right, have you, A, got a Rod of Kepaleka on? Oh, let me get the guide up. You need a Rod of Kepaleka. Yeah, well, that's why. I think. But also, it's this down here. You need this node here, Poised Payback. Payback passively grants you Vigor, but it now becomes a core skill and consumes Vigor. It shouldn't have a cooldown on it, though. Once you put that in there, and then once you've got the Rod of Kepaleka on, it doesn't cost Vigor anymore until it consumes all of it in the Rod of Kepaleka, because it's a basic skill as well. That's why. Otherwise, it's a potency skill with a cooldown. It's in there. All right, that'll do for that, I think. I think this is one of those builds that's going to be very average to start with. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. I kind of want to take the Wound Drinker off. But I kind of want to leave it on, but I kind of want to leave it off. You need Toxic Skin on the bar if you don't have the Wound Drinker on, that's the thing. And then you can't use Scourge, so... And then you don't poison stuff unless Toxic Skin is poisoning them. It becomes this cascade of things. Still haven't got a clue what you do with this. I mean, I've got no way of generating the ferocity with the duelist. It's pointless. Hmm. I'm tempted to go back to Jaguar again. Because it overfills the ferocity. You need attack speed. How much attack speed do I have in here? Twelve and a half. 25, okay. 25. So 52. 80-ish. And I guess use that. So it's not, it's pretty close. If you've got GG stuff anyway. Movement speed, you've got what? A bunch there. Oh, we did have some up there, but not now. All right, and well, let's probably going to be something like that. Guys, probably. I just don't know what to do about the velocity. The duelist boots is kind of useless to me right now. Maybe is there a good place to farm the tributes for the runes? Whispers. Black Velvet, you probably want to farm some Whispers. That's usually pretty good for getting tributes and stuff. Otherwise, world bosses and various other locations. My rake, oh well, pure hunters in like the ultimate. Yeah, we can possibly try and put together an ultimate build. I don't know how much time I'll get in this PTR test with stuff. All right, this is probably okay. What I've got to go with. This isn't going to be as good as the current season because we just unlocked so much power being able to have the legendary weapon and having the Evil Walker along with the Harlequins and, you know, and the Fist of Fate and all sorts of stuff. It was pretty insane, actually. Unless something drastic happens with something like the Razor Plate or something, then it's... Yeah, I haven't put... But the thing is, right, if I put a legendary ring on here with Moonrise... I've then got to put Toxic Skin here, so I lose Scourge. And Scourge helps me get my resource back up super fast. So for Quack, so that's damage, but also that gives me 50x against crowd-controlled enemies, so that's a 50x damage. That almost counts as the Moonrise. I've pretty much solved my attack speed anyway, just about, if I've got GG gear. So, yeah. This probably should give you some damage as well, like Thorns damage, maybe. I don't know. Like, might recommend that they add a Thorns damage component to this ring or something. Alright, that's good enough, probably. For now. Okay, Rock Splitter. Do. I mean, Payback will be in a similar space, I imagine. See if we can throw one of those together quickly for... I've got about another hour in me, probably. You can try. All right, Zach. Nice. But the problem is we won't have those next season, will we? Velvet, Melik's about to run a few room runs if you want to go join him. They are nice, yeah. Thanks, Melik. Right, I'll be back in 2 sets, guys. I'm going to just go use the restroom. BRB. All right, I'm back. I wouldn't expect Payback to be quite as crazy as it was this season because you just don't have the flexibility on stuff, but we'll slap one together really quickly. So, I mean, you need the Rod of Kep, really. This is the problem. You can't use the Rod of Kep, or you can't use that and the War Corrosion, which gives you the potency skills, deals double damage. But that doesn't work anyway with the Thorns. They're using the same method I figured out for Rock Splitters, the Zan Rune. So you're going to use the Rod of Kep. And then you've got to put Bristling up here. Because that's what makes Payback fire forwards. And makes it deal Thorns damage. And then you're going to have adaptability in here because that does scale it. Oh no, there's not basic skills. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that makes their basic skills. So that will work. Yeah. Yep. And I mean, you're probably going to use the Shroud. I need to save this, okay. It suffers from exactly the same problem as the Rock Splitter. It's a range build, but it suffers from the same problem. It's very piano-like in a way. Although we can do the same thing here, where it's like, although are we realistically going to be hitting 15 times quickly on this? I don't know. Do you know what? I probably should have. Honestly, it's going to be quite similar to the Rock Splitter build in a lot of ways. Where is it? It's not going to be a lot. I mean, it's going to have a lot of similarities to start with, anyway. But change that to POC, of course, but. Payback. POC for Zan. You're going to need the Ring of Midnight Suns. You can't use the Wound Drinker. Well. That does give us some cooldowns. That's kind of nice. Could always... Again, it's the Sanctify thing. I think, honestly, the most desirable Sanctify for most people is going to be the Legendary Powers. I have a feeling that's going to be better than the affixes. The Legendary Powers and getting the right ones is going to be the key. Most probably. Might need all three there. Need another points put in there. I can go net. I think you pretty much have to take Prodigy's tempo here. This allows you to spam all your skills to absolutely no end. Rod of Cap. Not Zepazontek. Need two more there. Yeah, I'll set those out. Put those in there. Where's the Rock Splitter build gone? That's one thing I need to change in there. Just realised, where is it? Oh. There it is. So that needs to go now. There we go. I'm supposed to just put hectic there. All right, payback. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need these. Ah, you might be able to get veracity here. If I can find some points to spend on it. I mean, the core skill ranks don't do anything for us, actually, to be fair. I don't even necessarily need that, but that's the thing. Oh, God, okay. Hmm. Let's just stick that in, I suppose. I don't know. Hey, Rylos, Charm, Tegan, how's it going, guys? You're in the video for this song, are you? Hey, nice. That's pretty awesome. Okay. The skill tree is probably okay for now. Mercenaries, probably okay. Seems reasonable. The Paragon boards will be the same. Seems reasonable. Reasonable. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much the same. Didn't think that one would take a huge amount of time. I mean, this is good enough to get going anyway. I mean, it's... Although, sorry, that needs to be bristling. And then you'd have adaptability here, I guess. I mean, adaptability, 250 resource will give you 150x. Redirected force gives you 140. So, yeah. You'd be looking to put redirected force over here, adaptability on here, etc. So, yeah, that doesn't work with the thorns, does it? Yeah. Don't think the Bristling Vengeance works with the Banished Lords. How's the planning going for Tuesday? It's going. I've done a load of builds today. I might actually call it soon because I'm getting quite tired. Well, once we've done this one, I think I've managed to do, what, six to do today or something. Get another few done tomorrow, and then we should be good for Tuesday anyway. Should be good for the first few days. I never played this build before this season properly, and it used the Zam rune to overpower. I don't know if the Banished Lords works with Bristling, so I guess I'll leave this as it is. But you could put the Banished Lords here in and move Bristling off. But yeah, it becomes a bit of a... You'd want Banished Lords, you'd want it sanctified with Bristling, if that works. You'd want Rod of Kep, you'd want that sanctified with Redirected Force and so on. Like, there's ways to get enormous amounts of extra damage on these builds with the sanctification, but it really is like the slams are going to make a big difference. So yeah, the sanctification is going to be pretty mega for leaderboards and pit pushing leaderboards and stuff. I think this is good enough, to be honest, for now. It'll get us going. Seems reasonable. Yeah, so got a whole load of builds there. We've done Evade. We've done 2 versions of Evade. Evade and Evade Quill Volley. We've done the 4 core skills, Quill Volley, Rake, Crushing Hand, Stinger. Rushing Claw. I've done. And Payback and Rock Splitter. So far. Okay, right, yeah. Endgame. Endgame. Just keep track of what I've done here. I mean, look, I've got super amounts of builds left. Got 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've still got 7 ideas there that I haven't even touched, and there's probably loads of others. Yeah. I'm not actually too worried about how high these are going to go, because it just depends on the sanctification and how... That might be a bit rubbish on the PTR. We might have skipped the feedback for it. I think with sanctification, if you get the right rolls, you will be able to get enough power to absolutely Giga Blast. But that's going to be a lot of grinding probably. Right, I think that's probably me for tonight. I did come on a little bit late to start. I was going to try and stay on for the 8 hours, but we're close, so I'm getting tired now. Yeah, the odds are coming out. Dear oh dear. Got a lot more done today than before though, so that's good. So we've done a fair number of builds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Done 9 builds. Not too bad. They take a long time. There's a lot of components to them. And I want to go in with at least roughly a decent idea what's going on. I'm sure some things there will change. I mean, actually, the Stinger one interests me the most of the ones I did today, just because it's quite different to what I expected to do with it. To be honest. Who knows if that's going to work okay. Be quite intrigued to see if it's rubbish or not. We'll see. I'll be quite intrigued to try that one. For sure. Yeah. Where am I based, Jedi? Near London, in England. So it's 4:30 in the morning for me. All right, let's have a quick look. See who's online right now. Hey, Lunar Moon. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great weekend. Same as everyone else. Let's have a quick look. See who's online here. Just having a quick scroll down. Let's see who's online here. Can't believe 7.5 hours has just gone. That's gone really fast. Not enough hours in the day. I'm going to be spending... I probably won't stream tomorrow, but I will be spending most of it doing that stuff as well, probably. It is... but I want to get an earlier night because we're going to be blasting all week. So I won't be streaming, probably. Okay. I don't know. Have we got any recommendations for raids tonight, guys? Or should I just pick someone? Hey, Rusty, you've caught me. I'm going to be going off in a second, but how you doing, dude? You're thinking about going to London next summer? Nice. Whereabouts in London? Like, what things are you looking to do? It's a really interesting place, London. There's lots to see and do, for sure. I worked there for many years, so it's, I guess, the, like anywhere, you know, I'm used to it. The wow factor isn't really there for me, but it is an amazing place if you've not been before. You dropped a Withering Frisbee. Okay, I'll have a look at it. 13 hours T4. Nice, I'll check it out. Is that was that using anything that's season 10 only? Yeah, Rosie, no worries. Thanks for being here as always. Catch you soon. Oh, teacher. Okay. Well, you'll have a great time. There's so much to do in London. Yeah. I'm just gonna find someone then. Oh, maybe. No, I'll have a look. I probably won't look too much tonight, but I'll have a look tomorrow. Yeah, I'm intrigued. If it's a good leveling build, and I can get one together, I would need to put my own planner together to put it on any lists, but I can credit anyone I take anything from. Tune. I'm literally just scrolling down the list of people. I'm not really sure. There's a few friends online. I should probably just eeny, meeny, miny, mo one, right? You don't know why. I have been in this person's stream before. I don't think I've ever raided them before. I have 275 followers. We'd probably scare the living daylight out of them. Let's do that. Let's go show some love. It is Sunday. I used to do that a lot, didn't I? Community Sundays. Go show off, go and show support to someone a bit smaller. Let's go do that. Yeah, I've raided blood a couple of times recently. Credit you for moral support, Polis. Oh, I will. Don't you worry, baby. All right, nice charmed, yeah. Yeah, nice. Well, it'll probably be better in next season because they have done some love to the poison stuff. So I'll certainly have a look. I need to have more leveling builds. I want to have 4 Spiritborn leveling builds. So Rock Splitter, Evade. Could do a Withering Fist one. And then maybe a core skill one. But that's a bit more contingent. Rake's probably the nicest because it has the vigor reduction stuff on it. So you're not like too strapped for resource. But I want to have a variety of leveling builds for Spiritborn. Not just I love my Rock Splitter one. Evade is obviously going to be one, but yeah. All right, I'm going to flick. Oh, your hardcore rogue just died. No. Oh, I'm sending you hugs. Exceptional. You'll be okay. Don't worry. It's okay. Go again. Carry on blasting. Sad times. What got you exceptional? Yeah, my Thorn Spiritborn will probably still be really good for leveling. And they said they've rebalanced all the affixes. I really don't know what that means. Like, I kind of hope all the Thorns ones are going to be, like, crazy. But, yeah, we'll see. They said they've rebalanced them all, so we'll see. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, exceptional. Right, I'm going to flick over to this screen anyway. All right. Well, I'm still kind of taken aback that we've been going 7.5 hours. That's gone incredibly fast. Time flies when you're having fun, eh, guys? Well, I'm going to go to bed pretty quickly. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, had a long day. Had a short nap before stream, and then we're straight back on here. But yeah, guys, thank you all so much as always. Very, very much appreciate you. I mean, got that massive raid from Rob again. I mean, 2 days in a row. That's nuts. So thank you. Anyone that's here that has been who came in with Rob's raid and has hung around or has been lurking and stuff. Thank you for hanging around. Appreciate it. It's been great having you around. And yeah, everyone that's here all the time. Anyone that's new. Or any lurkers, really appreciate you all. If anyone in either of my channels hasn't hit the like or subscribe button, please consider doing so. That really helps me out, and I would really love to see you again. I won't be on tomorrow, but I will be blasting pretty hard this week with the PTR. I'm on 4 or 5 days a week. A lot of ARPG, a lot of fun times, bit of silliness sometimes, lots of theory crafting. I do have a Discord as well. If anyone hasn't joined and would like to, it has just been linked in the Twitch channel. I will link it over in YouTube as well. I appreciate that everyone's got a Discord channel, so I don't expect you to join, but if that is of interest to you, it is the best place to get hold of me offline. If you want to talk to me about any builds while I'm offline, that's the best place. If you want to join the clan, that's where you go to join the clan. Or if you just want to be part of the community, which is growing and awesome, then by all means come and join. And if you do decide to come and join, please go through the verification because this tells you you're not a robot. We've all had to do it. This is good. And please go to the role selection channel, choose the games you're interested in, so it unlocks the channels for that game, and you don't get the channels unlocked for the ones you haven't selected, so you don't get spammed. And less spam is also good. In terms of YouTube, yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, YouTube, really appreciate you all. Have a great rest of your weekend or start of your week, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I am going to. I've lurked in this person's channel for. I hope they're going to be on longer than 5 minutes. But this person called Alex the Swiss. I don't really know her very well. She's only got 275 followers. She's quite new to the community. But screw it, we'll go over and show some love to someone. Maybe someone who hasn't had such the opportunity of a larger audience before. Probably go scare the living daylights out of them. Are you not entertained? Well, hopefully there is a couple of people in there I recognise the names of. But yeah, we can, maybe we'll go and scare the living daylights out of them. Who knows? But anyway, we'll go say hello, see what they're about, show some love and support as we used to do on Community Sundays. I hope some of you come over, spend 5 minutes in there, just make a day. And, then you can off and do whatever you want to do, I suppose. But yeah, we go show support. I'll sit in there for a few minutes while I wind down. I imagine I'll be getting off pretty quick to go to bed because I'm really tired. But yeah, let's go do that today. We haven't done that in a while, so that'd be nice. Yeah, I probably won't stream tomorrow. I have got a lot to do still, but I really want to try and get a slightly earlier night so that I'm actually good for Tuesday and the rest of the week. The week's going to be super busy. We're just going to be blasting hard because there's only a week to test all this stuff, and I've got so much to do. But yeah, if you guys need me, hit me up on, as I say, on Discord. I will be available all day, pretty much. I'll reply as and when I can. And yeah, so I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll be on early because I can't remember when the patch actually drops. It'll either start at 6 p.m. my time or 7, but whatever time it starts, I'll be on an hour before. And yeah, and then we'll be blasting. It'll be good. I'll be doing the leveling and stuff, so we'll be figuring out all the bugs, I'm sure. And I think that's probably about it, guys. So yeah, thank you so much again for being here. I really do appreciate you all. Honestly, it never ceases to amaze me how many of you awesome people here. I'm going to be streaming the PTR and all next week Black Velvet. I've got a lot of testing to do as the Spiritborn lead for Mobalytics. I need to get a pretty good handle on the class and work out a pretty, get a high level idea of the builds and roughly where they're landing and stuff. So yeah, you can expect to see that a lot. But yeah, guys, honestly, I really do appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, as I say, or start off the week wherever you are in the world. Have a great Monday. Keep safe, keep blasting. Much love, and I will see you on Tuesday, guys. Cheers. Appreciate you.